Startup Grind Global Conference.
Welcome. Day 2, final day of the conference. Now we know it's a little wet outside, but it's dry in here, right? Yeah. We have another fantastic day, stocked full with great content across our 5 stages, from speakers like Reid Hoffman, Morgan DeBond. We've got Ryan Smith from Qualtrics. It's going to be an incredible day and a great opportunity to stay out of the rain in the stages, even across into the sponsor tents as well, and go check out the startups in tents A and B.
Lovely day it's going to be. So quick question before we get started. How many of you guys go to your local Startup Grind chapter events where you live?
Nice.
Okay, for those of you that don't, you might want to check it out. Is there a Startup Grind chapter in your city? We have 600 locations around the world across 125 countries. So there's bound to be a university or city near you that you can go to their events or start your own chapter at startupgrind.com/start.
Nice. And many of those chapter directors are around today. Plenty of them are probably wearing red t-shirts or Startup Grind gear like we are, twinning it. Some might even have the hat. So feel free to say hi to them as you see them and encounter them across the day. So who's kicking us off today? Candace?
Today we're getting started with Brian Meehan of Blue Bottle Coffee. For some of my coworkers that are international, they say it's the best coffee in America. So if you haven't been there, you should definitely try it. Prior to starting Blue Bottle, Brian started the Fresh and Wild organic markets that eventually sold to Whole Foods. And even before that, he started Nude Skincare with who else? Bono. And that sold to LVMH. So in addition to running Blue Bottle Coffee day by day, he's also an investor and is someone that is very socially responsible. And so he's looking to invest with Greenmont Capital in those types of people and companies that are producing environmentally friendly products. So without further ado, please help me welcome Mike Volpe of Index Capital and Brian Meehan.
Hi, everyone, and I think we'd rather be drinking coffee than actually talking about it.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, exactly. So,
no Blue Bottle in Redwood City, that's the problem.
Yeah, we got to open
San Mateo.
Brian's going to be shopping for real estate after this to find a spot for Blue Bottle Coffee around here.
Yeah.
Good. Well, thanks, everybody, for coming. Brian, I want to start with kind of the introduction and talk a little bit about your journey before Blue Bottle, because as the introducers said, this was your third startup. And maybe start way back when you launched Fresh and Wild in London. How did you kind of get into the entrepreneurial journey? And obviously it's very different than the classic sort of tech startup in Silicon Valley, but how did you think about entrepreneurship and what brought you into it and why 3 times?
I think, you read a lot of books, a lot of stuff on Audible now, you listen to entrepreneurs, and it definitely starts as a child. So, you think about, I know your parents very well, and I know your dad, and I know the influence he's had on you. And it's the same with my dad. He was an orphan at the age of 8. And we came from a very, very poor family in Ireland, no money, and he felt that the only way he could survive, having been through the recession in 1979, was to start a business for himself. And then because I grew up in that household, I helped my dad every summer, every day with an import company he had. Went to college and paid for my way through college by working with him. Most of my friends were, I kind of regret this a little bit, they were all off on their J visas in the States having fun, and I was sort of going around Ireland in my Renault 4 trying to sell car parts. But I do think it starts as a child and what kind of upbringing you've had and what kind of exposure to entrepreneurship you had. But I decided that I took a job at Guinness just for the training after college. But then I quickly started Fresh and Wild. After doing business school, I thought there was a great opportunity to bring Whole Foods. I'd seen Whole Foods in the US. There was nothing like that in London. Started Fresh and Wild with another friend of mine from Colorado. And I just think if you're assessing in the audience yourself about, is this right for me? I just didn't want to work for anybody. I wanted to work for myself. And I had this ambition, but I think the driving force was just the feeling that, I wanted to control my destiny and to just be creative myself rather than working. I'd worked for, at that point, 4 or 5 years for Guinness, which is now Diageo. And I just knew that wasn't the environment for me.
Mm-hmm. Now, the first 2 companies you started, Fresh and Wild and Nude Skincare,
Yeah.
your ideas, you were the founder, or part of the founding team,
Yeah.
right? Blue Bottle was a little bit of a different journey. And just as a sidebar, Brian and I met because we were neighbors in London, and he actually moved back to California before I did. And it turns out he discovered Blue Bottle. So why don't you take the story from there?
Yeah, so I actually, it was my wife, Tara, at the time. We'd been living in London for about 10 years. And she just said, we've got to do something different with our lives. And I had this skincare company called Nude, which would allow me to launch in the US and get a visa and come over and live here. So I got an L1 visa. At the time, we were selling Nude to Louis Vuitton. This is maybe a year before I sold it to Louis Vuitton. I would just take the ferry I live in Marin in Belvedere, into the ferry building. This is back in 2009. And I just saw this coffee company that I had this thing that I would never meet someone at Starbucks for my whole life. If they asked me for a meeting at Starbucks, I kind of wrote them off. I just would not meet anyone at Starbucks because I just hated the...
That would mess up half my day, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I am a retailer, and I love design, and I love authenticity. And my background has been in starting companies that kind of questioned the market leader. So Fresh and Wild was sort of questioning conventional food. Nude Skincare was questioning, the big cosmetics companies because Nude had no chemicals in it. And so I always would look out for the smaller specialty coffee store. And I just came across Blue Bottle in 2009 at the Ferry Building, or 2010, around that time. And what intrigued me about Blue Bottle was the coffee was delicious. They had that incredible logo, but I couldn't remember the name of the company. Mm. And James Freeman, as the founder, started by Blue Bottle by he's one of these people who just doesn't like anything, any kind of communication, nothing. He hates obstacles, and he wants people just to see the product. So I couldn't even find out what was the name of this company. But I would love their coffee, and then people would say, I'd say, Mike, I'll meet you. What's that coffee place in the Ferry Building? A great coffee with that blue logo. And the fact that I didn't know the name drew me to it. I was just pulled in by the people and by how delicious the coffee was. And then one day that year I sold Nude Skincare, and I saw an article about Stumptown selling to TSG. And they mentioned Blue Bottle and James Freeman. And I thought, well, you know what, I'm just going to call this guy up and see, what he's doing and where he's taking Blue Bottle. And I emailed him, and somehow he answered my email and told me later that he gets millions of emails all the time. And somehow he just found my email interesting. And I met with him, and he said, look, I'm with the Kohlberg, Jim Kohlberg,
yeah,
from KKR,
yeah,
his son. They had taken a third of Blue Bottle 2 years prior, and Jim is telling, this is James telling me now, Jim is saying, I can't grow this business myself. At that point, it was 2011. They had...
How many stores?
5 stores, about 12 million in revenue, and a wholesale business and a digital business. And he said that this business, I've been told I can't run this myself. I need a partner. And then you emailed me, and I saw your background, and I kind of think it's fate. And he had this test where I met him in Oakland, and they had the kitchen in the back, and he said, I want to bring you into the back to meet people. And his test of checking out someone was, when I went in the back, did I say hi to the person who was to the porter? Did I say hi to the person making the cookies? Was I respectful? Did I say please and thank you? And I did, apparently. I can't remember. But he said, I like that guy, and I like his background. He took me to see Jim, and Jim said to James, he's the guy. So then I said, James doesn't act quickly, but I put an offer in to buy the business for about $15 million. And James took about 3 months to respond because like a lot of founders, he just retreats and he thinks about it. But he came back to me and he said, we had breakfast at Boulette's Larder. He said, when I got your offer, I cried. I never thought my business would be worth $15 million. but I can't accept your offer. And so I went back to him with an offer for $18 million, and he said yes. Okay.
Okay. It's good negotiation.
But it was a good negotiation.
But let me just go back to your thinking for a second. You know, for someone who's been an entrepreneur and started their own businesses, at least 2 of them, what was your consideration about joining somebody else's business? I mean, you sort of somewhat bought his business. He was still an active shareholder, probably the largest one, if I'm not mistaken.
He had 51%.
Right. So what was that like?
So I'd done 2 startups, and I have to say they weren't incredibly, compared to startups that you're used to, they weren't failures, but they weren't, they have great brand names, but, Fresh and Wild was sold for $40 million. New Skincare was sold for 35. They were okay, but I had found the business of the startups incredibly hard work, and I found it draining just to get to the first $1 million was the hardest thing in revenue. And then I sold Nude, and I thought, I'm going to buy a business. It's so much easier. I'd been doing real estate at that point too. It's like so much easier to buy a piece of real estate, get a tenant. You get this income coming in and it's stable. Why don't I buy a business that's already 10 years old and then take it from 15 million in revenue to 100? And then at that, in my mind, when I was coming, I actually approached you for money. I think the business plan said we're going to buy Blue Bottle for 18 million and we're going to sell it for 100. That's kind of the business plan. But I actually think on reflection, it is easier to take a business from 15 million in revenue to 100 than it is from 1 to 5. I don't know what your view on that is.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think the thing that drew us, because obviously, at Index, we tend to be a tech investor, so it's not like we do a lot of coffee businesses. But the thing that was clear is that whatever formula they had, which I want to ask you a little bit more about, but whatever formula Blue Bottle had at the time, it was working.
Yeah.
And so the issue was, can you kind of keep the same spirit, the authenticity of it, and scale? And scaling is a formulaic activity. Inventing a brand, much, much harder, right? Which is, I suspect, sort of the magic in what you saw, like the twinkle in the Blue Bottle eye, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, for people in the audience who wanted to repeat, I think that's a great insight, which was James Freeman is a genius. Like, no one could have created what he created in terms of the brand, the positioning, the timing. And I suppose my skill was taking it from that, recognizing that and taking it to the next level. And looking back at it, I probably wasn't the great startup entrepreneur. I did some interesting stuff that made a difference, but I don't think my skill was in the startup. So I think that's a good insight for people.
Yeah. Now, 5 stores, and then last year, you sold a big chunk of the company to Nestlé for an undisclosed amount, and it was a much bigger success, I think, than your prior successes, if I'm not mistaken. So let's start with the 5 stores to the 20 stores. One of the things that's kind of iconic about Blue Bottle is its true authenticity of the brand. It doesn't try to be a chain. It's not a Chipotle's. It's not a Sweet Green. How did you kind of think about maintaining that core of what Blue Bottle is, but at the same time turning it into a scalable business?
It's really hard. I mean, I took the decision at the time to go in as chairman and keep James as CEO, because I felt that it was important to have the product guy CEO at that point. And I think that was the right decision. I think if I had gone in as CEO at that point, James would have I think he would have felt demotivated and resigned. And I think that kept him at the helm. But to recognize that, that James was a product guy and he wasn't interested in business. And so what I was able to do was, luckily we found this guy, David Bowman from Stanford. It's not David from Stanford, it's David Bowman. And he went, he was just graduating from Stanford, but he chose to come on and join the team. And what I was able to do with him was to give him the responsibility of putting all the business processes in place to allow us to grow, but allow James the authority to keep product in charge, which I think worked up until a point. I mean, it's not healthy, but it worked up until about 2015, where I stepped in as CEO, just because there comes a point in a business that if the CEO isn't focused on the business side of things, it's not healthy. And I think when you think about the founders who have ended up being great CEOs, I think they need to have a good understanding of business and a great understanding of the product. If you don't have either of those, I don't think you can be a successful CEO. But I think the success of it, looking back, was actually keeping James in that role as long as we could.
Yeah, yeah. And I assume you felt like James, not just in terms of his product talent, but really represented the brand itself, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you Google Blue Bottle Coffee, it's James. Like and the secret, as if you're coming into a company and I was on my third, so I wasn't on my first. I didn't need to establish myself from an ego point of view. I didn't need to be doing the press interviews. I think it's really important to just know who's the person who's going to be the best spokesperson, the best face of the brand for internal and external. And was James.
Yeah, we see a lot of these, right? You see like Emily White over at Weiss at Glossier, or Sophia at Nasty Gal, which was a tougher story, that one.
Yeah.
But what's your sense? Do a lot of these founders that are kind of in your sector, right, in this brand, fashion, retail, et cetera sector, should they be looking for a partner like you?
I think, go back to what I said earlier on, like if you think, the Emily Sophia point of view, I think if the founder is open to learning, like you don't expect the founder, especially this founder didn't come from a business school background or an academic background or business background. This founder came from product. But if you have a founder that's really genuinely interested in the business side, I think it's important. But if you ever come across a founder who's not interested in talking to the finance team, or not, Steve Jobs had a bit of that too, but just not even interested in saying hi to anyone except the product team, that's dangerous.
Yeah. So talk a little bit about, I think most of us that are Silicon Valley people, we think of building software businesses that don't have like physical real estate and building. Your business was largely a physical business. You had stores, people walked into them, people made coffee, et cetera. Talk about what's tough about that.
I kind of get very envious of software companies just in terms of their ability, when it's right, their ability to scale is unbelievable. It's really hard. Like right now, we're going to have 90 cafes by the end of this year. Minimum wages are going up in California, in New York. We're in full employment. It's really hard to hire people right now. So we're very much a people-driven company. Real estate prices are going up. The complexity of the business is hard. Someone said to me about retail, it's the type of business that gets the better of good people. And so sometimes you can have a business model that's so good, you can have an average manager running it and be successful.
Yeah.
In retail, if you can have the best management team in the world, and the model is so complex that they're still not going to succeed. And so I would say, looking back at Blue Bottle, we were lucky because the complexity is high. And I think for anyone in the business is to understand how complex is your business, the chance of you failing is extremely high.
Yeah.
And I would just say that Blue Bottle is not a model for every aspiring entrepreneur because it's, the chance of success is extremely low. Whereas you could probably talk about, 2 or 3 other businesses out there where you probably have management teams. You're not going to mention the teams, but the management teams, that can be just good to great and still be incredibly successful.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely. I mean, the capital requirements of the business and then the massive amounts of people management that you have to do, right?
Yeah.
So another thing that you did unusually is that you took relatively early on venture capital in a retail business, which is also, it's, I guess, a little more common these days, but certainly very unusual when you did it. What were your considerations there? What did you want from your source of capital?
So I had 2 other companies where, Fresh and Wild, I did have private equity, and they were sort of B-grade private equity companies. In Nude Skincare, it was with Bono and another partner, and we funded ourselves. I realized that part of the success of Blue Bottle in hindsight, but at the time, was if I went with the Mike Volpes of this world,
Come on now.
and True Ventures.
I paid him to say that.
But there is no doubt about it that with whom you invest is more important than the deal. And it took me 10 years to learn that as an entrepreneur. But by signing up you guys and True and Google and a host of other incredible people that got involved in Blue Bottle in 2012, it just set us apart from everyone else. There was something about, like, we had a brand, and now we enhanced our brand by connecting ourselves with the best investors in the world, who, you know, when I think about also, you were on our board, Tony Connor's on our board, the input that we had from you guys at a board level, and the support we had, and the doors that were opened, there was just something like a snowball that was rolling down a hill that just suddenly became very big. And it's hard to articulate that, but there's no doubt about it that it makes a massive difference.
And what do you want from a board member? Now that you've experienced it 3 times, you've seen it, what do you look for?
What I look for is someone who's there to give me advice, but someone who's going to support me with my decision. So a lot of board members think they know what the answer is and what they need to do, and they spend a lot of time with the entrepreneur, working with them to get them to their point of view. But I think the best board members are ones who recognize the entrepreneur, are there for them to give them advice, can coach them. When I think about, you know, there was a time where we were about to acquire Tartine in 2014 or something. We decided not to do it. I called you up on a Sunday. We took a walk on at the ferry building. You spent 2 hours just listening to me and giving me advice. It was that kind of availability and support. It's mentoring, basically. But too many board members are ego-driven and it's like want their opinion and think, I know how to run this business better than you.
Yeah, well, listen, interestingly, as a venture capitalist, a lot of people think that our job is about making deals. And actually, the funnest part of the job is taking a walk with you and talking about the business. And most of the time, you actually know the answer already. I'm just holding up a mirror and
you're
letting
a mentor.
you see it.
You know, you're a coach. You actually are an amazing venture capitalist, but the reason you're an amazing venture capitalist is because you're an amazing coach. Good.
We're almost out of time, Brian, but I do want to ask you this. You obviously, you scaled the business. I think it was 60 stores when you sold it. Are you happy with your decision? And do you have a good life now that you're somewhat part of a larger organization?
It was an amazing decision. The Series A investors got 16 times their money when you guys invested. It was an incredible deal. Also, competition has increased. The market's got harder. You know, we talked about labor, etc. It was definitely the right decision to make. And most importantly, Nestle, who took 68% of the business, have allowed us to, part of the deal they're doing with Nestle was like, you have to leave us alone, you can't interfere without my approval. And they've actually they've given us capital, they've allowed us to grow without interfering. So that was the 3rd business I'd sold, and I'd learned from the other 2 how to do it. And we have an amazing relationship. And to answer your question, am I happier? Yes, but I'm working harder than I ever have.
Where's your stress level relative to the days where you were running it on your own as
it's
an
a different kind of stress. It's gone from, like, I don't have to go around raising money anymore, but it's a different stress of, I tell you where my core stress is my legacy to my people and my guests. Like some of my guests, Blue Bottle guests, felt we sold out, and I promised them that nothing would change. I promised my team when we sold that we were going to get better. And like one example, Nestle have just announced a massive environmental program which is leading the food industry based on some conversations they've had with me and Blue Bottle of like what they need to do to improve. So we're impacting them as much as they're impacting us.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Let me ask everybody to join me in thanking Brian for the great conversation and the great coffee. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you so much. Cheers.
What an excellent and insightful conversation. Now, before our next panel discussion, we'll be having a quick word from our sponsors, Intuit QuickBooks, with the help of Danny DeVito.
You're not using smarter tools to manage your business.
You work too hard to work this hard. Collecting receipts? Is it the 80s? Does anybody have a mixtape I can borrow? You should be chasing pets, not chasing payments. QuickBooks gives you a sweet set of business tools that'll do all the hard work for you. You may groom corgis, but you don't have to work like a dog.
You earned it. We're here to make sure you get it.
It's time to get yours.
QuickBooks, backing you.
Gotta love Danny. Gotta love Danny. When the acquisition was announced back in 2017, it finished off with the title, It's About Time. And in this discussion, we're talking about both sides of the M&A table, how to forge a successful path to innovation. We are extremely fortunate to have the founder and CEO of T-Sheets, Matt Russell. He'll be joined by General Manager of Intuit QuickBooks, Alex Chris, and the moderator will be Becky Peterson of Business Insider. Let's give it up for them.
5, 6, and 7 coming out on the stage.
Hey guys.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Becky Peterson. I am a tech deals reporter with Business Insider, and I'm here with Alex Chris. He is the general manager of Intuit QuickBooks, and Matt Russell, who is the co-founder of T-Sheets, which got acquired by Intuit for $340 million
Come on,
last
somebody.
year.
You can call him the Rizzle Sizzle after that.
No, don't, please.
No.
So we're here to talk to you about the M&A process, both sides, from both an acquirer and an acquiree. Matt, why don't you start by talking about what T-Sheets does and how you founded the company?
So how T-Sheets got started. By the way, it's great to see everybody. So this is how T-Sheets got started. I owned a company before T-Sheets, and we had 35 employees, and we had 4 locations. And I realized I needed a time tracking system. Now, this is 2005. So back before software as a service was even a word. Like, that wasn't even an acronym, SaaS. Anyway, I needed a time tracking system. I went to Office Depot, went to Google, nothing existed. And so I called my buddy. He built me this basic version where you could track time from anywhere in the world. You could sit in one of my offices, see all my employees working, and my bookkeeper processed our first payroll with this new time tracking system. And I'll never forget it. I walked in, she had the stack of payroll checks on her lap. She turned her chair around and she looked at me and she said, Matt, she said, we just saved $2,400 on our first payroll. This is amazing. Can you sell it? And I said, I don't know. And so I called Brandon up, my co-founder. I called Brandon up and I said, hey, can we sell this? And he said, hell yeah. And so that's how T-Sheets got started. And that's what T-Sheets does as well.
All right, and Alex, how did you first come across them?
Yeah, so it was probably back in 2010, 2011. At the time, I was just starting up our partner platform. So we have a developer group inside of Intuit where we bring in lots of different partners to be able to be part of the QuickBooks ecosystem. And T-Sheets was one of the very first partners that we had connected to QuickBooks Online. And I remember you just couldn't ignore them because not only were customers loving them, they were 5 stars on customer reviews, but when we would hold any of our conferences, all of the attendees would suddenly congregate around the T-Sheets booth because you had personalities like Matt just sitting there throwing T-shirts at people and yelling at people and just screaming the story of T-Sheets. And so they became a kind of the rock stars within our ecosystem.
Okay, so you guys had a partnership. I understand that lasted a couple of years. What was it about them that made you want to acquire them rather than just work with them as a partner?
Yeah, so we have hundreds of apps in our ecosystem, and we certainly can't acquire all of them. The things that stood out for us with T-Sheets were, first and foremost, we had to see that customers loved them. And we could see through the app reviews, we could see through talking to our customers when customers would call into sales and they would talk about, hey, QuickBooks and T-Sheets just works magically together. It was clear that customers had a real affinity for the product. The second was we needed to see that the business was growing. It was strategic, it was core to what we were trying to do. QuickBooks does accounting services, and time tracking was something that was right upstream of being able to run payroll or getting invoicing done. So it was strategically aligned, and the business was just growing incredibly fast. And then the third, which was really important to us as a company, is the culture fit. And luckily, we had an opportunity to get to know many of the folks, leaders like Matt, but then really the whole leadership team inside of T-Sheets. And the culture was just something that fit very well with what we were building inside of Intuit as well.
Okay, and we were speaking about this backstage, but T-Sheets is actually based in Boise, right? So is that your first Idaho office?
It is our first Idaho office.
Okay.
Yes.
How does it work, like, you know, moving into a new state and sort of like setting up shop there?
Yeah, so we have offices all over the world, but obviously it's actually something we talk to our board quite a bit, which is when you go and do an acquisition, you have to be clear that this is a place that you want to continue to grow. And Boise actually has been a real wonderful surprise. The talent there is tremendous. We've actually, since the acquisition, have probably getting close to doubling the office. We continue to expand there, and it's a site that we actually intend to continue to invest in.
All right, so I want to talk about, the early stage of the acquisition conversations. How did it come up? Were you just at coffee? Were there lawyers? How do you start that discussion?
We've known each other, as I mentioned before, back to 2010, and there was always this, hey, we know that our customers love us better together, but it's weird to sort of start that conversation, and Matt, I don't think, was in a mindset of wanting to sell, so I used ninja mind tricks on him. And I sat down with him, and I remember the meeting, and I sat down in one of our offices when he was visiting, and I said, Matt, I got to tell you, we are never, ever going to acquire you. And his competitive nature kicked in instantly, and he spent the next 6 months trying to convince us why it would make so much sense for us to acquire
That is not true, just so everyone knows.
It's pretty close, though.
Yeah, partly.
All right, Matt, what's your version of events?
Well, first of all, earlier, did you call me a rock star? I can't. Is this recorded?
He is a rock star.
No, so very similarly, like, I'm curious, startup grind, it's like, you guys are out there grinding, you're building a company, you're grinding. How many one day want to get acquired? Yeah, okay, good. Good subject. Well, we were not trying to get acquired. We were doubling every year. We had raised $15 million. We had not touched our money at all, our capital. We were paying for ourselves as we grew. And so really, my commute is roughly 4 minutes, depending on how many cars I have to wait for to turn. And so, we weren't really looking to be acquired. He came to me and he did say that I thought I was showing up for, hey, what's next in our partnership? And he looked at me and he said, I've got good news and bad news. Good news is we're all in on time tracking. And I'm like, yes. And he said, so that means we're either gonna partner or build, we're either gonna build or buy. And he said, we've decided we're not going to buy you. And I was like, oh shit. And I did say, good, because we're not for sale.
But it was more of a like, good.
And then that's when the dance started, and it really did. And we were like, oh, because there's a real, so Intuit did account as a growing business. They accounted for a small percentage of our growth, but they provided a tremendous amount of branding and air cover. And so if they were to have done something, that would have been a real threat to our business. So it was really something we had to consider.
So you had said you were not looking to get acquired. Were you planning on IPOing? What was the path and what convinced you?
We weren't necessarily planning on being or doing an IPO at any time soon. It was something off in the distance. I didn't know if I ever wanted to be a CEO of a publicly traded company. I wasn't sure. I just knew we were loving what we were doing, and we were just growing every year. And so, really that was the plan. We really didn't have an exit strategy, which, by the way, I'll never forget. I got beat up by a VC when we first got started because he said, "What's your exit strategy?" Right when we got started, I'm like, "I don't have one." And he started to just beat on me a little bit. And I said, "That's crazy." I said, "I want to build a really healthy, a real company that's not just dependent on the next raise. I want to build a real company." So anyway. Thanks.
All right, so once the M&A process got started, what were some of the surprising things that, for either of you that you came across in the process?
What surprised you?
There was so much surprising. Number one, I thought when you got acquired, because I sold my last company, right? And that was like maybe a 3 or 4 week kind of a deal. tops, and it was sold and gone. Well, it was a much larger deal, publicly traded company. The conversation, from that conversation to when we were acquired, was roughly 9 months. And it was, so some of the things that surprised me along the way, I mean, it was just, there was a ton that was shocking. One, you have to continue to run your company. So we had 300 employees at the time. We're growing super fast. None of that can change, right? Number one. Number two, at the same time, we had another company come in, larger than Intuit, that tried to acquire us at the same time. And so we tried to run the process. Trying to run the process with 2 different companies at the same time was so much work. You're already running a company at 80 hours a week. Now you have 2 companies that you're in conversations with. The amount of documents that you have to go through, it was incredible. And then probably the most was the emotional roller coaster that you go through as an entrepreneur. And that's no lie. I mean, the amount of sleepless nights you already have, you just kind of multiply it times 3. And because the T-Sheets employees, I mean, we've been one of the best places to work in Idaho, like 4 years in a row. I love my team. And I wanted to make sure that they would be in a just as good of, if not better place. I love the community. And so the emotional roller coaster was really hard.
Mm-hmm. Before I joined Intuit, I ran a startup and I was acquired by a public company as well. I've done 4 acquisitions inside of Intuit, and all of them are difficult. All of them are challenging. And the commitment that I made to Matt when we first kicked off the process was we were just going to have an incredibly transparent and open conversation, as much as you can when you're negotiating and trying to do all of that. But even just understanding what the process is, right? We have to take our board through the process. We have to take our leadership team through the process, right? There's a whole bunch of different things that we have to do just to be able to make an acquisition happen. And having been in that seat and knowing what Matt and the team were going to go through, it's really challenging. It's really challenging to go through that roller coaster ride of, okay, are we in, are we out, like what's happening? And you have to do it, as Matt said, while running the company and doing it really without being able to tell many people within your organization. Because you certainly don't want this to get out. With 300 people, maybe 5, 6 within the whole organization knew that we were going through this process. So that, just running those 2 things in parallel is really, really challenging.
And Alex, did you guys take a look at other competitors of T-Sheets in the process once you decided to buy?
Absolutely. You have to. We did a whole market landscape, global look at all the different competitors.
Trust me, they told me.
Yeah. We went deep on, not only the financials, but, what customers were saying. We would call into customers of T-Sheets and QuickBooks together just to really understand, like, how are they using the products together. We did that with other competitors as well, just to understand, the App Store reviews could say one thing, but we really wanted to get verbatims with customers. And we needed to have a full due diligence across not just the one company, but what other options were out there and what they would look like from a valuation standpoint. So we did an entire market landscape.
All right. And Matt, if I understand, you guys didn't take very much VC money, right? So I imagine for a lot of startups, you're having these conversations with VCs who are sort of like your closest advisors. Who did you turn to figure out if this was the right move for you?
One of the things that I can say is the venture capitals that we did choose was Summit Partners. Specifically, Greg Goldfarb was the partner there. And what was interesting, and you hear it in Boise, we have a successful startup, but we can't get any money, and it's just not true. When we went to go finally raise money, we never went out and pitched anybody. They all came to Boise, we lined them up, and they pitched us. And I say that because we were able to choose the right partner at the right firm. And so a lot of entrepreneurs have talked to other CEOs who get pressure from their board of whether or not to do something, or even worse, they say, you should go do something. And when anybody tells me I should go do something, I tell them to go should on someone else, because I really kind of have a visceral response to that. And in this event, they literally said, it's up to you. And this is your call. And in life, whether it is, deciding whether or not to be acquired or whatever it is, if you're faced with a situation where, your family wins, your shareholders win, your employees win. And it's funny, like our customers win, the amount of distribution that we have. I mean, sure, we had, 50 or 60,000 customers with $1 million, but now we're attached to QuickBooks. I mean, the amount of small businesses that can be affected by our product now is just completely different. And when you have, in the community, we're the largest employer in our city. Now they have a Fortune 500 company there. And when you look at that many people that in organizations that win, you really have to take a hard look at it.
All right, and in looking back at the process, are there any questions that you wish you had asked Intuit before agreeing to get acquired or earlier in the process?
Who was gonna be my boss?
How is he as a boss?
You know what's crazy?
Let's do a performance review right here. Everyone wants to see that. Come on.
That's funny. So I'll be honest. I mean, I'm really transparent. I have not been a W-2 employee since I think 2003 or 2004. And I had to go fill out like, what are those papers? Your employment documents, whatever. The shock really did settle in on me. And then the concept of, oh my gosh, I really do have a boss. Now I had a board, I had a great board, and I always, love having people in my life speak into my life. So it's not that, but the idea that you have a boss, it was very difficult. And I can honestly say that I thought that it would be harder than it was because, and this isn't,
Just say it.
It's because of Alex's approach. He has been very hands-off. He has not tried to control and constrict. He's allowed us to build and create. The things that he said, this is such a big deal when you go to get acquired. The things that and this is why we chose them. One of the reasons why we chose them is because we believed that the things that they said during the acquisition process was real, and it was. And so all of the commitments they made to me, my team, the product, they've held true. And that has made that transition substantially easier.
Can I just build on that? Because I think what you just said at the end is really, really important. And anyone going through or thinking about being acquired, it is far more than a financial transaction. If you want to stay there, if you have employees that you think are going to be part of this organization going forward, you really have to know that it is a good culture fit, that you are going in with leadership that you believe in and that you trust. There were times right when we announced to 300 people that this was happening, and I remember standing up on stage with Matt talking to his team that they were a family. I mean, they'd all grown up together. Matt was their leader, and now all of a sudden, who is this other guy coming in? The things that we said up on stage of this is what's going to happen next, and this is what's going to happen after that, and the keg over there is going to stay. It's not going to go away. You can still have free beer. Like all of that, the say-do ratio on that trust needed to be really high, and I would say we're now 1 year in, and employee engagement continues to rise. Attrition of people, I think, is still at an all-time low, and the culture, I would say, just continues to be what we expected it to be.
It's true. I actually thought because we were able to grow to 287 employees without a recruiting staff, without ever paying $1 for recruiting, and it was just because people wanted to work there, and I thought that, it will kind of lose that edge in the market a little bit. And it actually increased. Because Intuit is like the best place to work in San Francisco or close to or something like that, or in California. And so the brand has stayed, our ability to recruit has stayed. That was a surprise.
Okay, so Intuit has acquired other companies though. So what is your process of making sure that it works? Have you guys had any failed acquisitions you want to talk about?
Sure. No. Acquisitions, and it's not just Intuit. Acquisitions are very difficult to do, and the failure rate is very high. And a lot of it comes down to, two big things. One, you make a bunch of guesses going into an acquisition on strategic alignment, or what we call synergies. Oh, if we put this and this together, magically customers are going to love it. And sometimes it works out that way, and a lot of the time you actually get under the covers once you're one organization and you realize, oh wait, that's not exactly how it's supposed to work, or customers didn't actually see it that way. And so we've had a number of those where it's been that way. Right now we are, and our CEO was on record at the last earnings call saying T-Sheets is one of the best acquisitions we've had in the last few years by far. And a lot of it is not because all the guesswork we did up front was right, but because we actually have trust and we're working through any of the challenges that we have. So that's one big piece, just having that commitment going through. The second is, and I keep coming back to it, but you have to have a culture fit. You have to have, the challenges that you will face that seem minor at the time, but can actually impact the organization so much. You have to have that trust, and you have to have a culture where people believe in the same values. And Matt had built an amazing organization that had strong values. And so had Intuit. We're a 35-year-old company where Scott Cook came in and created values 35 years ago that we still live through today. So you wonder, how could you pull these two things together? Well, the reality is we looked at those values side by side and realized they're actually the same. And we had conversations with employees that said, what you believe over here and what we believe over here are actually, if you put them together, they're the same values. And that was super important for us. And it seems very different than trying to negotiate a financial transaction. But if you want this to work and you want to be able to grow the organization, it is something that you can't skip past.
Does Intuit have kegs?
Have
kegs?
In some of our locations, in our Boise headquarters, we do. We do. Again, globally, we have. It's a fun place to work. You should all come work there.
All right, Matt. I do want to ask, you are a year in. What is making you stay? You could leave at any time, right? Or is there some sort of a contractual obligation?
No contractual obligation. So that's a really good question. And another thing that really surprised me that ties to it is how difficult it is to integrate now 400 people into a larger organization. I way underestimated that. Especially when and I'm being serious, when you care. Because when I stood up in front of that team and I went to announce that we were being acquired, there were 6-7 people that had any idea. No one had a clue. And when I told them, the oxygen left the room like that. Like, different people have different experiences with acquisitions. And some of them have some really bad experiences. And so a lot of those fears instantly came up. And I looked at them and I told them, I said, look, the principle is this. Whatever you are looking for, you're gonna find. You will find whatever you're looking for. And I know that sounds kind of funny, but look, have you ever wanted like a different car and all of a sudden you're like, you know what? I really want a Prius. Maybe not, I don't know. Or a Lamborghini, I don't know, whatever it is. But I will tell you, as soon as you start to want that, and you start looking for it, all of a sudden, you find them everywhere. Everywhere you drive, you're like, oh, there's a Prius. Oh my gosh, there's another Prius. Ooh, I like the red ones. Ooh, I like the blue. And you start finding them everywhere. And I said, in this acquisition, you will find whatever it is you're looking for. And those were my exact words. And if you are looking for all the negative things, you're gonna find them, just like in anything. But if you start to look at all the positive things and that's what you're looking for, you will find them. And that is exactly what they have chosen to do. And the team, I wish you guys could all come and see and meet our team. Really, come to Boise, Idaho. It's an hour flight. It's not Iowa, it's Idaho. It's just right there. And you know how many times I tell people Idaho and they're like, oh, I've been to Sturgis. I'm like, no, it's Idaho. Anyway, The team just, they responded really well.
There's a, just to be transparent, I would recommend this if you ever find yourself in this situation. Matt and I had a conversation before we announced to the team where we sat down and I said, hey, Matt, we need to talk about your intent. Like, is this one of those you want to help onboard the team and then you're going to move on in 3 months? Or are you committed? And we talked about the pros and cons. And I was as transparent as I could be of what it looks like to be committed. As an officer of the company. You know, he is an officer of Intuit now, and that's a different mindset when you're, you know, going from, even though he's the CEO of T-Sheets, going to an officer of a large public company. And so we talked through all of that and what it would mean to show up as an officer of the company. And, you know, to his credit, we had that conversation, and now we're just continuing to give him more and more. We're continuing to add more people and actually putting more functions, more businesses into Boise. So that conversation up front, though, was really important. I've done other acquisitions where I've had that conversation, and we've all agreed this is a 3-month transition, and then you're going to move on and go start something else. And actually telling the employees, setting the expectations with the organization up front is really important. So we had that conversation, and I think you're doing okay.
All right, we are out of time, but thank you, Alex, and thank you, Matt.
Thank you guys very much.
Great hearing from you.
Hello. How's everyone doing? Good? Enjoying the day so far? Woo! Nice. So my name is Alex Gordon-Furs, and I run the global startup program here at Startup Grind. How many of you here were here yesterday? Put your hands. Okay. A few up there as well. Awesome. So for those of you who weren't here yesterday and didn't see the quickfire pitches, these are 10 of our top startups here at the conference. So what we did over the past 3 to 4 to 5 months is scoured the world for the best startups that we could possibly find to exhibit at this conference. We've got 210, 215 of them exhibiting here over the 2 days, and we've picked a top 60 who are obviously pitching on stage to kind of tell you a little bit about themselves and tell you why you should go and see them in their booth. Honestly, the quality is so high, the diversity of all the companies in terms of geography and industry and everything is really, really amazing and really, really interesting. So I would encourage you to go and see everyone at their booth. But I'm just going to hand over to the companies now to run through their company and why you should be interested in what they're doing and why you should go and see them at their booth one by one. So, ready? Good. Awesome.
Hi, so Flurry is a new type of data store that we think any modern application should be built on top of. My co-founder and I, we've been starting enterprise software companies now for about 30 years. It includes 2 IPOs. And one of the things that we have seen over that time is our role of data has changed drastically. Yet the tool we go to store data hasn't changed much, the traditional database. So we built around it. We build brittle APIs to try and share data with people. We pay auditors $200 billion to bring trust to data we can't trust. So Flurry is a better solution. Flurry incorporates blockchain technology to ensure every piece of data has integrity, it can't be tampered with. We allow organizations to safely share data together so that they don't have to build APIs. And we have novel features like time travel. We have every historical version of your database instantly queryable. So this is our first quarter selling our enterprise edition. We're on track to actually be profitable already, and things are going great. Come see us in booth B.
Bang on. Bang on 1 minute. Thank you, Flurry. Thank you. Ready?
Yeah. Getting fit is really hard. A month after getting a gym membership, 30% of people stop going. Almost 60% go 4 times or less a month. Hi, my name is Jason from JFit, a workout tracking app that motivates you to reach your fitness goals. So with JFit, you come get the app, we'll set you up with a personalized workout plan, and after you track your very first workout, we'll help you set up achievable goals customized to the way you train. We'll show you progress that you're making before you can see it in the mirror. And lastly, we'll set you up with our community that will keep you accountable and will even act as your virtual fitness coach. So in the last month, we've had 480,000 users use the app. We just hit $1 million in annual recurring revenue, fully bootstrapped. So if you're a developer that wants to join a 6-person team making an app for 500,000 people, or if you're an investor that wants to help us accelerate our growth, you can find us in 10B.
Perfect. Jeffit, thank you. Ready?
So there are 4 basic needs in a company: water, electricity, internet, and an ERP. The problem is that traditional ERPs are really difficult to use and they are expensive. Tu Gerente is a simplified ERP for small and medium enterprises. Unlike other ERPs, Tu Gerente simplified the log of expenses, sales, inventory, HR, and more. It's a subscription-based SaaS platform with a really small fee. In the last 3 months, our pricing model allowed to have us a 45% monthly growth just in Bolivia. We have begun our expansion to Chile, aiming for Latin America, a $6 billion market. Our community, with more than 250 paying customers and almost 2,000 active users, also love us because we give them the whole experience: training, free support, workshops, and a community where they can do business between each other. Come to our 10 in 10A, and we will show you why they love to use it. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. Tu Gerente. Did I pronounce that right? Tu Gerente. Perfect. Got it. Awesome, ready?
Hi, my name is Pedro Donati. I'm CEO and founder of Roundpegs. Now, 4 years ago, I was in charge of the digital agenda for one of the largest banks in Latin America. And I felt firsthand what it was like to see incredible digital ideas get rejected and struggle to find consensus in the company. Now, executives from companies know how digital is important, but digital companies are just not wired for that digital innovation. They tend to make decisions about digital opportunities the same way they decide about their current business offer. And as you might imagine, that doesn't work very well. Well, it ends up that the board comes down and it requires an agenda on digital transformation and what that will impact the business, and the C-level ends up creating an AI agenda or blockchain agenda instead of looking at what business opportunities should be tackled. Well, Roundpegs is a software as a service solution for digital innovation, requires no learning curve from business users, and is designed to help them discover what ideas they should be looking at, prioritize those ideas, just do a little investment to understand the opportunity and validate the opportunity, and have a clear plan on how to make it happen in the startup way. Come see us at 10A.
Perfect. Roundpegs, thank you. Timing's good so far. No pressure.
Yeah. Good morning, Startup Grind. I'm Sajid, and let me start by telling you about a dead guy. John Wanamaker was a pioneer in the department store concept back in the 1800s, and he was famous for saying, half the money I spend on advertising is wasted. Trouble is, I don't know which half. Fast forwarding to 2019, more than 60% of CMOs say they can't attribute marketing spend with business results. So old Wanamaker's problem continues to magnify and be an issue. That's where we come in. We're Noise Grasp. Using our predictive AI-based tech, we're able to tell our clients which ad investments across digital and traditional media will yield the highest sales. On average, we see clients gain 10 to 20% in sales, and the way we built it, everybody's invited to the party, not just the big guys that have tons of money and tons of data. We're a profitable company, and in 2019, we're looking to add clients. So if you, someone you know, or one of your portfolio companies wants to increase your sales 10 to 20% and get rid of waste, come see us. We're in 10A. Thank you.
Thank you, Noise Grass. Really good. Ready?
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Wong. I'm the co-founder and also the CEO of Inspiring. We are a team of passionate clinicians who have created the world's first cognitive patient care assistant using AI, computer vision, and machine learning. We're right now in some of the biggest hospitals within the country, and we're rapidly expanding, and our hardware is the true path to an AI ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Which tent are you in?
I mean, tent B.
Tent B, Inspiring. Thank you.
Good morning, Startup Grind. So digital marketing is really hard, and it gets more and more complex every day. What that means is that small businesses don't end up doing any digital marketing or doing it poorly, and large businesses spend lots of money on resources only to end up managing platforms that are really aimed at marketers, not clients. So Engaged is a marketing as a service platform that completely eliminates the need to learn and manage your digital marketing by automating delivery and measurement. I'm Roop, and I have about 20 years in marketing and tech. I've run an online advertising company as well as a digital agency before, and we're in Tent B. We'd love to talk to you more. We're at $1 million in revenue in 3 countries, and we have more than 40 customers. and we'd love to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Roop. Engaged.
Hello, Startup Grind. We're from Common Genius. We enable professionals to book one-on-one, on-demand video meetings with the world's leading executives, investors, and consultants so they can accelerate their business, overcome challenges in their career, or get to those life ambitions. So the consulting and mentoring market in the US is $300 billion. But if you've ever been a consultant, you know it's not easy to set up your own business. You've got to set up your own website, you've got to buy marketing, advertising, handle long sales processes, contracts. It is a total joke. And for buyers, it's very hard to search and find people, relevant people, quickly and on demand. Pricing isn't transparent. And what we've done is we've essentially made this market more efficient. We enable professionals to list their prices, set their own schedules, and earn money for their expertise really quickly and on demand by accepting video consultations with clients eager to learn from your expertise. So come by our tent in 10B. We have awesome swag, and looking forward to meeting each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Common Genius. Last but not least, Anduin.
Hi, I'm Phil from Anduin Transactions, and Anduin set out to solve a problem that applies to everybody in this room, which is that the VC investing process is flawed and inefficient. It's hard for founders to find good capital, and it's hard for them to know if they got the terms right. For investors, it's hard to find good companies and to close deals on time. So we built a workflow platform that takes the participants through the stages of the investing process. Working with leaders in the field, we studied what was wrong for the founders, what was wrong for the VCs, and what was wrong for the lawyers that were advising the founders and the VCs. With that information, we used collaboration tech, legal tech, and machine learning to build our workflow platform to solve those problems. The collaboration tech reduces inefficiency and increases accountability of all the participants, and the legal tech and the machine learning allows for faster negotiation and smarter deal terms for everybody involved. So if you're a founder looking for capital, if you're an investor looking to find investments here at Startup Grind, or if you're a lawyer advising either of those participants, then come find me at Tent A, Anduin Transactions.
Anduin, thank you. How good were all those pitches? Can we have a massive round of applause for all the startups here? Thank you. So, just as a reminder, I'm not sure if you've seen the agenda, a bit later on today, we're actually going to be announcing Startup of the Year for both of our programs. So all the startups here are in the Grind program. We also have a growth program, which is just 10 companies, 5 of which are exhibiting on each day, 5 yesterday and 5 today. So make sure you're around to see that presentation later on today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how we doing?
Bright lights. Loving the energy, come on.
So, question. We need to know where all of you guys are from. How many people flew in from South America today?
South America's in the house.
Tell them.
Welcome, South America.
Let's hear South
That's
America.
Nice.
Gabby.
All right, do we have anyone from Africa in the building? Africa in the building? Hello,
Africa. Hear you.
Hey.
What about Asia? Asia Pacific?
Asia represented?
Asia's winning so far. They're like the
winning,
most
yeah.
hyped.
They definitely seem to have a lot more energy than anyone. Okay, Europe, man. Europe, don't let me down. Europe! There we go.
But you know where it's going to be at? North America.
Yeah, I love North America.
What's up?
All right, okay. Thanks. Our chapter directors are the heart and soul of our community, and we are going to bring 2 directors from the US.
Yes.
You know, seeing that they seem to have won, so it's very purposeful. And they're going to tell us a little bit about their ecosystem. So let's give a warm welcome, or huge welcome, if any.
Giant,
massive welcome to 2 of our chapter directors, Jess and Lakeisha. Come on up.
Woo! All right, Jess and Lakeisha. So, these 2 directors have been crushing it in 2 chapters. Let's start with you, Jess. Tell us where you're from.
Hey, y'all. I am Jess Aldrich, and I'm from Wichita State University. I'm the chapter director for Startup Grind U there. And our big push with Startup Grind U at Wichita State is to build a community between the city of Wichita and the incredible chapter that we have within the city, and the community that exists on campus. We want to break down the silo that exists between our university setting and the community as a whole. And so that's the big push that we've got going on this year.
Love it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lakeisha Harrison. I'm the chapter director for Memphis. Memphis is not only the home of blues and barbecue and Elvis, but we're also a burgeoning place for entrepreneurs, specifically entrepreneurs of color. We were recently named one of the best places for Black startups.
Nice.
Give it up for that.
Come on, give that some love.
So our goal in our chapter is to not only show success, but just to show the whole journey. So we try to feature not only really well-known startups, but those startups that are also coming up, and just work on sharing our journeys, because entrepreneurship can be so lonely. So we're all going through the same things no matter where we are.
Brilliant, love that. So Lakeisha, why don't you tell us one of the insights you've taken from being a chapter director?
One of the insights that I've really gotten to know is that everybody's like always looking for some of the same things. So I've interviewed people that have been featured in Forbes, and they've done all this great work in tech, but they've gone through some of the same sort of mental issues that we all have kind of had to go through, family issues. You have different types of depression. And so it was so refreshing to understand that even if you reach the pinnacle of success, that you still have like everyday life that occurs. So that's been the most interesting thing, because you think everyone has it together and they really don't.
Brilliant, awesome, excellent. Well, thank you so much. Okay, let's give it up for them.
Okay, so now I would like to introduce our next speaker. So many of you have probably heard of Y Combinator, right? So Michael Siebel is a partner, and he's the CEO of Y Combinator's Accelerator Program. And before that, he founded and then exited 2 startups, both Justin TV, which eventually sold to Autodesk, and also SocialCam, that sold to Amazon. So without further ado, please help me welcome Michael Siebel and Derek Anderson. Nice. You guys are just on freaking fire.
What's your walkout song? I don't know that we
didn't really coordinate that.
We didn't coordinate on that. What if you picked a walkout song? What would it be? What is your?
That's kind of a hard question. I don't know.
Mental health. I was
Something
like,
like maybe from Martin Garrix.
Seriously?
Yeah, awkwardly, yeah.
Is that what you listen when you're like trying to focus in on work? Is that
definitely?
Just yeah. Well, we're grateful to have you back. This is like you're starting to hit like an all-time status here of like you're getting into the double digits. So we appreciate that. Lots to cover. Let's just start. With the people know Y Combinator obviously for the accelerator.
Yes.
But it's so much more than that. Talk to us a little bit about what else is involved at YC. What other programs are you doing?
So one of the cool things about YC is that this generation of leadership, for the most part, are all alum. And so it's been a lot of fun to build the things that we wish we had when we went through YC. The first new program is called Startup School, which is a massive online course that I think last year about 28,000 people participated in, and now represents about 1/3 of the companies in the current batch. So wildly successful. The Accelerator everyone knows. Bookface is something that not many people know about. It's our internal social network for all of our founders. It's how we keep everyone together. It's how people get to interact with alumni who they've never met in person, get deals. It has an investor database, so it's got all kinds of secrets on the best investors.
Yeah, I've been surprised. None of that stuff is real. I don't know that any of that's ever come out. I mean, it's been pretty tight. Has it? Some of it?
People at YC kind of are good at keeping things private, which is good. And so there are a lot of resources that are kind of shared within the community that makes the community pretty strong.
You have, and sorry, you're trying to make me pass it. As I remember, there are like ratings on people. Does that still exist?
That exists,
yes.
Yeah.
That seems really useful, actually.
It's very useful. A lot of people come to Demo Day, and for a lot of founders, they're fundraising for people they've never met and they don't know anything about.
And it's one of the most valuable things to be able to see reviews from other founders. And hey, this investor moves fast, makes decisions quickly, great, great, great. Hey, this investor moves slow, too much due diligence, I would pass.
Yeah. So, okay, so we've got Startup School, which one thing I love about Startup School is sometimes you'll meet somebody at some random place around the world and be like, oh yeah, like I went through YC's program. I'm like, oh, cool. Like, which batch? Like, whoa, it's a Startup School. Yeah. It's like, okay, it's a start. We're
got to start somewhere.
Whatever. Okay, we're getting going. So it's really like opened the doors to a lot more people, kind of like the it's like basically the pre-accelerator.
Well, the way I would say it is that I think a lot of people, because YC has kind of become more popular, a lot of people are a little intimidated to apply. And they're worried that they won't get in. And I think what the MOOC does, what Startup School does, is kind of introduces you to everything that YC does and gives you advice on how to apply and just makes you feel more comfortable that like you can make it. And a lot of MOOC participants did, so that was really fun. And then for folks who didn't quite hit that line, we actually gave grants to about 100 MOOC companies as well. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was a really good program.
Okay, so the MOOC, the accelerator, Bookface.
Yep. The next program after that is called the Series A program. So anywhere between 6 and 24 months after demo day, for companies that are doing well and are ready to raise the next round, we actually rebatch them into a smaller batch. Say about 12 to 15 companies, and we teach them how to raise a Series A. And traditionally, a Series A is where investors have a ton of leverage because most founders have never raised Series A before. And so we teach them about how to run a professional process, and we effectively try to get them to veteran status. Like, our goal is to make it so that you're running a process that's as good as someone who's raised 1 or 2 or 3 Series A's would run. And you have another batch of people that you can basically compare notes with, get support from, so on and so forth, just like the early stage.
Okay. And that's more equity, that's the same program, that's
no more equity, no.
Yeah, no more equity.
7%, $150,000, you get everything.
It's a good enough deal, it pays for everything.
Pays for everything.
I would agree. Have you felt pressure as the markets have shifted and it's really in which is great for us as entrepreneurs, it's really shifted towards entrepreneurs.
Yes.
And you all have made some shifts over time in how you've done it. I think it started at like $15,000 or $20,000 in equity.
Yep.
And for the same amount of equity. Have you felt pressure to adjust the model or to raise it or to change it?
So within the last 12 months, we actually increased from 120 to 150. And a lot of that reason was because of how expensive housing is in the Bay Area. So we figured we would just make it clear to founders, hey, look, 30K should easily cover
last
housing.
You another 2 weeks.
Yeah, should easily cover housing for 4 to 6 months, so you can spend the 120 on your business. But no, I mean, I think the market has been, good for YC founders. Valuations are great on demo day. Typically, YC pays for itself literally on demo day.
Yeah. And is there some like range of that you see in terms of either a bump or an average that you see people coming out of YC?
So typical companies coming out of YC can expect to raise at between a $6 and $12 million cap. If you're in kind of the top third and investors are swarming, that 12 can turn into 15, 18, 20, 25 or higher. And then some number of companies will raise a Series A right out of demo day every batch.
Yeah, I had a friend that I went to college with who raised at even, I think it was closer to 40 out of demo day. Maybe that's not.
I don't recommend that,
totally,
but that does happen.
It happens.
It does happen.
So then you've got the Series A program, and then what happens after? What's the next thing?
The next program is the growth program. So the growth program is for post-product market fit companies, and it's really designed for CEOs who are now responsible for building and scaling their organization, as opposed to figuring out what product the market wants. And so when founders come to us and they say, how do I hire a VP of sales? How do I have an exec team? How do I manage a company of 50 to 100 people that's growing quickly? How do I scale hiring? How do I scale HR? How do I create values and mission that can kind of bind all of my employees together? All of those things are hard to learn, and most of us just made mistakes doing them. So we rebatch companies in the 50 to 100 employee range growing quickly, and we basically bring in other YC alum who are further along to share all of their experience around this company building advice. And that's kind of the continuum from before you even do YC all the way through you're a fast growing company, post product market fit. We want to help you at every step.
How many people work at Y Combinator?
About 50.
50, okay. Yeah. And what are the main differences between you as CEO and PG, Paul Graham, when he was CEO?
So I think one of the things that PG did amazingly well is establish the kind of core culture and advice that YC gives founders in the early stage. And that exact playbook is what we teach today. It's what we learned from PG. It's what we tried to do in our startups, sometimes failed, but tried, and what we teach today. The second thing that PG and Jessica really invented was the batch model. It's a lot easier for founders when they're with founders who are like them. And so we've actually tried to replicate both of those cores and everything else that we do. You're always with a batch of other people that you can get support from, and we're always giving you the kind of core basic YC advice. I think during my time, what I've been trying to figure out how to do is how do you organize YC to accommodate more founders? One of our core thoughts is if deserving people are applying to YC, we want YC to be able to scale to accommodate them. The last batch, we got almost 12,000 applicants, and we had to figure out how to scale YC to accommodate it. So we went from about 140 companies in the batch previous to about 205 in this batch. Yeah, so that takes a little work.
I wonder, is wearing cargo shorts, is that a requirement that he has laid out? That he said you can do anything you want with YC, but you have to continue wearing
It's actually
cargo shorts.
Awkwardly embarrassing that we both like cargo shorts.
It's also like 45,
I think Sam does too. It's horrible.
Okay, so not a requirement.
Not a requirement.
Okay,
but maybe we should consider that.
So I think one thing that I found interesting over the years with Y Combinator is that it feels to me like a lot, and this is just maybe my own bias of my own sample size around me, but I feel like a lot more people are getting interviewed, and statistically, I mean, a lot, percentage-wise, a lot of more people are getting in because you're growing the program. But I spoke with a founder yesterday at the show that said that he had been interviewed in the same batch, like he was interviewed 3 times just by different partners. I think one group interviewed him, then another, and I just wonder. I feel like I'm hearing about a lot of interviews. I'm not necessarily all those people aren't getting in, but I wonder, do you use the interviews now differently than used to? Like, are they used as a way to coach people more and to say, like, look, we don't even know that you're going to be ready when we interview you this time, but we see the potential. We want to encourage you to really come back next time.
No, not really. So we do 2 types of interviews. In the application phase, we do video interviews. Those are online interviews between the founding team and one YC partner. And then in the interview stage, we do interviews and re-interviews. I would argue that the whole purpose of interviews is to get a YC partner to yes. And so
one partner, or
all you need is one partner.
One partner.
All you need is one partner. And so for companies where we're unsure whether or not they should be invited to interviews or not, the easiest way to kind of clarify that is to invite them to a video interview. And then for companies that do a single interview during the interview stage and we're unsure whether or not they should be in YC, we think to ourselves, let's re-interview them with another group. Maybe they can find someone in that group who will be their strong yes. So a lot of the process is designed to make sure that as many partners as possible get an opportunity to say yes to the company. We are far more focused on saying yes than trying to predict who's going to be the absolute best company. That's very, very hard.
I think one of the things too about Y Combinator that I, as a founder who applied to Y Combinator at one point, really appreciated and also, was angry about for like 2 days, but when I didn't get in, but it's the fact that you all actually give a real reason.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's thoughtful, and you're doing it at scale. 12,000 companies or whatever. You're trying to give, when somebody comes in for an interview, you have real reasons for why they did or didn't get accepted. And I think it's a very thoughtful thing to do. And I'm sure you get pushback on it from them initially, but virtually no investors do that. Even I don't know why no one's copied that. You've been doing that for maybe since the beginning.
Yeah.
And I don't know why investors aren't doing that. It seems like such an easy thing to do, to be thoughtful.
Yeah.
To like, these are the reasons why we said no. You always say we were wrong lots of times, so we may be wrong here. But I wonder, like, is that? I mean, how do you all execute that? How do you think about saying no? We know when you say yes, but how do you think about saying no?
Well, talking about some of the things that come from PG and Jessica and kind of the original YC, I think they built YC in reaction to how dysfunctional fundraising is typically. And it's dysfunctional in two ways. It's not transparent. You don't know how many meetings it's going to take to get to a yes or a no, even a no, which is what you would want. And then also, the reasons are never made clear. And we actually advise YC companies on this. We say, for the vast majority of investors, believe the no, don't believe the why. And I think the thing I've learned is for the majority of investors, it doesn't really benefit them to give the reasons. And they're a little afraid that if they give real feedback, the founder's going to think they're an asshole. I think YC operates differently.
Are you? If you give real feedback?
I think it's great. I mean, I know as a founder, I appreciated real feedback, and I rarely
Did you ever go back to an investor who told you no, who gave you, I mean, most don't. So, I mean, you've raised money in a bunch of different companies.
Yeah.
Did you put them on a blacklist? Did you,
No.
people that said no to you, did you come back to them? Or did you?
Okay, let's say it this way. I remember every single person who said no to me.
Yeah.
Every single VC. Yes. And that won't go away. And they would have made money. Right? It's man, I feel like maybe I was doing them a favor. And so you definitely remember that. But
do any of them come back and actually try to clear the air? Because I feel like some of them that they kind of avoid, these are people that I would have, even some of them have been my friends, and sometimes they kind of avoid me. When I see them, and then they'll wait, where'd that person go? I was going to bump right into him. Do you have that, or do you have people that hey man, I'm sorry, I just blew it. I had a bad day.
There was one investor who literally had offices right below our office.
Which company is this?
This is for Twitch. Twitch. Who didn't invest.
Were they friendly with you?
Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, but they mentioned it in passing. But no, it doesn't come up at all ever. Yeah, no. And it's funny because it was the same way with Airbnb. Before Airbnb did YC, I introduced them to all of our angel investors.
You were one of their first advisors.
Yeah, and they all said no. One of them actually, PB, famously, this guy named Paul Buhaidu, works at YC. I sent the intro, and he didn't reply for 2.5 years. And he replied to the intro when Airbnb was on stage at YC as a guest speaker, saying, I guess I missed that one. Well,
my bad.
I tried my best.
What shifts are you seeing? The trend over the last 20 or 30 years is that entrepreneurship is actually in decline. It's hard to, we don't sort of naturally think that because it's front and center of mainstream news every day and even in Hollywood and other places. But sort of the tech industry and startups is hot as it's ever been. But are we, you have the most applications you've ever had. So, and some would say that maybe it's not declining for you, but how do you see the tech industry right now with the investors and startups and the people building those?
I think that there are maybe 2 trends I'm not excited about and 1 trend I am. So the trend that I am excited about is that we see more and more founders who explicitly are creating companies to make a world a better place. And I feel like in the early days of YC, so much wasn't built yet on the internet. It was much more about just kind of solving the basic problems. And it was more about just kind of having fun, really, to be honest. And I think now a lot more founders come into YC with a social mission. So that's very positive. I think the two negatives are, unfortunately, a lot of the large tech companies have extremely smart founders, and they basically understand that new people like them are going to be disrupting them. And they're proactively working to make sure that they can't be disrupted. And that's actually reducing innovation. Many of the most important distribution paths right now are now being controlled by the large tech companies in a way that it's never been controlled before. So messaging is controlled by Facebook, advertising is controlled by Facebook and Google, and prices are priced accordingly. And email is controlled by Google. And like those are three of the best ways to get the word out about a product. So that's really challenging. And then I think the unfortunate kind of final negative is that I still don't think the investing community has woken up to the core thesis of YC. The core thesis that the ability to network to an investor is no longer the most important thing that should be considered when we're trying to figure out whether to fund a company. And I think that, you know, investors are still not open to this new reality that the best builders might not be the best networkers. And that's unfortunate because I mean, YC's been around for a while and that's been our core thesis, and I think we've proven it, but the rest of the community needs to catch up.
In 2010, and I can just remember so many people talking about building accelerators. I mean, it felt like, it was like, if we go through these cycles and it's like, hey, what are you building? It's like, I'm building a driving, you know, app, and you can pick people up. It's like, kind of like Lyft, Uber. Yeah, but it's for like, you know, it's for hipsters. And then it's like, hey, what are you building? It's like, oh, like I'm building this like, this coupon thing. It's like, is it kind of like Groupon? It's like, yeah, but like it's got a really big focus on shoes. And then like, and so we went through these phases, and at one point it was this phase of accelerators. But has it surprised you that YC is basically like, it's basically like zero-sum game in accelerators? I mean, there was thousands and thousands, and there are not anymore. And there's really, you know, there's basically you guys who have, you know, taking up an unbelievable size of that market. Has that surprised you, or do you expect that? Or
it has not surprised me for a couple reasons. One, accelerators are not good businesses. PG and Jessica had to invest a disproportionate amount of time and money for a very long time before they saw any return. And I think that people don't realize that. I think the second thing is that it's a hell of a lot easier to start a startup accelerator if you've been somewhat successful doing startups on your own. And it's not only is it a bad business, but I wouldn't recommend it as anyone's first business. And then I think that the last thing is that
it seems funny, sorry, but it seems funny too that people are giving startups advice that literally have never built a startup. I don't understand. Everyone became a startup advisor at some point. Now everyone's an investor. But I don't, you know, these
it makes it a little easier for us.
Yeah. That makes sense.
To be honest. And then I think the last thing is that I think that the focus has been on YC maybe for the last 3 to 5 years. And unfortunately, a lot of accelerators have tried to copy YC during that phase when they really should have been looking at what YC looked like in 2005. Very small, very technically focused, extremely low budget. And you know, like most things, if you try to start them at scale, they're not going to work as well, or at all.
That's a good insight. I'd love to kind of finish here talking about why it's hard for some companies to raise.
Yep.
And I wonder if we could just start by just talk us through the economics of an investor. If I'm an investor, how do I think about an investment in terms of me myself making money?
So I often ask this question to founders. I often say, how much money do you think a VC makes if you sell your company for $1 billion? And what's clear is that if you sell your company for $1 billion, you're going to make a lot of money. Unless you've made some horrible mistakes along the way, you're going to do just fine. And the math for the VC is actually interesting. So this is back of the envelope. It's not perfect, but to give you a basic idea, imagine that VC firm owned 20% of your company. Imagine there were 5 partners. So you sell for $1 billion. That's $200 million that comes to the firm. That split up 80-20 between the VC firm partners and their investors, right? So right off the bat, right? Like right off the bat, that 200 turns into 40. Now that 40 is split up amongst the 5 partners, right? Then you pay taxes. So when you look at a $1 billion company, it's very realistic that the VC partner that invested in it might only make under $10 million. And I think this is something that founders don't realize when they're thinking about how they pitch their business and they're thinking about how big their business could be. The economic reality is that most investors really, really care about the potential to invest in 10 to $100 billion companies for the simple reason that the math works better for them personally. And like, you can't expect someone to not operate by personal incentive. So oftentimes a lot of what we have to do with founders is talk to them about like, what could their business be if it was huge? Like, what's the maximum impact they would want to have? And talk about it, you know, when you're pitching a Series A investor, talk about it that way, even though you're still executing on it in a very micro scale. And like, this is something that like veterans, like people who've done multiple businesses understand better, and that's often why they can raise money faster. But it's a training thing. You can train anyone to think this way.
And is that primarily the thing that separates people that can raise versus the ones that can't, or?
I think it's probably 3 things. I think folks who can raise typically are showing that they are currently executing on their business. They're not waiting for investment in order to execute on their business. I think the second thing is that the folks who can raise typically are better about how they run their process. They run it slightly tighter, more in parallel. And then I think this is the third one, like being able to tell the story that can convince the investor that this could be a very, very big business. I would say that a lot of what we do for Demo Day Prep is help our companies kind of fit that mold. I would argue that, you know, sometimes the Valley represents itself as being able to help anyone accomplish their dreams. In reality, the Valley is an economic engine and the people operate according to economic incentives, and you get to accomplish your dreams if you can align them with those economic incentives. And like, I would argue that maybe that sucks, but that's the reality. And so how do you make what you want to happen in the world happen while fitting into those kind of, those guidelines will give you access to a lot of money. If you don't need a lot of money, then great, don't sign up. But if you do need a lot of money to make this thing in the world that you want to happen, these are the kind of things you need to think about.
Yeah, the other thing too is if you're when you pitch your company or your idea, your product, and if when you pitch your potential customers the same way you're pitching investors, which I have absolutely done over the course of many different companies, but you're completely missing it, right? Because it's a totally different audience with totally different motivations, as you say.
Yes.
They're trying to figure out, how do I maximize my time to get the money that I need to get out of this so that I can keep my job, you know, in 7 years and not be, you know, quietly sunsetted off to a new really cool project that it's not really that cool. And so you've got to tailor the message and the things that you're saying specifically to those people and the motivations that they have.
We often tell founders at YC, your investor pitch and your customer pitch are 2 very different things. Never combine them. And we help them with their investor pitch, but you as a founder should know your customers way better than anyone else, including any of, you know, us at YC. So, you know, your customer pitch, the thing that's on the front page of your website, the thing that you say to customers is often very different because investors are rarely actual customers or users of your product.
Michael, from Y Combinator, thank you so much.
It is coffee time break. So still a little wet outside, we've been told. Weather gods haven't been good to us. So take this opportunity to go out and see some of our sponsor partners in the tents.
Yep, and check out some of the startups. The 2 startup tents are full of a new batch of startups today, so be sure to check them out and say hello.
We'll see you after the break. Hope you all had a good coffee break. Caffeinated? Okay. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce our next guest speaker. Rand Fishkin has dedicated his professional life to helping people do better at marketing. He's the former co-founder of Moz and Inbound.org and the author of the Amazon 5-star rated Lost and Founder, a painfully honest field guide to the startup world. In his keynote, Rand will be sharing how the future of web marketing changes the startup game. Let's give a massive Startup Grind welcome to Rand Fishkin.
Thanks, man. Well, howdy, gang. How many minutes ago did my flight touch down at SFO? It's not important. That doesn't matter. Maybe 22. We have a lot to get through today, so I am going to kick us right off. I want to say first that I am here on the main stage to scare the crap out of you. And then later at noon, I'll have some solutions. So if it seems like a dismal and apocalyptic presentation, be warned, that's intentional, and I apologize. So first off, I am a very passionate person about startups. I love early stage. I love scaling companies. I love companies that are small. I love small businesses, even ones that don't end up scaling. And I want to see more of them. And the big problem that we have right now in the startup world is that while it seems like a golden age, the past 15 years are actually some of the worst in the last 50 for number of people working at companies less than 5 years old, number of people working in small businesses or medium businesses. It's sort of a winner-take-all game. I don't personally like that. I don't think that's economically good or socially good, but it's the reality. And too many startups die because they can't find customers or can't find them affordably. That's something that I have been working to help people with for almost 20 years now. And so the bad news is that like these classic processes that a lot of us used to build companies over the last 10 years don't work the way they used to. Why? What happened? Four big things that I'm going to walk you through. And then at noon, in the breakout, we'll talk about some of the solutions to these. So first off, social platforms. You probably know and recall that years ago, Facebook kind of Trojan horsed all of the businesses, startups included, around the world to use their platform to build their audiences, right? Go join us on Facebook. Go become a fan of our business. And then over time, whereas you could reach 30%, even 40% of your fans, right, your followers on Facebook through your business pages, that changed, right? They dropped that into the toilet. And then they killed most referral traffic. This is true even for verticals that are purpose-built to drive traffic from Facebook. The very sad layoffs at BuzzFeed, right, are a direct result of this, and Gannett and others. Slate did some excellent reporting on this that I've sourced here. Neiman Lab published this. Now, Facebook's not alone, right? Instagram has always made outlinking really hard, with the exception of the link in bio. I don't know. The click-through rates on that are pretty terrible. I'll show you in a sec. Right? Twitter and LinkedIn are also biasing their content, their algorithmic content and updates to show you content that keeps you on Twitter and LinkedIn, which makes sense for their business, right? If they want more active time on Twitter, then taking posts that have a URL in them and not pushing them to as many people is a reasonable way to do that. And you can see this, right? This is the rise of the phenomenon, especially on LinkedIn, of people going, oh, here's this post, and then the first comment has the link to the actual piece. Reddit has been working really hard the last 3 years to keep you on Reddit, right? They killed all their referral traffic off-site, well, a lot of it, and they've killed the Imgur and URL image hosting. YouTube does this thing that is just so I don't know, it's insulting, right? So here's the trailer for the new Captain Marvel, which looks kind of amazing, I must say. So, and wherever you put your URL in your description, which, you know, in Marvel's case, they've put it after only about 8 words there. But they put the URL, and so YouTube just cuts it off right above where the URL is, which is just, I don't know, it feels like just a dick move. Like, can't you? What, do you have to do that? It doesn't matter where I put the URL, you're just gonna cut off right before that. So I asked myself, like, who is still sending web traffic? Who out there does it? And we can get some of this data from JumpShot, which is a clickstream data provider based here in the Bay Area. And, well, there you go. Google, basically Google. The funny part is, right, remember when people were talking about how, oh, Facebook has overtaken Google in terms of traffic sending out? That was never true. For some clickbait-focused social publishers, Facebook was a bigger traffic driver. But World Wide Web, we're talking, it never got even to 15% of what Google sends, right? So Google is the biggest one, which leads us to problem number 2. Google is sending less traffic out than ever before. That's because they're solving more queries without any clicks, like this one. I don't have to go and click anything. Google's scraped all the data from the websites we've built, and then put it into their own little system here. I'm not totally sure that I agree that Moonrise Kingdom is an action movie, but that's okay. So here's again from JumpShot data, tens of millions of devices in the US. Paid gets about 5.6% on average, organic 65. This is on desktop, which is a little less than half of all searches now. No click searches, 34%. Mobile, mobile, good luck finding an organic result. Here's the pay, where's the pay, no. Oh, an organic result, my God. It's like spotting a leopard in the wild. Paid 8.7%. No click searches on mobile, 61%. Google is solving way more than half the queries we make on these devices without ever doing a click. And this trend does not look good. 0 click searches are up 30% in 2 years, which makes sense. If you are at Google, you want to solve more queries this way. This makes people more addicted to using Google, and this makes sure that you get more of the revenue from all the searchers as opposed to someone else benefiting. And if you're Google and there's not a lot of growth in terms of number of searchers, this is where you have to get growth from. Google Maps and Local does this by making the local results go to Maps. Job aggregation does this by making Google Jobs the center, film and TV, sports, hotels, flights. Every time I bring this up, someone says this. And I agree, it does solve for the user. But if you are a creator, if you are a marketer, if you are a startup, if you're trying to do anything to get traffic from Google, this sucks. This is hard. Number 3, I think a lot of marketers worldwide, especially in CPG, right, consumer product goods, and a lot of travel and those sorts of fields, have been looking at influencer marketing as the saving grace. You can see this in Google Trends, right? Influencer marketing growing vastly more quickly than other marketing practices in terms of interest and demand. The dollar data out there suggests that there's going to be a tremendous amount of spend on this. And I am skeptical. I am skeptical. What I've seen so far is that a lot of the influencers themselves are saying things like what this sartorial guy is saying. Essentially, the marketers that they are working with do not ask for metrics. They don't ask for ROI. They make these buys the same way that we made unsophisticated media buys 30, 40 years ago. And very frankly, I think this is due for a reckoning. I'm also weirded out that in 2012, if we said influencer marketing, right, 7 years ago, it meant this. Discover all the sources that influence your audience, do marketing of all kinds in those places. But in 2018, it's pay half-naked people on Instagram to take pictures with your product. What? What happened? Usually we get smarter about this stuff. This drives me bananas. There's all these potential sources of influence, and yet all the influencer marketing is done just here. YouTube and Instagram, that's that's really weird. It's like spending all your marketing dollars on Bing. Like, maybe some should go to Bing, but probably a lot should go to other search engines too. And there is a backlash. There is a backlash that has been talked about and is coming, and I think a lot of brands and marketers and buyers are worried about this. I also think influencer marketing in some ways is underinvested. I'll talk more about that at noon. Number 4. This one's, I want to say our fault, but sort of it's more the fault of late stage capitalism and the search for growth dollars, which is basically that a lot of these ad platforms, this includes Facebook and Google, but extends to every ad platform, are being flooded by venture dollars and private equity dollars that are seeking growth, not profitability. So they are happy to lose money to acquire customers, right? Which is a model of funded startups, right? I worked at Moz. We raised, what did I raise? $29 million, I think, and spent most of it poorly. Don't get me wrong, Moz is doing well, right? It's a $50 million a year company that's growing nicely, but it's not, a lot of the venture dollars were not spent wisely. And they flood ad markets seeking growth. And what that means is that the bids in many sectors go above what's profitable. So when we look at ROI, we're like, gosh, I cannot afford to spend this amount of money to acquire these customers. It's especially hard because there are marketers out there, there are brands that are not accountable to metrics, just like in the influencer field. I think this is fewer and farther between in paid marketing, but I have seen it myself where the numbers say grow to this many users or customers rather than get profitable or have an ROI of X. Display, search, social, all of them work this way, right? And so this means that the ad costs are going up while the ROI trends down. So what do we do? What do we do as marketers? I think we need to be creative. We need to use the advantages that we have, which is our size, our small size, our nimbleness, our ability to innovate faster, our ability to do things that other larger companies are not willing or not able to do. And I'm going to talk about some of that at noon. Thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it. Cheers.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing? Feeling good, feeling great? I'm really excited to announce our next speaker, Morgan DeBon, who is the CEO and founder of Blavity. Woo-hoo! So Blavity is a hub of creativity and news for Black millennials, and since 2014 has become one of the fastest growing digital media hubs, reaching over 7 million users per month. It's incredible, especially in the era of fake news. So today, Morgan will be interviewed by Marlon Nichols of Cross Culture VC. Please help me give them a super warm Startup Grind welcome, Morgan and Marlon.
Thank you. Hey. So this is a treat for me. I get to interview one of my favorite founders to work with, Morgan. So I don't know how many of you know about Blavity. All of you should, but maybe...
Yeah, can I get some Blavity love in the building?
But why don't we start with, what is Blavity and why'd you start it?
Yeah, so a little bit about me first. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. Do we have any Midwesters in the house? Some, okay, we're gonna work on that. And I moved from the St. Louis to the Bay. I lived in Mountain View to work at Intuit, and I loved my job, I loved my life as a product manager, kind of doing the whole innovation thing, right? Post-its, free snacks, shipping things. And I enjoyed my day-to-day, but when I came home after work, I felt incredibly lonely. I had never really felt loneliness before because I had lived in St. Louis my whole life. And Mountain View looks a little bit different than my hometown. And it felt like this can't be it, right? Like I can't be so fulfilled at work, but then come home and be separated from my community, separated from my friends, and not really know where to go or who to hang out with. And it turned out, I was talking to some of my friends from college who were feeling the same way. we were like, okay, how can we solve this? Because we clearly, even in college, had this feeling of community, even though we weren't the majority at our university. We went to a primarily white institution, a PWI, but we still felt like supported. We felt like we had moments every day where we could see ourselves reflected intellectually, spiritually, socially. But then we got into this world where we are, the top of our class at our jobs, but totally lacking, inside. And so Blavity was started around how do we scale this way of building community online and then also offline so that less people have to feel this way. And content and storytelling and connecting creators to larger platforms was the first way to do that. And so that's why we started the company. So Blavity is today a media company, and we also have a variety of experiences online and offline. We have conferences like Afrotech and Summit 21 in Atlanta. We have 5 brands that cover different lifestyle categories like travel, music, politics, sports, etc. And it's been a long ride.
So let's double click on the politics one, right?
Oh yeah,
just
sure.
Given the topic of fake news and building trust, right? When did you start the politics piece and why?
So I'll tell you a little story. So we're 5 years old, right? So during the first election, we were only 2.5 years old. And I think as a founder and a CEO, you never want to assume that your company can always be the best at everything, right? You want to pick 1 or 2 things and really do well at that. And politics seems like a world where we weren't necessarily staffed to do the right thing in terms of actually the justice that needed to be done with storytelling and the news and reporting. And so we shied away from being aggressive during the first election. And of course, we saw the results of a disengaged community and people making a lot of assumptions about what other people were going to take care of on behalf of us, right? And this year we decided not to take that route. We're a little bit bigger now, a little bit more aggressive. And so we launched Blavity Politics in the fall, actually over the summer as a test on Instagram. And we were trying to just see, okay, well, how do we, one, get our community engaged to register to vote? What issues do people really care about? We know what people say they care about, but as you know, what people say they care about is different than what they actually show and exhibit from a behavior perspective online or actually when they show up and do things in the polls. So we started to track different data, and it became apparent that there was no clear place to find out about like Black issues in terms of what people were actually voting for, and information about different candidates. And now we've expanded that. We have full-time political editors. We're going to different campaigns, and it's been really interesting to see kind of like there was this huge void in Black politics. Where would you have gone if you wanted to know, well, who are all the Black candidates running for office across the country and what their stances were on different things?
So representation matters, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to give people a voice. No, cool.
Yeah.
I guess so with Trump, and he's famous for coining the fake news, and we think there's a less trust in traditional media, right? How does Blavity Politics kind of fill that void?
Yeah, so a couple of ways. One, about 30 to 40% of our content is user-generated. So if you go on Blavity right now, you can submit your own story. It goes through our editorial process, and it's vetted, and we do fact-checking. But one of the ways that we've learned to actually remove our own bias in the newsroom is to enable our community to speak for themselves and for us to really be a platform for others. Of course, that means that we have to have a robust way of actually fact-checking, right? But that winds up not being as difficult when that's a core competency that we can build over time, right? So I think newsrooms are evolving. It's one thing for people to sit in New York or LA and make a decision about what we all should be reading, but we are all like news creators on a day-to-day basis because there's no barrier between me and a million people now that I have Instagram and Twitter. And you see, celebrities, you see Cardi B, out here calling people out. And it's like, that is now news, right? And she is now a reporter. So we try to shift our perspective on what is fake news, and also just storytelling in general, because I think it's important to understand what people's perception are and actually talk to our audience and community about what they need to know and what they're interested in.
So what's next for media? and news in general? And that's a big, broad
Yeah,
question.
that's a big
but what's
question,
next?
Marlon. We didn't talk about these questions.
I know you can handle it.
What's next for media? I think that a lot of media companies, you guys have seen the news, right? A lot of media companies have closed their doors. Many raised a ton of money. They raised, 40, 50, 60 million dollars on crazy valuations. And the result was that they scaled very quickly and had a bloated overhead, right? And I think the other thing is they didn't diversify their revenue. They spent a lot of time, I don't really know what they were doing. I asked them, what did you do with the money? We've raised a little bit less than 10 million over 5 years, which is very conservative to our peers. And I think that for a lot of media companies, they're going to focus more on community. And you see Forbes, Business Insider, they're starting to do conferences, right? I mean, every day I feel like Forbes Women Conference for this and that, right? And it's awesome that people want to bring people together in person. So I think we'll see that more, is that more media companies are going to be focused on niche communities and bringing those people together in person. Then they're going to diversify outside of just publishing, written articles, right? So you're going to see a lot more podcasts. You'll see a lot more even playing with audio with like Alexa and other things. Newsletters, of course, will continue to be strong because you want to make sure that you're not dependent on Facebook, right? That's how a lot of people got crushed. Most of their traffic was driven by Facebook, and it wasn't Facebook organic shares, it was Facebook shares from their Facebook page and Facebook ads, and the price of Facebook ads is just going up like crazy because of all the direct-to-consumer brands like Casper and all of our favorite new brands, which publishers can't keep up with. So I think we will see a number of other folks either fold or kind of decrease in size, but it will, news is not going away, right? Media is not going away.
So I want to talk about Afrotech and the value of conferences. But before we go there, how might some of these traditional media companies work with a Blavity, Blavity Politics, et cetera?
Yeah, I think large media companies, we're in conversations with a few. Let's take a company that maybe, I'm not going to drop any names, even though I've been doing that a lot this last 20 minutes. But I think,
clean.
Yeah, I think that one, syndication of content, so that they, instead of them trying to build their own newsroom that's targeted on the Black community or Hispanic community or any really community that's not their core competency, they should partner with people and actually just work on syndicating content, because I think what happens is that people wind up misreporting the news or having a huge bias on actual stories that make a huge impact on the day-to-day lives of people in those communities. So one is partnerships for syndication, and two is probably thinking about partnerships on the enterprise side. I think bundling deals with large media publications, and then also making sure that we can accurately work with or authentically really work with enterprise brands who want to reach the Black community, so that if you are a large brand and you say, oh, I have 100 million unique visitors and 20% of them are African American or 15% of them are African American, well, you might have a larger reach than us potentially, but our audience is more engaged, right? And they're going to view that same advertisement on our platform differently than they would amongst your general mainstream media platform.
And they trust you.
And they trust us. So we're going to have higher click-through rates too.
Right. So let's go to Afrotech, right?
Yeah.
So how many years running now?
So this will be our 4th year. So we've had 3 conferences, and then the conference is in November. So we're ramping up for a big year. It's here in the Bay, and we moved it to Oakland. So this will be our first year in Oakland. Yeah, we're super excited about that. And should be over.
So wait, don't just gloss over
that. No, it's
right?
a big deal. I'm
so
excited.
It was in San Francisco for the first
Francisco.
few years, right?
Yeah.
So why San Francisco, and now why Oakland?
Yeah, so first, why the Bay? I think it's important that the tech community, and particularly the Black tech community, has access to the resources here in San Francisco. Of course, there's amazing ecosystems that are budding across the entire country, but a lot of that money still somehow wires its way back to the Bay, whether that's because the entrepreneurs are now venture folks who got rich here in the Bay, where they started here and then moved back to their hometown and built these amazing companies there. But typically it's routed back to San Francisco. And what was interesting is when I moved from St. Louis here, I felt like, wow, this isn't really a place for me as a tech employee at a big tech company. And then when I became a founder, I was like, damn, this isn't a place for me either. Like, this doesn't work. And I never want anyone else to feel like that again. And so I wanted to create an experience that made sure that they didn't have to, that there was at least once or twice a year an opportunity for everybody that's in tech to have this on their calendar, that's Black, that wants to connect with each other, they can do that. So it's important that we kept it in the Bay Area. Now the challenge with San Francisco is that it's not a reflection of our community. And as we got larger and the economics of the conference got larger, where we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars and putting that back into the city and hotels and restaurants and parties, it did not make sense, and it wasn't in alignment with our mission in terms of how we want to grow. And so moving it to Oakland, I think, is something that, one, will make it more accessible from a price perspective. It will be more accessible to the community to actually make sure that people who live here in the Bay can come to this event. And also, it's just going to be dope. So I'm excited. Yeah.
Cool. And then, yeah, you can clap. It's all good. And then you were playing with something like, visiting the middle of the country or other parts of the country that aren't necessarily established tech hubs yet. So talk a little bit about that, Detroit, et cetera.
We did in true startup fashion, we test a lot of things. So last year, one of the ideas was like, okay, well, how do we engage the community around the country? Because it's not always feasible for a startup or a young tech employee to make their way to San Francisco. It's expensive. So how do we bring the Afrotech experience around the country, and what does that look like? So we tested one in New York that was focused on music, and we did that with Spotify, and it was based out of the Spotify office, and we had this beautiful half-a-day experience talking about music and tech and culture. And then we did a second test, which was a citywide test, and that was in Detroit, and we did that with so many amazing partners in Detroit. It was crazy. Like, we had sold-out tickets, people trying to get in, and it's just like, imagine like people trying to sneak into a tech conference, like it's in Detroit. Like, that's not what people talk about, right? And I think it was beautiful to see. Yeah, it was crazy. And standing room only, right? So it was awesome. And I think for us, it was a lot of work to do these one-off smaller conferences. So we're thinking about how do we scale chapters, how do we think about enabling people on a local level to be able to use the Afrotech brand to bring people together and then support them at the larger conference and make sure that it's affordable to get there. So we don't have a solution yet, but it was really fun to see that there is interest, and so we're continuing to kind of figure out how that's going to look in the future.
Cool. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the founder journey, right?
Sure.
So you mentioned you haven't raised the big amounts of capital that some of these media companies raise, but you've done pretty well, and I think you have some pretty good investors. So just talk to us about...
He's one of my investors, if you guys didn't know.
so talk to us about that, right? What's that journey like, being kind of underfunded initially and then,
Yeah, so when I first started, I was like, screw it, we're not gonna go raise money, I'm gonna bootstrap it, like, it's gonna be fine. I was sitting in my San Francisco apartment, it was just like me in the living room and my roommate. I'd kind of taken over the living room for it to be my office, and we were growing really, really fast. I tried to raise funding and failed the first time I went out. A lot of people said no because they didn't think that our market was large enough, and they didn't think that even if it was a large enough market, that they were valuable. That advertisers wanted to spend money on reaching a Black consumer, or that Black consumers had enough money to spend where they could justify being a really large venture backable business. So the first barrier was, okay, how do you disprove that, right? So you get a really big audience, and then you monetize them, and you say, well, this is what it is. So when I first raised, I went around to investors that I made a mistake. And I think it's important to talk about mistakes as founders because you see the success, but you don't really talk about how you got there. And I went after investors that didn't match the profile of our company. They were looking for the Ubers and the Lyfts, and they weren't necessarily looking for a company that would be in the $100 million to $300 or $400 million range, which is still like really, really good, right? But that wasn't what they were solving for necessarily, and so they said no. And I was really defeated. I remember going home one day and just crying, and because it's so tied to who I am, it was difficult to actually face that rejection. And then, so I went back in my hole and worked harder, as most people of color and women do when they get rejected. They're like, do better, be better. So our team was grinding. We made our first deal. You know, we got $500 on Instagram for an Instagram post or something silly like that. And then there were people around me that knew that I was working on Blavity and could see our results. I mean, we were at like 1 million monthly unique visitors. We weren't small. And this was, you know, back in the day. And they were like, Morgan, you have to raise. Like, I know that it didn't work out the first time, but here's some people that you should talk to. And so I begrudgingly submitted to this fund, New Media Ventures, and they're based here in the Bay Area. And they said yes. They said, here's $50K. It's 2 amazing women who run it. And then there were people on their board who said, also, we'd like to invest as well. And that was how I got our first $500K. And they were people who were more aligned with our mission and the potential outcomes of the company. And from there, you know, I did 500 startups one summer, as well as raised kind of a few different rounds, and then did our big Series A last spring with Google Ventures and Comcast and others.
Great. And so, biggest lesson learned over the 5 years?
I don't know, so many.
You can do 3.
Okay, cool, thank you. So generous. So let's see, the first one is probably don't doubt yourself. You know, I think I wasn't comfortable with making mistakes and failure. When I first started, I was very hard on myself. And once I got comfortable with, oh, this is a journey, you know, like once you hit this milestone, it doesn't stop. Like there's more milestones to go. And so you need to be comfortable with the journey of being an entrepreneur and being a founder and transitioning even from being a founder to a CEO, right? We have 65 full-time employees. I have 150 plus contractors. Like now I'm a CEO. I'm not a founder as much anymore. I'll always be a founder, but it's different. So just trust that there's always a new milestone ahead. And so you have to be comfortable with the journey. The second is that our team, our company, our mission will only be as successful as I am. From a personal perspective, like I have to make sure that I am okay before I can make sure that the company is okay. Because if I'm a mess or unorganized or you know, not doing my best, then how can I expect anyone else to, right? It trickles down because we're such a small team and we're such a small company, and we have a huge ambitious mission ahead of us. So that's the second thing, is that I have to take care of myself. And then the third is that, let's see, gotta make it a good one. The third one, the last one. Yeah, I think don't forget why you started. You know, like always make sure you're focusing on the value you're creating for the user and the community. You know, when we have a lot of opportunities that come our way, and the key decision-making factor is like, is this going to add value to our community? Or is it going to be neutral to our community, or is it going to hurt them, right? Whether that's from a trust perspective, whether they're going to get something out of it. Everything that we do, whether that's evaluating an ad campaign that we're taking on, and we look at the creative and we say, the creative doesn't even have Black people in it. Can we really put this on our website? Like, maybe we should just ask them if we can make the creative for them, right? So just every single thing that we do, I try to make sure that it's creating value and it's coming back to our community and our audience.
Got it. Well, I got a ton more questions, but I'll save them for tomorrow in the board meeting. We're out of time, so please thank Morgan.
Thank you for having me. Good questions.
All right, everybody. I'm really excited to introduce our next guest, who is managing partner of Initialized Capital. Initialized Capital is an early stage fund that has over $500 million under management and is investing in over 200 companies, including Coinbase and Instacart. Previously, he was a partner at Y Combinator, where he advised over 700 startups, and he's also an entrepreneur himself, having founded Posterous and Palantir. Our next guest is Gary Tan, who will talk to us all about design. Please help me give him a warm Startup Grind welcome.
All right. Thank you guys so much for spending time with me, and we're gonna get through a lot in about 10 minutes. We're gonna get through 50 slides in 10 minutes, and I'm gonna teach you everything you need to know about design for your startup. Let's get right into it. At the end of the day, there's 4 steps. We gotta empathize, prioritize, illuminate, and create. And let's not waste any time, let's dive right in. What you need to think about when you're thinking about your interactions, your website, your front-end experience, it's a conversation that happens 1,000 times per day. It happens millions of times per day if you're very successful. And one of the simple things is actually just even being polite. And so simple things like when you're having a conversation with someone, make sure you wait your turn to speak. Become genuinely interested in the people that are your users who you're having that conversation with. See the other person's point of view. Be sympathetic. And this is all review for a lot of you, but it just bears repeating. This is where design starts. Design starts with actually something as simple as read How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's the cheesiest book recommendation I have for people, but it is the most valuable at the end of the day. And you wouldn't believe how many startups forget these incredibly basic principles from kind of a very cheesy self-help writer from the 1920s, from the Great Depression. These are simple concepts. Start from there. At the end of the day, it is about empathy. When we're building something for other people, it is about feeling their pain, their problems. And one of the things that's interesting is you can kind of think about your problem, your product, and what you're building as actually a party. Too often people think of them as this incredibly complex thing like building a car. It's actually a lot more like a great party. When you go to a party, someone meets you, they're really nice to you, they welcome you, they take your coat, they say, hey, get a drink over here. By the way, your friends are over there. That's what a great experience feels like. And so it doesn't matter if you're a consumer experience, a SaaS business, or an enterprise experience. All of those things basically kind of resolve back to this idea of treat it like a party. Is it a good experience? Is it fun? Is it interesting? Do I feel welcome? Do I understand what's going on? Do I understand what I should be doing next? And this is hard. One good mental exercise that you can use is sort of think of yourself as someone who's even designing an airport. It's actually very, very hard for someone who is the architect of that airport to take a moment and think through, for instance, something as simple as where should the signs be? One of the most powerful things that I saw happen working for Paul Graham at Y Combinator was actually that. Not only is he incredibly smart, not only was he a great computer scientist, but he had this incredible ability to put himself in the shoes of someone who had never had that experience before. And so, in an airport, when you walk in, one of the hardest jobs is where do you put the signs? And that's actually what you have to do when you're designing your experience. You need to walk in and be able to put yourself in the shoes of someone who has never been to your website before, your experience before. And that can be really hard because you remember everything. You know all of the parts of that thing that you're designing. You know all the things that you want them to do, and you actually have to forget all of that. And it's a really hard thing to do. You also have to know what problem you're solving. And if you don't have a problem, you actually create two problems. These are all inventions that were created to solve not the problem of other people, but the problem of the inventor themselves. And so, it's a fundamental thing out there. Probably the biggest thing that startups have to solve is finding something that people actually want. And so you have to be very, very direct about what is that problem and who has it. And if you don't know what that is, that itself is a problem for you. We've gotten the first part out. Let's see, how are we doing on time? Looks like we're doing okay. I actually have to speed up quite a bit. So the next part is let's prioritize. Who's the problem for and what is it? Next, let's actually break down the steps and then add priority. And this is, sort of your basic product management. You really have to say, these are the things we're going to do in the first version. P1, we're not going to ship without it. P2, those are typically still things that you need to take care of before, but maybe you don't start on that first. P3 and non-goals are just things that you just call out directly. Hey, in this iteration, we're not going to do it at all. And that also helps you because that's also called product management. The classic problem, and the reason why you have to scope things, is because you only have 3 things to deal with when you're trying to decide what to do. You can basically do less, you can do it more, you can deliver something that has lower quality, or you can do it later. And for a startup, that's the classic problem. You don't have infinite resources, and you do have a significant time constraint. And so often the most important thing that you have under your control is scope. All right, so now we're gonna get in the nitty-gritty of how do you actually do design, or what should you be thinking about as you actually create the wireframes. All right, so a bunch of you guys did that. This is really stupid simple. People do what you tell them to do. Remember when we started this conversation, we said, hey, every interaction you have is a conversation. And actually what you can do is use direct command language. If you don't use direct command language, this is what you get, and this is what most homepages actually look like. It's passive voice. It's a description of a thing that isn't necessarily personal. It's not even clear that it's for you. It's not even clear what the problem is. And I don't even know what the next step is. And so the simple fix is really this. This is the solution for your problem, and then a concrete sentence that shows, hey, this is for you, and then a button that is direct command language that says, hey, let's solve this right now. So, hey, we're actually doing pretty good on time. Now let's talk about visual design. And this is, it's really hard to get through everything you need to know about visual design in about 2 minutes and 55 seconds, but we're gonna try. The basic, simple first principle is use only what you need. And this is actually a really common problem. There's this incredible concept out there by Edward Tufte. I recommend you read all of his books, but the basic idea is that, hey, there's a lot of the hallmarks of bad visual design is actually chart junk. So if you put something on a page that is not a part of the minimal set of visuals necessary to communicate the information, then that's actually chart junk. I'll show you what that means. On the left-hand side, what we have is a graph, but what does that green mean? What does that red mean? Like all of those, that's immediately what your eye gets drawn to, but why is that there and what does that mean? Or the gradients on the right side, why is that there and does that even mean anything? In this particular case, probably not. And so this is where beginning designers really start to fall apart, because it feels like design is putting your own personal voice in, making these arbitrary choices that somehow say something about you. And it's not that. Like, visual design is not plumage. It serves only the actual use case in front of you. And so the way you can avoid this very concretely is, if it can be removed from a design, remove it. If it can be removed without taking away meaning, remove it. And so my favorite example of this is very simple. Colons, you see this all the time in forms. If you can remove them and have the same meaning be there, just remove them. Colons are actually dumb in the context of a lot of communication and a lot of, frankly, forms. I can't stand them in forms. So, ornament is basically not signal. And this is a lot of what drives both flat design and the iPhone ongoing. At the end of the day, contrast is your #1 tool as a visual designer, because as the designer, you're saying to people, hey, this is important. And I'll give you an example. It's really straightforward. Things that are bold, that have more contrast, you pay more attention to them, so they're more important. If they're not bold, they're less important. And then if you keep adding things at the same weight, notice that even the things that are even less important, they seem as important as the less important thing. And in fact, if you bold everything, then you sort of lose all meaning. And so this is a very fundamental example of showing that contrast is probably the #1 thing as a designer you should be focused on. If everything is bold, nothing is bold. And this works in the reverse. You can use color, you can use size, you can use position to make things even more important than that thing that was bold. All things are contrast. My favorite thing for you, and I'm out of time, but I think I have another minute or two, right? You can have the squint test. So look at your design, squint your eyes at it, and you can immediately see what is the biggest, highest contrast thing. That's the thing that you're telling the user, pay attention to this. So beyond that, we've got closeness, and this is just a simple pet peeve of mine. Like, why is that login button so close to the create area? That doesn't make any sense. Seriously, WTF? So just make sure things that are related go together. And that really just goes a long way to being a good experience for people. Beyond that, use a grid. There's a lot online you can learn about grids, so I'm going to speed through this. But what you'll notice is, again, contrast is what drives people's eye that then allows people to know, here's what I should be doing, here's what I can pay attention to. And my favorite book that you should read is Don't Make Me Think by Steve Krug. It's a very fundamental idea that let's look at what's going on this page and allow users to figure out, my eye will go from the heading, I'll scan, I'll figure out what I want to pay attention to, and then I'll jump to the body area that really matters. Really quickly, again, with the ornamentation. A lot of people just use it kind of in a random way. Don't do that. How to lay stuff out? Hey, first use some padding and margin. If you can't figure out how to do that, then use a line. And if all else fails, especially if you need to draw your eye, hey, you can use a box. It's really straightforward, really simple, but that's how you should think about ornament in a very minimal way that gets out of the way of the user. So that's my talk. I think we made it to maybe 11 and a half minutes, so that's not too bad. So in review, empathize with users, prioritize those features, illuminate the path, and then just create great stuff, guys. You guys are building the future. I'm so glad to be able to share this with you. If you want to see more of this, I actually have a 90-minute free talk on the Y Combinator Startup School homepage, so go check that out. And then you can reach me at gary@initialize.com. We are investing, so thank you so much for listening to me.
Hello. Everyone enjoying everything so far? Awesome. So we've got 10 more of our awesome startups on the startup program this year. You'll remember from the multiple times you've seen my face, sorry for you, that we've got 2 programs this year. So we've got Grind and Growth. Broadly speaking, the Grind companies are at slightly earlier stage, so anywhere from bootstrap to pre-seed, seed-funded companies. Like most of them raised less than 3 million. And the Growth program is for companies who are scaling sort of slightly beyond seed, pushing to Series A and maybe raised 3 million to 10 million. So today we've got 5 companies here from the Grind program, and then the final 5 are from the Growth program. So please do listen up to what they're saying. We've got some amazing companies again, and I would encourage you to definitely go and see them if you can in the breaks and when you've got some lunch and things like that. So what we're going to do is, again, 1-minute pitches down the line. So thank you very much for listening, everyone. Okay.
Great. Hello, Sean Jones with Quick Loads. And what Quick Loads does is we build a trailer that will automatically move loaded sea shipping containers. Now, as an example of why that might be useful, is after Hurricane Harvey, I took a loaded sea shipping container full of relief supplies down to Houston. When I rolled into the city, there were hundreds of trucks and trailers with supplies that were just sitting there waiting. They had no way to unload it. They had no way to get those supplies into the bad neighborhoods. I pulled out my cell phone, and within 3 minutes, I had dropped my container in a bad neighborhood that had been badly damaged. Of course, then, since they had hundreds of containers sitting around, I spent the next 3 days constantly moving containers for them. But this works not just in that situation. This works for things like everything from Walmart, any logistics situation, to farmers. Our current customers include PacVan, United Van Lines, and the U.S. Army. Thank you. 10A.
10A. Thank you very much, Quick Loads.
Kylie Jenner makes $1 million per post. What if we give 1 million people $1 each to make user-generated content? Micro and nano influencers have been found to create more buzz, more engagement, and also more conversions as well. We think that the word of mouth is true power, especially between close family, friends, and social circles. In China, the social media advertising market is around $15 billion per year, and it's growing around 30% year over year. That's why we created WOMP, the word of mouth power. It's a B2C social media platform that captures the micro values of influence found in any content created by any user. My name is Eric Liu, and I'm the co-founder of WOMP, and we are in Tent A. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was WOMP.
By 2035, we'll have 1.65 billion over 65s living on the planet. Most will suffer from acute memory loss, which will rob them of their memories that are the bedrock of their lives. I'm Craig Lemon, I'm the CEO of MyGen. MyGen is a private social platform with a range of apps that encourages families and older adults to build a digital time capsule with the story of their lives in their words, their images, their voice, and uniquely their emotions using wearable tech. We then play these memories back to older adults when they need them most in later life when their memory fades. My ask today is that you go to mygen.com, you join me and the 60,000 early adopters we have on the platform to save the lives and memories of our aging population before they disappear forever. MyGen, our goal is that MyGen is the place that older adults will go in later life to learn about their lives again. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, MyGen.
G'day everyone. Raphael here, Brixton Agent from Australia. So I'll try and speak slowly so you can understand what I'm saying. Brixton Agent is basically born out of property maintenance frustration, and we focus on tenants because the tenant are the key component in our solution, but we also blend them with the property manager, the service provider, and the owner. So we've created a platform where everyone interacts and are able to conduct maintenance requests from the start to the finish. We're a SaaS product. We've built a standalone solution, and we also integrate into various applications on the market as well. We're growing at a great pace in Australia, New Zealand, and in Asia, and we're having a great time here at Startup Grind. So if you're around 10A, it's nice and cold. My shoes are wet. We'd love to see you down there.
Thank you, Brixton Agent. That's a long way to travel.
Happy afternoon. Robotech develops STEM curriculum for grades K through 12. In India, we have 180 paying schools who uses our services. For kindergarten, we have a bot that teaches coding. For grade 4th and 5th, we have MaBot that teaches Scratch programming and robotics. For higher grades, we train the students to build and program their own drones. We have an online platform, My STEM Time, to host STEM curriculum and enable peer-to-peer learning. Our STEM curriculum is also applicable in US as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robotech. Very succinct. So just before we go into these final five, I just wanted to call out again that these are the 5 growth companies, so the separate startup program.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Munir Nakhla, founder and CEO of Highland. Highland is Egypt's fastest growing application, and we've heard that it's the world's largest on-demand tuk-tuk application. We provide on-demand mobility to the underserved using 2- and 3-wheelers. Our addressable market, immediate addressable market, is about 1 billion people. We're currently doing 100,000 rides a day or close to that, hoping to reach 500 million rides in 2020. We do mobility is our path to other services, to the underserved, whether it's finance or logistics. We currently have closed we do 20% of KFC deliveries in Egypt. We've closed our Series A, $5 million. We're on to our Series B, $20 million, $30 million, hoping to close in March. And we will probably be Africa and North Africa and Middle East's largest mobility to the underserved. We organize the unorganized. Thank you.
Thank you, Halan.
Hi, everybody. My name is Pedro Neira, and I'm the CEO of Mi Media Manzana, the most downloaded dating app in Latin America. Did you know that last year, the top grossing app in the world was a dating app? Probably not, but that's where we saw the opportunity to launch Mi Media Manzana. Mi Media Manzana, it's an algorithm-based matchmaking platform for people in Latin America to find compatible partners. So why should you invest in us? Basically, 3 reasons. First of all, our results. As I mentioned, we're already the most downloaded dating app in Latin America. Secondly, our team. We're a team of serial entrepreneurs with over 20 years of experience in Latin America. And most importantly of all, the opportunity. With over 400 million mobile users in LATAM, LATAM is still the biggest untapped dating market in the world. So what are we looking for? We are opening a Series A round to expand from 4 to 25 cities in Latin America and enter the US Latino dating market. So if you're interested, come look us in Tent A.
Thank you, Mi Media Manzana.
I'm ready. Oh.
You are ready.
I'm ready. Thanks, Alex. You're making an amazing microphone stand. I'm Brendan from Drop It. I'll have to speak even slower than my Australian counterpart because I'm from New Zealand. New Zealand, so it's even worse accent, bro. But based in Miami. So Drop It. Oh, I've got a question for you first. So keep your hands down if you love paying full price for your favorite things. Excellent, just as I thought. So what Drop It does, it's a two-sided marketplace. For consumers, it enables you to choose the price of the things you love. So we start items at full retail price, and in 60 seconds, the price ticks down to zero. Every second it drops. So the game is you wait as long as you can for the price to drop, but the first bidder to swipe up wins. And for brands, it's an advertising platform, a better way to engage with consumers. So I've got 2 seconds. We've raised $8.1 million. We're opening another round in April. So if you want to get on the train, come and see us.
Awesome. Thank you, Drop It. You should have done the mic drop as well. Thank you. You ready?
Hi, I'm Mary Spio, deep space scientist. I'm also the CEO and founder of Seek Virtual Reality. Seek is a premium streaming platform for virtual reality featuring some of the biggest names in entertainment. Lady Gaga, I'm sure some of you know who. Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, U2, and also a lot of exciting VR experiences from esports to exclusive behind the scenes and documentaries. We're currently partnered with Facebook, Oculus, Apple, Google, Universal Music, just to name a few. We've created a patent-awarded, Grammy-winning, Clio-winning solution that is moving people into the world of VR in droves. So if you're interested in helping us make virtual the new reality, then come and see us. We're in Tent A, and we'll be more than happy, for you to check us out. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary. Seek. Are you guys all from Innovate? Technically, we should only have one on the stage.
Can I hold?
Yeah, go.
Okay. I'm Austin with Innovane. We are a Y Combinator and Founders Fund-backed Series A stage healthcare company focused on curative solutions for cardiovascular disease. So over 10% of the people in this room will go on to have significant vein disease of the legs due to poorly functioning valves with no option for replacement. Innovane's first product is a replacement valve for the veins that can be implanted in about a 1-hour procedure and can also be used as a platform to treat other conditions as well. For those afraid of the FDA, about 16 of the past 17 exits that are comparable exited prior to FDA approval. We have an issued patent and multiple pending, and the founding team of 3 has invented and brought over 15 devices to market with aggregate sales exceeding $3 billion and celebrating acquisitions exceeding $25 billion. Thank you.
Awesome. Innovane, thank you very much. One more massive round of applause, please, for all these startups. Once again, I just want to remind everyone as well that we're announcing Startup of the Year for both Grind and Growth programs at 3:20 on the main stage, so make sure you're there. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Grab a jacket.
All right, I'm sending Finn out now on Love too.
Scotland, Give it up for those startups, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Show of hands real quick. Who stayed in an Airbnb before? Look at that. Wow, massive. So you guys are all front and row and center for what is going to be an incredible fireside chat. Joe Gebbia is the co-founder and chief product officer of probably the largest home sharing revolutionary company that is Airbnb. So what do you do when you've conquered the home sharing market? Ensure that you don't get conquered. And that is exactly what led Joe, along with his co-founders, to launch Samara, their in-house innovation and design studio. And what will undoubtedly be a fascinating conversation with Alfred Lin, a partner at Sequoia Capital. They'll be discussing how to innovate with intention. Let's give them a massive Startup Grind welcome for Joe and Alfred.
Thanks, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for having us. Joe and I are really excited. We said we're going to have some fun on stage, and but I get to ask all the questions, and so you have to be all the entertainment. I'll turn it around on you at some point, don't worry. Why don't we start with the founding story? Can you just remind us? It never gets old hearing about it. I'm sure you've told it 10,000 times. It doesn't seem like it gets old for you telling it because you're so excited when you tell it. It's like it was still yesterday. But there's actually a pre-founding story, which maybe many people don't know about. So it's the summer of 2006. I've got my life spread out on a sidewalk in Providence, Rhode Island. I'm having a yard sale. And I'm selling all my things before I move out to the West Coast to San Francisco. And it's towards the end of the day, and I'm getting kind of tired, and this guy pulls up in this red Mazda Miata. And he gets out and he starts looking at my stuff. He's like a t-shirt over here and a piece of art I made over here. And we get to talking, and it turns out he's going into the Peace Corps, driving cross country, doesn't know a soul in Providence. And so just sort of, it just comes out of my mouth. I'm like, you want to grab a drink tonight? He seemed like kind of a cool guy. So we're getting a drink later that night, and it's getting really late, and I'm super tired, and I'm motioning for the check, and I make the mistake of asking, so where are you staying tonight? And he makes it worse by saying, actually... At your place. Well, he didn't have a place, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what do you do, right? The hotels are probably closed, it's Providence. Yeah, it's like, do I offer to host this guy? I mean, I just met him. I mean, he doesn't seem that crazy, he's going to the Peace Corps, but who knows? And before I know what I'm saying, I go, why don't you stay on an airbed in my living room? And so sure enough, 15 minutes later, I've set him up with the airbed, and I go back to my room to fall asleep, or I should say try to fall asleep. I'm laying in my bed, my eyes are wide open, I'm staring at the ceiling going, oh my God, what have I done? There's a stranger in my living room. So I get up and I tiptoe over to the door, I lock the bedroom door. Turns out he was totally fine, totally cool. We got breakfast the next morning. He went to the Peace Corps. He sent me postcards from where he was stationed. And to this day, his name's Joseph Maffey. He's a teacher in Chicago, and my piece of art's hanging on the wall in his classroom. So what did you learn from that experience? I learned that it can be terrifying at first to conceptualize bringing someone you don't know into your home. Yeah. We've all been taught since we were kids that strangers equal danger. And I grew up believing that myself. And, here I was faced with this moment of truth, like, is this person who I just met, going to be dangerous? And it turned out, getting over that hump, like there's this kind of like no looking back. Like the minute you can have that kind of interaction with somebody, you can extend that much trust to someone and have it reciprocated. You can't really look back on that. And in fact, he has come back to San Francisco since. He's run the marathon here, and I haven't had a chance to host him again, so. Cool. So you guys have stayed friends? We have. So the world's moved from home sharing to being friends, never being a stranger, into belonging anywhere. So it sounds like this, so the session's about innovating with intention. That sounds like innovating by happenstance. Necessity is the mother of intention. I think, Airbnb's story, which I assume most people here have heard at this point, was really that. So when I packed my car and drove to San Francisco, the one thing I did put in the back was the airbed. And so, a year passes, Brian and I are roommates in San Francisco, the rent goes up beyond our means, we have a math problem, we quit our jobs to be entrepreneurs, and here's a rent check that we can't pay. We're on the verge of getting evicted. What do? The design conference comes to the city, wipes the hotels out. I'm on the website, on my laptop, in the living room. I distinctly remember big red letters across the front of the website, sold out, no hotels. And in that moment, I look up over the edge of the laptop into the vastness of the living room and think, that sucks. I mean, there's gonna be no place for people to stay coming last minute. We need to make rent. There's an airbed in the closet. What if we brought the airbed out and put it out in the living room? I wrote a note to Brian. He loved the idea. We actually got 2 additional airbeds. So by the end of the night, we had this concept of 3 airbeds in the living room. We would pick people up from the airport. We would provide a map to San Francisco, a BART pass, and of course, we would cook breakfast. Lo and behold, the birthing of airbed and breakfast.
So you had a math problem, but it was really a crisis that you turned into an opportunity and now into a great story. So lesson learned, never waste a crisis.
Never waste a crisis. We're very good at that.
So when did you know that you were onto something big, that you should raise money for the idea? Did you imagine it to be as big as it is today?
I think that Brian and I always had ambitions of doing something big and significant. An early inspiration for me in my design education was Charles and Ray Eames, very famous designers from the mid-20th century, whose sole purpose was to put out the best design to reach the most people for the least price. And there was something really inspiring about that for me, of using design to try to reach as many people as you could. And so for us, this weekend experience of just trying to make rent, which we made $1,000 that one weekend and saved our apartment, it wasn't immediately clear to us that was actually the big idea. We sort of went back to the drawing board and said, okay, well, what other ideas can we come up with to start a company together?
What are the other ideas?
You don't even want to know.
Come on.
No, good.
What made it to this number 2 idea? What was the number 3 idea?
I don't even remember. They're that insignificant. But there was a point in time where I think 3 months had passed, and we both went home for the holidays, and we both had similar experiences where I went back to Georgia, where my family was living at the time, and everyone's like, what are you doing? How's San Francisco? And I go, well, it's great. We didn't really have jobs. We didn't really have a company or anything really going, but we could talk about this one thing that happened this one weekend. And people either did one of 2 things. They're like, that is the weirdest thing I've ever heard, and they would turn and walk away. Or they'd be like, oh my God, I would love to travel that way. What's the website called? And you'd start a whole conversation. So there was enough of, it got this visceral emotional response out of people, where Brian and I came back and we're like, maybe there's something here. Maybe there's something to this that is worth us exploring a little bit further. The other thing I would say is hosting 3 people, complete strangers, Kat, Amol, and Michael, that one weekend. They came as strangers, and they did leave as friends, and we're still friends to this day. We still keep in touch. And there was something magical and something unexpected and something so delightful about that in the hardest times, and especially in the early days of the company, when we had all the people in the world telling us this is never going to work, this is strange, this is a weird idea, we could always go back to that experience with our 3 guests and be like, you know what, we know something that they don't, because we've experienced it firsthand.
So you took this small experience that made you see something that was possible, but you had to solve a lot of things. You knew that everybody said it wasn't going to work because there is a trust issue. You needed people to trust each other. You needed a community of people who were going to follow some form of the best hosting standards that you had not created at the time. It's not like today where you have some standards around that. You had to sort of create this movement of people who wanted to travel differently. They're used to traveling in hotels. How did you intentionally go solve those problems one by one by one?
It was really hard, and it took a really long time, a painfully uncomfortable amount of time to figure this out. Because you basically have to build this Olympic-sized trust between 2 people who've never met. How do you do that on the internet? There was no real guidebook or playbook. We looked to eBay a lot in the early days as a community marketplace of 2 people interacting with each other, but that was really just digital until the box showed up. You're letting somebody into your home. How on earth could you overcome this incredible hurdle? And so for us, there was a very distinct moment that I'll never forget. And to understand this moment, you need to get inside of our minds of what we subscribe to as internet entrepreneurs, especially in this part of the world. And there was kind of a law of the land, going back to the first .com, which was that if you have a problem, you have to code your way through that problem. You have to apply, computer science and programming capacity to try to solve every problem that comes your way. And so we did exactly that. And it got us nowhere.
And so that's an interesting sort of insight. People work very, very hard. They may be working in the wrong direction. Programming wasn't going to solve the trust issue. Programming wasn't going to solve the community issues, the standards issue. So it got you nowhere. When you realize that, how did you intentionally go back and say, we have to go solve these problems?
I wish we could say we realized it ourselves. It took somebody that we really admired to basically yell at us, to kind of wake us up. And it was Paul Graham who, at a certain point, said to us, it's okay to do things that don't scale, especially in the early days, especially when you're trying to bring an idea to life. You don't have to solve things programmatically. That's not the point. The point is just to figure it out, whatever the medium might be. And so for us, this was a breakthrough moment where we thought, oh, wow, okay, well, if we can do things that don't scale, that means that we're free to leave our desks and step away from our computers and think even more creatively about this issue. So in one of those sessions, a very famous session with him, we're looking at our search results, and he asked us this question. He goes, what's your biggest market? And we go, well, we don't really have a market. The site wasn't really working. And he goes...
How many listings did you have at the time? 1,000 maybe?
Barely, if we were lucky. That's all over the world.
Right.
There was one city that had promise, and that was New York, where we had maybe 30 listings. And so we're looking at these 30 listings in New York, and we all sort of have this epiphany together. We're like, wow, the photos of these places are terrible. Like, I wouldn't want to stay there. They're blurry, they're taken at night, pictures of the kitchen with dishes in the sink. It was just kind of like, well, because you have to understand at the time, like the standard of photos for a home on the internet was Craigslist. Like that was literally like 4 little tiny blurry images, and that's what everybody thought, well, this must be the way you do images on the internet. And so it wasn't until like we had this moment of like, it's okay to do things that don't scale, that we said, well, I've done photography in my life, I went to art school, why don't we just go solve this problem ourselves? Doesn't scale at all, but almost it doesn't matter at that early stage.
You picked up your bag, you picked up your cells, maybe with a sleeping bag, and went to New York?
We did.
Started meeting a bunch of hosts?
Yeah. So
had meetups?
Yeah. We didn't do meetups at first. At first, we emailed our hosts in New York, all 30 of them, and said, hey, we want to send a professional photographer to come shoot your place. And the response rate was pretty high. People love the idea of free photos. And so we go and we knock on the door and we introduce us, hi, I'm Joe, I'm the co-founder of Airbnb. And they go, cool. And then they'd like be looking over my shoulder. And I realized they were actually looking for the photographer. And I said, well, no, actually, I am the photographer too. And so they said, oh, okay. Like kind of with a discerning eye. So I go in the home and we rented this, we couldn't afford to buy a camera, so we rented this like Nikon D X1000 something, right? The widest angle lens we could find, tripod, the whole setup, super pro. And I went in and took good photos. And I'd show the host on the back of the camera, go, hey, so, what do you think? And the host would be like, oh my God, my apartment looks amazing. Why don't you stay for some coffee or tea? And so...
so that turned into the meetups.
That turned into the meetups. So kind of the photography was like the sort of in, but once we got there, what we realized is that these early adopters, and I think this is true for any company, any startup, the early adopters have so much information to share about what's working with your product and what's not working with your product. And again, like coming back to that old mindset of like, well, we have to do things at scale, we stay behind our computers and code. There's no way that we would have ever gotten the information that we did from our hosts, our early adopters, if we didn't like throw that mindset aside and say, you know what, F it, like let's go do things that don't scale. And so in these conversations, they began to tell us things that we had no idea were problems. And
such as?
Well, like people just be like, I can't use your calendar. And we're like, oh, and then this is the best part. They'd pull out their laptop and I'd be sitting next to them. And, coming from San Francisco with our design backgrounds, we thought that we had birthed the greatest interface on the internet, right?
As every entrepreneur does.
Right, we toiled over every pixel and we said, oh, this is it. This is the perfect calendar. So there I am in the real world, sitting next to a customer somewhere in Brooklyn, and they're on their Windows ThinkPad using Internet Explorer, and I'm watching them try to use their interface, and it is a train wreck. I am
Did you not use your own interface?
We could, but it was so embarrassing. I just remember thinking like, oh my God, like it's taking them 13 clicks to do what we thought we could do in 1 or 2 clicks. And over again, I'd say, well, how do you send a message to a guest? And I'd watch them try to navigate the menu and go through these different horrible flows. And I'm thinking, oh my God, like we have so much work to do. And then they'd tell us, like, I'd ask them the question. So there's one question that I learned in design school, which applies to any company, any business, that will give you incredible insights into what will close the gap between product and market fit. And it's when you're doing design research, when you're doing customer conversations, it's really important that you don't lead the witness, and that's an open-ended kind of question. It's not a yes or no question. And so the question is simply, tell me about a time that you felt a challenge using our service. And so what you're looking for is a story. You want to hear a story from somebody about a time they tried to do something and they couldn't. And so I sort of instinctively went into this design research mode and started asking these questions. And these early adopters had so much to say. I was taking so many notes in my sketchbook. One guy, I'll never forget this, he goes, oh, you want information on ideas on how to make your website better? Hang on. He runs to his bedroom. He comes back with this spiral-bound notebook of ideas that he'd been writing down for years, just waiting to share with somebody. I was like, oh my God. So I took a bunch of notes. We came back to San Francisco after that weekend, sat down with Nate, who stayed back to keep the site going. And Nate looked at the list and he goes, guys, these issues aren't that hard to fix. He actually started making changes that night. We emailed the customers.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, right?
When you just like...
Just listen. Just listen.
Listen to your customer.
So we did the listening. Nate made the changes. We emailed them the next day and said, hey, it was so great to meet you. We posted the photos to your listing. Tell us what you think. And the idea you had for the calendar is now implemented. People fell in love with us. Think about that. What other service had they signed up for where the co-founders fly across the country to meet you, take free pictures of your place, listen to your problems, and then fix them within a matter of days? So we took this impassioned early adopter community and just put fuel all over it. And so our organic listings in New York City started to grow. From that 30, suddenly it became 55. Then it became 73. Then it became 112. We had no marketing, no press whatsoever. It was probably the most pure word-of-mouth growth we ever had in the company's business.
So I also, one thing that I think people don't understand about the Airbnb story is how long was it just the three of you?
How long was it the three of us?
Was it just the three of you back for 2008 to how long?
All of 2008 and a good half of 2009. It was just Brian, Nate, and I doing the work of a lot of people.
So like almost 2 years, year and a half.
Yeah, it was a solid year and a half before we then got introduced to Sequoia.
How did you meet Sequoia?
We met Sequoia at a YC dinner. And I'll never forget, we knew about Sequoia, obviously, from a previous startup conference where one of the partners was speaking. And he was...
Greg McAdoo?
Greg McAdoo, right. Yeah. Greg McAdoo was giving a talk about waves and about surfing. And his whole analogy was about great entrepreneurs ride great waves. And Sequoia was there to back the entrepreneurs as they sort of got into the wave. And so I remember sitting in the audience very distinctively, kind of maybe like you are now, thinking like, wow, Sequoia. Gosh.
This is embarrassing.
One day. I remember thinking like, one day maybe we'll be lucky enough to pitch Sequoia. And it wasn't 6 months later that we found ourselves sitting at the table with Greg and other partners at Sequoia.
It's because you followed our guide to writing us a business plan.
We did. We were reading everything we could on Sequoia's website, and you guys have a great template for how to put a pitch deck together.
What was the initial check?
Initial check was $600,000, which for us was like a windfall. Like that was so much money, because we were coming off of $20,000 from YC, and we had credit card bills on all the credit cards you can imagine. And so like that was just, we could start hiring people. Like that was actually enough to like hire a person.
So you raised $600,000 from Sequoia as your first round, and since then by my last total, you've raised $3.3 billion. But you have more cash in the bank than you've raised. Why raise so much?
Well, we want to hire more people.
You don't need it, you're generating cash. But like, I think the thing about time is it warps. Like I think what you're trying to tell the audience is like, most people, this is the Bill Gates line about most people overestimate what they can accomplish in a year. Mm-hmm. You just celebrated your 10-year anniversary last year, and most people underestimate what they can do in 10 years. And you guys have accomplished a lot in 10 years. So like, advice for the entrepreneurs out there, like I have two questions related to that quote. One is, what is your single biggest advice to entrepreneurs as they're building from the start? And then the second thing is, if a year is not the right time frame, what's the right time frame? What's the right unit of time to think about your company?
Those are great questions. I was watching Morgan's talk from the green room earlier, and something that she said and embodied couldn't be closer to the piece of advice that I give to people, which is an entrepreneur. The gift of an entrepreneur is to reframe things. And the gift of an entrepreneur is to take a rejection and turn it into an invitation. It's as simple as that. Every rejection for us was an invitation to keep going. And it's up to you if you want to say yes or not to the invitation. And so we were hit with some of the fiercest rejection you can imagine by some of the smartest people, which made it even worse. People we really looked up to, and people who'd picked some of the internet's greatest companies of our era. And with each one of those, it was a hit personally. It was a hit sort of on the company's idea. But we always took that and said, okay, well, what can we learn from this? Well, cool. They didn't like it. Let's keep going. There's actually so there's an equation for this. One weekend back in college, I got wind that there was an entrepreneurship sort of workshop taking place at Brown University. And I was very entrepreneurial in college, and so I was like, okay, I need to get into that, but I'm not a Brown student. What do I do? So actually, I figured out how to sneak into the thing. And I was in the middle row, and there's a guy talking about sales and building relationships and the nature of rejection. And he gave this equation about rejection. And the equation is simply SW squared plus WC equals MO. So I'm sure you've all heard that before. I don't need to explain it. But, or do you want to hear it? Yeah. So SW squared is some will love your idea, some won't, plus who cares equals move on. And that was literally like all I could think about in my head with each of these investor rejections that we kept getting. It's like, okay, some are gonna love our idea, some aren't. Who cares? Let's keep going, move on.
Well, we're glad we didn't reject you.
Me too. Sequoia has good insight, I have to say.
Thank you for letting us be a partner for you for over a decade. It's really been a wonderful journey. I continue to learn a lot from you and Brian and Nate and many of the people that you've brought on board. It's been a fun journey. So now that you've finished your 10 years, your first decade, what's the next 10 years going to be like? And what are you institutionalizing today for the future?
We got some advice from former colleague of yours, Tony Hsieh, early on in Airbnb's formation. I think there's a couple paths you can take as an entrepreneur. You can have an idea, and you can build it, and it can fund your lifestyle, and you call that a lifestyle business. That's totally cool. You can have an idea, and you can go raise money and try to create a lot of value as quickly as possible so that you can get acquired by a bigger player, and that's totally cool. And then there's at least a third path, which is you can have an idea, raise a lot of money, and then try to stay independent and maybe go public one day and have an independent company. A generalization, but those are kind of three paths. When we had your term sheet, I remember distinctly sitting in our living room at the table with Brian and Nate, and we're deliberating. We said, the minute we sign this term sheet, we're changing the trajectory of this business. We're changing the path that we're on. And so we had to make a real decision there, because at that point it was roughly a lifestyle business with ambitions to be more than that. And so we did the math, and we saw how the travel industry was growing huge and continuing to grow, how accommodations really hadn't changed all that much since sort of the OTAs went online in the late 90s, just bringing inventory online. And we thought we had a really unique and novel approach to travel. And that it didn't even have to end at accommodations, that there were all these other parts of travel, from transportation, for what you do once you get there, et cetera. And so we said, you know what? We're 26 years old. Let's go for it. Like, when else would we have a chance in our lives to go after an industry this big with a truly radical idea? So we signed the term sheet, and in doing so, it's sort of like there were these dominoes that fell. And one of those important sort of trigger points was somebody said to us, well, if you intend to build a company with long-term ambitions, maybe to be independent and public one day, make sure you get the culture right at the beginning. Yeah. And Tony's advice to us was, it's a lot easier to mold concrete when it's still wet than to chip away at it later when it's dry. So put all of your effort into the front part of hiring, of your values, of the things that you stand for as a business. Because it's not your culture that will make your people, it's your people that make your culture. So get the people part right, and then the culture will follow. So it took us, now we just raised money, $600K in the bank. We're interviewing people to be our first hire. Nate's doing like the job of like 3 or 4 engineers, by the way. Payments, a search algorithm, reputation system. We needed an engineer like yesterday. It took us 3 months to hire somebody because we were so deliberate about our hiring process.
You're probably the only company that I know since you came and visited Zappos that wrote down your core values before you hired anyone. Most people they hire, and then they mold their core values. But that was pretty interesting to see how long it took you guys. Where it's just the 3 of you, you were very deliberate about every single thing that you did. Some of them, obviously, you learned from happenstance, but that is probably the most interesting sort of aspect about innovating with intention.
Well, we became we became students of culture, in that like we wanted to learn, like, what is this culture? What does that even mean? So we just reached out to companies that we really admired, and Zappos certainly is one of those companies. And so we flew to Vegas, did the whole tour, met a lot of the team members, and I left with this very crisp impression, because everybody that I met at Zappos, every single person I met at Zappos, was so happy to be at Zappos. They were so friendly and warm. Even if you're like, we're on the tour and we bump into somebody and they'd be like, oh, hey, you guys lost? Do you need anything? Can we help you? I was like, what are they drinking in the water here? Like, this is...
Well, now everybody who works at Airbnb loves being at an Airbnb, so you learned something from that experience.
The important takeaway was we left, Brian, Nate, and I left that tour, flew back to San Francisco. We got back to the table in the living room, and we said, how do we make sure that one day, if we're lucky enough to have, you guys had 700 people at the time, if we have 700 people working for us, how do we make sure that our place is as fun and exciting and welcoming as what we just experienced? Yeah. And we kind of, well, how did they do it? Well, they were clear about their core values, and they hired and fired on those, so let's get clear about ours. We sat there that day, and each of us wrote a list of our non-negotiables. What are the things that, even if it's the smartest engineer that we've ever met, and we need them yesterday, what is the list of things that we're not gonna compromise on? We had that conversation, we crystallized eight or so things that became the origins of our core values.
Thank you so much, Joe, for all that insight and the sort of emphasis on institutionalizing your intentions and innovating from there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Alfred. It's great.
Thanks. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen.
It's food time.
So, same as yesterday, you can check out your app and just go to menu, and you can see the list of all of the different restaurants in Redwood City that have different discounts you can take advantage of.
Lunch is a great chance to make friends with someone that you don't know who's actually in the room, grab a bite to eat together, get to know each other's businesses, and more importantly, get to know the person as an individual.
Love it. Enjoy, guys. We'll see you
Excellent. See you after
the
lunch.
break. Ladies and gentlemen, how was lunch? Good. Sounds exciting. Okay, so our next guest is the person behind Airtable. This is the powerful system and tool that thousands of companies are using around the world to run their businesses, including half of the Fortune 1000 companies and Startup Grind. Just last year, they raised $160 million in funding in 1 year, and they're valued at $1 billion. Howie Liu, the co-founder and CEO of Airtable, is going to talk to us today about why substance is greater than speed. He'll be interviewed by Alexa Von Tobel of Inspired Capital. Please help me give them a warm welcome.
Hi, everybody. We're so happy to be here today.
Hello.
Howie, thank you so much for joining me.
No, thank you for coming.
What an amazing audience, and thanks for getting here even despite the rain. So Howie, we want to dive right in. You are just such an epic entrepreneur right now, 30 years old, newest billion-dollar business, which I know you don't like to say out loud, but I will say for you as a proud friend. And I think what we just want to kind of start to make sure everybody in the audience knows is, what is Airtable and what kinds of companies are using Airtable today?
Sure. So Airtable, interestingly, is a company that started with a vision first and then built a product and business around it. And the vision was always to democratize this really powerful medium that is software to the whole world out there who isn't able to tap into the economic value creation and ultimately creative expression potential of software, not just in terms of the apps they use, but actually be able to shape the apps that they want to use. I think our product was built over 3 years, launched, and we've seen just almost every single type of company or individual use it for everything from wedding planning and cattle farming all the way to large companies like Netflix or Nike using it for major kind of production or kind of organizational use cases.
I was telling Howie, I just launched a new venture fund, Inspired Capital. It's a $200 million fund, and we use it for our firm. And then I have 2 friends wedding planning that are using Airtable for wedding planning. And then I have another friend who's standing up at another financial shop, and they're using it. And what always strikes me is just the broad swath of different companies that are using Airtable, which is so great.
Yeah.
So let's dive into how you got Airtable to where it is today. So what struck me when I met Howie is he's always been really long-term focused, but as a fellow entrepreneur, one thing I thought that you did that was really unique was you really focused on the product for the first few years and did nothing else, didn't fundraise, didn't get out there. You've always been long-term focused, but talk about some of the decisions you've made that you feel like really differentiate Airtable based on that long-term focus.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's a big difference between, certain types of products that can be validated and sort of iterated on within a few weeks or 10 weeks, if you have Y Combinator, timelines ahead of you, or even months. But I think that there are certain types of companies that really need to be incubated for years because the minimum viable product that you want to bring out to the world and demonstrate the value you're trying to articulate really has to be built over that amount of time and with that amount of craft. And so, we just had this strong conviction that software was, this thing that should be fungible and tangible to all people. And the most logical place to start with that was, to create this product that kind of felt like a spreadsheet, had the power of a relational database model that would ultimately be usable by anyone non-technical as the foundation for that company vision. So, I think it's definitely one of many different ways to build a company. And in our case, along the way, we did have lots of customer conversations, talked to a lot of different advisors and stakeholders and mentors who ultimately, I think, gave us useful feedback to help shape our journey along the way.
Was there 1 or 2 moments of the kind of product evolution where a customer gave you a piece of feedback that really made a big difference? What was one of those that you really remember?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was this pivotal moment for us where after we had already launched publicly and, we had gotten some traction that was building up and a lot of it was across, already, companies and people outside of Silicon Valley. So I think what was remarkable was that, pretty early on, we were not really a tech tool made for other techies, but really something that was being broadly adopted. And I think initially we had kind of formed as our kind of mental model or exemplars Dropbox and Evernote as sort of these similar companies who had started with consumer usage and then built out business models and kind of Teams products from there. And we thought that we would kind of follow a similar path with like mostly consumer-centric usage initially, and then eventually being able to build out a business or kind of team-centric product. But pretty early on, we just noticed all of these teams, and kind of from all over the place. There was a major New York magazine that actually came into Airtable. The editor-in-chief had set up a use case to plan their content, and got their whole team using it. There were other companies out there that were coming in and virally growing faster than most of our consumer users were. And so we pretty quickly realized that this was actually a product that empowered teams and companies as much as it did consumers, and that we didn't have to wait to really go after that latter opportunity.
That's wonderful. So let's shift gears. Let's talk a little bit about culture. So you have such a long-term view. As you're thinking about building the unique culture of Airtable, what are the values that you care about? How are you thinking about developing your own culture?
Yeah. I think a big part of it is definitely being very, very long-term focused, and a very complementary value to that that I think is something that has always been a little bit organic for us. Is we hate using wartime metaphors, and I think in Silicon Valley it's so easy to relegate yourself to just being in a battle against your competitors, and and everything is about kind of who's going to win the race, or who's going to crush who, and so generally I think we've tried to espouse this much more farmer-like mentality of we're really out there in this green field of opportunity, and it's profoundly large, and it's not about trying to nudge out the other farmers out of the race, but really just planting as many seeds and tending to our crops and really growing a thriving community of customers and team members and so on that compound in value over time. So I think we've it kind of bleeds out to, or kind of goes through to every part of our organization, but we really do I think in terms of growing and creating from afresh versus just trying to beat our enemies.
So Howie came to visit me in New York, and I'm a fellow entrepreneur where I built a software company called LearnVest at 24 and sold it at 30 in an interesting and nice exit. And one of the things that really struck me about Howie from meeting so many entrepreneurs is rarely we use crush and battle and war, and Howie was like, I just want the entire world to grow. And it was so refreshing how authentic it was, and it made me absolutely just think so highly of you and kind of your vision, and to say, hey, I think that we can actually get farther by using that kind of farmer metaphor. So talk a little bit about what tangible things at the company, in whether it's onboarding, or what are you actually doing to make sure that everybody lives up to that value at Airtable? Because it's one thing to have an amazing vision as the CEO. It's another thing to make sure everyone's actually, using it and abiding by it. How are you doing that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, one thing that we really believe in is, the importance of community and experience, and, not just for our customers, but also for our team. And so we actually just started doing this event series for mostly our team members right now, and some friends and family. But, instead of going and doing, kind of more prototypical activities together, we'll go and find these, kind of culturally immersive events. So maybe going and watching a ballet show together, or, going to a pottery workshop, or, a lot of these sort of activities that I think really, exemplify the kind of cult of creativity and craft that are so antithetical to just, kind of going out to war.
That makes me want to go work at Airtable.
No,
that
please.
sounds fabulous.
You're welcome to be a friend of the events anytime.
So, if I was sitting in the audience, you've just raised so much capital. I mean, really, it's amazing. You have, on the other end of all of this, what any entrepreneur just prays and hopes could ever happen to their business. You are flush with cash, and you now have to think about the next 24 months. And I always tell entrepreneurs, when that money hits your bank, you have like 12 hours of like, and then the next morning you wake up and you're like, oh my God, we've got to go put it to work, and we have so much work. What does the next 24 months look like? What are the big milestones that you're really kind of razor focused on for your team and for yourself?
Yeah. So we raised our round in kind of a somewhat unique situation, insofar as we didn't really need the money. And so we were at a point with the business, and still are, where, the natural growth of the business alone was enough to sustain, kind of a strong growth rate, and even kind of, pay for the additional costs of growing a team very quickly. And so, what we really wanted to do with the round was, one, I think align a lot of really great thought partners and, new folks who could help us along the way and give us invaluable advice and kind of connections to know how to build a great company. Because I think that, kind of the immediate answer that I would give to what should we do over the next 24 months to make this company get to the next point is, I don't know enough to give you the definitive answer. And so I should be spending my time learning. And so I think that's a big part of our next, certainly 6 months is, going out there and thinking about what are the things that we don't know yet. And especially when it comes to building a great organization, not just a product and business. Certainly we have a long way to go on the former two. But I think, ultimately in the next 2 years, what we have to do is have an incredible organization that has not just a lot of great individuals inside of it, but really a team and people who can work together and collaboratively and with the right context to go and build the next generation of our platform and the next, iteration of our business model.
So let's dig into that. So how big is Airtable today in terms of employees?
Yeah, so we're only 80 people.
And how big do you think Airtable could be in 24 months?
So, I think the biggest constraint for us, because it's not really about the cost, is really just, how quickly can we find people who are, kind of great fits for what we're trying to do, and ultimately equip them with the tools and context to be successful. And, I think honestly, we don't know what the upper bound for that is. I think we'd like to grow by somewhere between 2 and 3x our current headcount year over year. And so, on the extreme end, we might be in the high hundreds of people in a few years. But also, I think we want to make sure that we're emphasizing empowerment of every kind of team member over kind of filling seats with bodies.
So Airtable's hiring lots of people, which is wonderful. And it sounds like mostly you'll be looking at product, technology, design, anything else specific like you need to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of companies describe themselves as being product-driven or engineering-driven or sales-driven or marketing-driven. And, I've always really believed that Airtable is a company where you really have to do well at all of those things. And all of those things require, very first principles thinking. So, obviously from an engineering standpoint, we're doing a lot of things that are not just, copy-paste from a different product or not just implementing features, but actually kind of architecting new design patterns and interaction patterns. And, we're the most meta software product out there because we're the software to build software for everyone. But also I would say that, on every other side of the business, marketing, sales, customer success, our product specialist team, which sits in between our customers and our product teams, I think there's so much kind of innovation and playbook building and system building to be done that I think all of those roles are, truly equally important in defining the long-term success of our company.
It's wonderful. So one of the other things when Howie and I met a few months back, where I was just completely impressed with just how long-term your vision is. You've actively said that you don't want Airtable to be acquired, and you've said it out of the gate. Talk everybody through in the audience. One, I think Airtable is in such an incredibly unique position, poised, in my humble opinion, to potentially be the future Microsoft or fully replace many different types of collaboration tools from Google Docs to Slack and beyond. Why are you saying we're not interested in being acquired? What's really driving that in your own heart and DNA?
Yeah, so there's 2 reasons at a high level. One is that, from a financial standpoint, we really don't believe that we've come close to realizing the full value of, what we could be as a company. And, there's a really rational, if we had to be, if we had to make a decision based purely on our fiduciary responsibility to external shareholders to give them the highest return on capital, I really do believe that, we have 100x plus upside from here just because of...
Does everybody hear that? 100x, that's incredible.
And I think we're very fortunate to be in in a space that we think is profoundly large and can actually sustain a business that could drive tens of billions in revenue down the road. And we think that we have a pretty clear idea of how one might get there. Certainly no guarantee and lots of execution challenges along the way, but it's sort of a rare opportunity that we even have this clear sight line towards that direction. So one is kind of the rational side. And then two, and more importantly, is kind of the philosophical side. And so when we set out to build Airtable, I was very fortunate to have had a small exit of a different company before, and really had the kind of patience and also the luxury of time to think about what was the kind of company that I wanted to work on and work at for not just the next few years, but the rest of my life. And I think Airtable, because it embodies so many of those properties, and I think it's doing something that we truly believe is empowering the world and creating, this alignment of our own business model and financial success with ultimately the success of, everyone in the world. I think there's a powerful reason to just continue executing on that in the best possible way.
That's so special. And how I digest that, Howie, is Airtable literally is a platform for creativity that can empower businesses where every single pottery shop to creative shop to planning shop to business literally on the planet could be using Airtable. That's the vision that you have. You think that you get there by having an incredible team that's committed to that culture and making sure you guys are thoughtful and stay loyal to that culture. And because Airtable is growing so quickly, you're in this really unique position where you don't have to bend, and you don't have to think about something like an acquisition. It's a pretty unique position to be at age 30.
Yeah.
So I want to shift gears there. You're 30. I'm 35. LearnVest got acquired at 30, so I know exactly what that's like. What are the things that you personally feel like you're starting to feel really good about that you're doing as a CEO, a really young, hungry CEO? And what are the things that you feel like you still have to get better at? Because none of us are perfect. And I'll be the first to say I had so many things I had to learn and grow at, running a team that grew from 200 people to 2,000 people myself. What does that look like for you?
Well, I think every day that goes by and I learn a little bit more, it just feels like there's an infinitely more, kind of greater expanse of knowledge that I need to acquire and skills that I need to bring to bear. And so, in a sense, I feel like I'm just getting started to, know enough to know what I don't know, which is a lot and maybe infinite. I think it feels kind of like we're building, we're trying to upgrade an airplane that's in the middle of flying. And at every stage of the company, we, as the operating team, have to learn the kind of new tools and skills required to upgrade the airplane to the next level, to get to the next kind of stratosphere, while it's still moving. You don't ever get the chance to pause and say, hey, everyone, we're all going to take 6 months to just stop doing all actual product or business work.
We'll just take a minute and just stop, like it never happened.
Totally, and let's just all go read and have some discussions, do a book club, which would be great. And in fact, we may do some form of that, have book clubs, et cetera. But I think, probably the single biggest area that I want to focus my kind of learning efforts towards is, I think, building a great organization of people. And frankly, that's the side of things that I know the least about. I think I certainly am not the best, product designer or engineer or kind of business strategist, but I think we've been fortunate as a company to get to a point where we have a working V1 of those things. And so building a working even V1 of a great people organization, not just a large one, but one that can endure and actually empower not just the next 100 employees but the next 10,000 is something that we have no idea how to do and are trying to learn as quickly as possible.
If there's one thing that's keeping you up at night right now, what would it be?
I think I actually sleep quite
there's
well.
There's never one.
No, I mean, the truthful answer is I do sleep quite well. And I think, part of it is because, I think a lot of the stress that we experience in this world and this industry is sort of sometimes brought upon ourselves, right? There's a great executive coach named Katja Veresen who has a few interviews on First Round Capital's magazine blog, and she talks about this idea of operating under this scarcity mindset versus an abundance mindset. And so if you kind of imagine in the kind of prehistoric era when you were out there in the world and there was kind of all kinds of perils that awaited you, wolves and a lack of food and so on, you make completely different decisions, and you're kind of inducing yourself into this very artificial and kind of a short-sighted mentality when you live your life and kind of execute under stress all the time. And so there's certainly a ton of priorities that I think are on my mind. I think probably the single biggest one being, I feel this huge moral obligation to learn how to build a great people organization. Before we kind of do a disservice to the people who are coming into the company and not getting the best possible and most empowering experience that they can. So I think, knowing that we could be doing better and that, people, in our company are not getting the best possible experience that they could be, if we were, I think is probably the biggest thing on my mind. But I think at the same time, we try to, not unintentionally or unnecessarily, keep everyone, including myself, in a state of stress.
Okay, so he sleeps easy at night. I never did. That's amazing. I'm like, you need to be my Zen coach. Talk to us.
San Francisco might be a little bit easier
than New York City. Talk to us a little bit about what are the things that are around you that are helping you stay sane? What is that operating? I always said that every great CEO really needs an operating playbook of what works for them, and it's different. It's all based on who you are. What is, at this point, your operating playbook that allows you, right when Howie walked in, I said, hey, Howie, how's it been going? And he was like, the last few months has been a whirlwind. And I said, the next few months will be a whirlwind too. You quickly learn that things never slow down. There's never the 6 months to sit and be like, oh, I'm going to artfully read and learn how to totally meditate and all the things that you really want to do because you realize you're just moving. What is that playbook that you've finally been able to at least set pause and say, this is what makes Howie the best Howie?
Yeah, so I'd say there's three things. One of which is very strategic and the other two are very tactical on a human level. And so the first thing is, I think, because there's always this unsaturable list of things that you need to do or could do, and that would be good uses of your time, not just for myself, but for anyone in our company. There's just such a broad surface area of what we could do and our potential that we're never for lack of ideas of, hey, we ran out of, things to do, and like, what do we do now? So I think one of the big challenges is to kind of make yourself go through the process and repeatedly, kind of distill all of those different things that you could work on into the few things that matter, at least at this moment in time. So, I always heard this advice from people and then, kind of thought it was a little bit silly or at least like really, really hard to put into practice, so much so that, it's basically not useful. But I do think that, as things get more complex and as you have more and more to worry about, that becomes even more important. So this idea of, whether you write the three things that you care about on a note card or on a poster or just like jot it down somewhere, I think I cycle through my top 3 or 4 things, every single day. And I try to go through mentally and make sure that, yeah, there's a lot of other things I need to get back to people on and kind of react to, but also, am I driving forward these 3 or 4 initiatives? I think the other 2 are really, I think, one, making sure that I carve out physical space for myself. And so, I find that, as an introvert, naturally, I need to kind of go and find quiet and kind of somewhat meditative places to physically be in, hopefully once a week to really reset. And so that might be driving up to Muir Woods or to Pacifica Beach and just kind of doing a walk. But I find that really, really helpful. And even just 30 minutes or an hour of that really helps kind of reset.
When did you realize? How old were you when you realized that being actually alone in nature, getting a walk maybe with somebody else, all of a sudden is giving you that reset?
I think it probably was in high school. So I distinctly remember there was a high school paper or a project for English, I think, that entailed every student going out. I think maybe the topic was on some of these kind of great American writers who enjoyed the wilderness, and so on. And so we were supposed to go out in the wilderness and kind of play our own Thoreau experience out and then write about it. And I think that just kind of stuck with me. And certainly after my first company was acquired, I think I spent a lot of time going on these walks and bike rides, and really helped to I think formulate the basis of Airtable as a company.
So I want to end on just a few quick questions. What has been the peak moment of Airtable to date? So the moment where you're like, this just really, you walked out and you're like, wow, what was it?
So that's a tough question. It's been truly, a gratifying experience every single day of the way. And I don't say that, in this hyperbolic and overly, superficially positive light, but really, in contrast to the prior company experience I had, where there was constantly this kind of fear of, survival or lack thereof. And every day we were leaving and just kind of hungry and tired and worried. And there were some really tough moments. And for that company, probably the day that we decided to get acquired was the kind of moment of excitement. I think for Airtable, I mean, certainly we've had exciting moments where, we've brought on more people into the company. It's kind of taken on a life of its own. I think we've done team offsites that have been really, really fulfilling for me, just to kind of look around and see the people we have around us, product launches, et cetera. But it's truly the case that no one moment sticks out, and certainly not any funding moment sticks out in my mind as this particularly special, peak of our happiness, because we really did, kind of end up with this company experience that, I think we all, and certainly I do, feel so grateful to be at and to experience every day. And so, honestly, I think it feels more like the past 7 years of my life have been kind of this pretty high, continuum of gratefulness.
Of one day at a time
Yeah.
growth. So, okay, we'll end here. Essentially, when I step back, having really gotten to know Howie, he is one of the zenest, calmest, and I know we're all smiling and laughing because it's so true, 30-year-old, poised billionaire future entrepreneurs who genuinely cares more about his team, the culture he's developing, unlocking creativity around the world. And for me, it just really struck me that Howie is a very, very unique and special person. So Howie, you're sitting in front of some really incredible entrepreneurs with big ambitions and super smart in their own right. If you had one or two things that you would want them to know about what's going on at Airtable, how they can help, how they can join the Airtable revolution, which I genuinely believe you are on, what does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, we are always going to be hiring, and for, really just, I think, the type of person who defies traditional role boundaries. And so we're always looking for people who are very thoughtful and kind of, polymathic in nature. And so, anyone who is interested in potentially joining our team, can always email me at howie@airtable.com. And I think separately, it's also important that, we give back. And so I think the other thing I would say is that if ever there come, kind of opportunities for us as a company or for me as an individual to partner with, I think, organizations, especially ones creating social impact, I think we're always open to hearing and hopefully finding ways to partner with those groups. So, I think, the short answer is feel free to reach out if I can ever be of help.
So we'll end on this. First of all, you guys can follow us on Instagram, send us DMs if you have any questions from here. I think hopefully you guys get a sense of what I admire so much about Howie. He is totally embarrassed when people focus on him or give him too much attention, but I would love us to give him a quick round of applause for everything that he's done at Airtable. And thank you all for your time today. And again, you can send in any questions. And best of luck on everything you guys are working on. We're rooting for all of you. So thank you.
And a bigger round of applause for Alexa, please, who flew all the way from New York for this through cold and rain.
Thank you guys so much. Best of luck on everything. Thank you.
Hello. So we got the final 9 startups. Let's all make them feel really, really, really welcome, please. Woo! Welcome on stage, guys. So it's been an absolutely amazing last 2 days, actually putting faces to names of all the people we spent so long talking to. And I think, hopefully you'll all agree with me that everyone has absolutely crushed the pitches so far. No pressure to you, final 9. I'm sure you'll do absolutely perfectly. But yeah, so what we're going to do again is just run through the pitches of the companies. Everyone's going to tell you once again who they are, what they do, and why you should hopefully love what they do and come up and go over to their booths and see what they're doing. I definitely encourage you to do it, even if obviously all the content that's happening for the rest of the day is like top notch, but so is the content in the tent, and so are the quality of the companies and the people. So please do that. Thanks very much for listening, guys. We're going to kick off. You ready?
Yep.
Timer's there. Let's go.
All right. I think it's fair to say that everybody here likes innovation. Am I right about that? Yeah. All right. So everybody here uses Google and Facebook, or has used it at some point, I'm assuming, once or twice, maybe. Who here is excited about the flying car they've got in their driveway? You're pretty cool. Most of us don't have one. And let's talk about why. Software is kind of biased towards text. It's written in text. It's for text. It's great for 2D things. When it comes to the 3D world we live in, it starts to not be so great. Engineers and manufacturers have been using ancient technology, almost, it feels Stone Age when you actually experience what they do, for quite a long time. They don't have the search and the autofill and the comparison technology that we're used to using. FISNA is short for physical DNA. We have actually normalized 3D data across all platforms, and we can compare and contrast three-dimensional models regardless of their origin. This saves the average engineer $40,000 per year per user. In the past year, before we made one sales call, we had 100,000 people join the platform. But what I really get excited about is knowing that what FISNA is doing is helping fellow innovators, like those on stage that you'll be hearing from soon, innovate at the speed of their imagination. We hope to see you. We're over in Tent B. Thank you very much.
FISNA, thank you. Thank you.
We founded Varisto because we know the way that the world and you work has changed. Raise your hand if you use an extended workforce of other small businesses or freelancers to help power your company. Most of us, right? Exactly. Well, as we transition from a world of permanence and payrolls to a world of flexibility and contractual relationships with small businesses and freelancers, we've seen a change, right? We've seen a change in co-working spaces. WeWork and others have given us the physical spaces to work the way that the new era allows us to do. We see from QuickBooks, continued innovation around financial and accounting systems to allow your small businesses and other enterprises and your freelance businesses to really continue to perform well. What's missing is a contract management platform that serves freelancers, small businesses, and enterprises alike, a single platform for requests, proposals, selection, and contracts. That's what Varisto offers. And why are we here? We're here because we're looking for customers, partners, and investors. And we'd love to see you at Tent B. We're right in the front on the right. Thanks.
Varisto, thank you.
Sure. My name is Roman. I run Truck Insure, started in 2015. It is a TMS, transportation management software service provided to carriers, truck carriers. If I had any idea what truck business was like, I would not have started it. And it would have been a mistake because a year and a half after I started it, we gained our first client. A year ago, we had 4 clients, and today I have 1,100 clients, and we're growing by about 5 clients per day. We're providing electronic login devices, we're providing tracking, order management, warehouse management, and other services to these companies that they need to operate efficiently. Trucking business is a very negative, and logistics is a very negative business, and whatever we can do to automate their problems away actually saves them time, not only time, but it saves them health in reality, and which is why people are coming to us. They're switching to us from our competitors every day, and we don't advertise, so all of our clients actually came to us because those were truck drivers talking to other truck drivers at truck stops. There is a monthly revenue obviously associated with it. We were making $10,000 a month when we had 4 clients. Now we're making over $100,000 a month. And we're growing. I'm pretty sure we can grow bigger than that because there's maybe 7 million truck drivers in the world. I mean, in North America. And in North America. And today we only have maybe 2,000. But we're gonna kill it. We're in 10B. See us, please.
Track Insure. Thank you. We can do better with that. Better than that with a round of applause. Come on. Big one. Ready?
Rental car companies are dead. That's a $32 billion industry in the US that we are disrupting with Ride. Ride is a peer-to-peer car rental marketplace. Simply put, Airbnb for cars. We let owners make money off of their latent assets, and car lovers can ride the cars they love. We have been around for 13 months. We've done $750,000 in revenue. We have over 2,000 cars in the 2 sunny states of California and Florida. With us, you can, in under 3 minutes, you can get a Ferrari California for $300 delivered to your doorstep. So this is a completely new experience. No rental car counter will be able to match what we give you as a car experience. So please do check us out. We're in Tent B, and ride a car today at ridecars.com.
Thank you very much. Ride. Do you get to test all the cars out?
What?
Do you test all the cars out?
No, but we make sure that they're in perfect condition. Every car and every driver goes through our verification.
Awesome. Thank you. Go on, bigger. Cool.
Hi guys, I'm Kevin Kane. I'm with Linked. We are a project management cloud application that's connecting the $10 trillion construction industry. We launched in August of last year. We leverage machine learning, artificial intelligence, and augmented reality to help increase productivity and profits. We're proven. About a week after we launched, we secured the 8th largest construction company in the country on a $400 million project up in Sacramento. We're connecting 3 other top 10 construction firms, so we've got some good exposure. McKinsey & Company has identified a 1.6 trillion, that's with the T, opportunity that's going to help increase the productivity in construction. And you have to ask yourself, why it's such a big opportunity? Over 75 years, the construction industry has only increased their productivity by 1% year over year. By comparison, agricultural, manufacturing, and retail, like 1,500%. So big opportunity here. A little bit about me, it's my 6th startup. Been acquired by IBM, HP, and Trimble, and 2 private equity firms. And we're Linked. We're trying to connect the world of construction. Thanks.
Thank you to Linked. You guys are getting better, it's good.
Good afternoon, my name is Danny Feltzman. I'm the founder of Generation Transfer, and today's a special day because 4 years ago my son was born and I was in the hospital, made him a video welcoming him to the world. Now, it was very emotional, it was very private, and I had no idea what to do with it. All I knew is that I didn't want it to get lost in the clutter of social networks, email, or messengers. As time went on, I realized how difficult it is to pass down knowledge to a little 4-year-old boy. You don't know what to start with, you don't know how to capture and organize these moments, and I didn't even know where to begin. So Generation Transfer was created as a solution to this problem, and it's a digital time capsule that inspires, captures, and shares important experiences that deepen family relationships and help early child development. Now, when developing the product and talking to users, we understood that if you give a person a blank piece of paper, it's very difficult to know where to begin. So we work with professional child psychologists to create an in-app questionnaire called the Inspiration Guide. So these are personalized questions on topics ranging from your definition of good and evil to your favorite Pokemon. They're meant to inspire and motivate. We just launched the beta in the fall. We have close to 8,000 users, 30% retention. Our goal and our vision is to become the online resource for generations of families to pass down their most important life experiences to the ones they love. We're in Tent A. We'll be happy to show you more. And since it's my son's birthday, I want to have everybody on the count of 3 just say happy birthday. Quick, 1, 2, 3.
You can do this. Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Thank you, Generation Transfer. Wasim?
You're gonna have to lift this a little bit.
Yeah. My arm's getting sore.
All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wasim Murbi, and I'm coming from Dubai. And we're here to announce Donor in the U.S. Donor is it's a social initiative that allows for the verification of the organ donation. Today, there's 10% of all transplants that are happening around the planet, and as well in the U.S. that are coming from unverified sources. And we've used actually the blockchain and the DNA technology to be able to actually upload the DNA of the donors, verify it with the DNA at the receiving hospital. We started that initiative with the government of Dubai. It was launched in Arab Health just a few weeks back. And we've recently also announced our new product, which is the verification of healthcare overall. It allows for verification of the patient and his ID, the medicine and the condition of that medicine, as well as the prescription, so that nobody can, abuse a certain dose. Please feel free to come to our stand to see the proof in the pudding. Thank you.
Thank you, Wasim.
So let's get this out of the way. I know my shirt says Griffin. We pivoted, but thank you. So we're now an enterprise SaaS company, but we had a cute community app that I'm happy to tell you about later, but it's kind of a thing of the past. So let's talk about brands and how they use digital media and analytics to track. If you go to Facebook and you click a Patagonia banner, I'm sorry, you're gonna get beat up for 30 days, even though you were just surfing the web. What Griffin does is we develop an SDK that brands embed in their mobile application that unlocks customer location insights. So what does that mean? When Wendy's wants to know how many of its app users go to Burger King or McDonald's, right now they have no clue. When Macy's wants to know how many of its app users shop at Nordstrom or Neiman Marcus, they have no clue. With Griffin, we unlock those insights and provide brands contextual data that they can use for competitive analysis, for ROI attribution, and a lot more. So come to see us in 10A. We'd love to talk to you about Griffin and all the things we have to offer.
Griffin, everybody.
Role or being automated away. And a good example is we launched this kind of buy now button in 2017 on the resale side. So we have houses, we buy directly from sellers, we own inventory, and we build an elegant experience to buy one of our homes. We tried this buy now button, which was like, how do we simplify the transaction? Right now in real estate, it's like a bunch of negotiations, a bunch back and forth. And the reality was there was a lot of realtors still in the system, and they kind of viewed their role as negotiations. And so even though we had this like buy now button, people still wanted to negotiate the price. And so I think it's gonna take a little bit of time for agents to realize that actually the automation will happen, and their role is really to be an advisor to the customer.
I guess real estate in general is both massive, but it's also very fragmented. And you're dealing with offline assets. So, whenever you deal with atoms instead of bits, it's a much harder thing to do. How do you think about the role of real estate, technology in real estate in the coming few years? What should we expect, or what are the big changes that you think are going to be coming?
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that Opendoor is done well, which is like manage this, atoms and bits transition and merging technology with operations. I see a lot of like new businesses in real estate trying to do that well for other categories. And I think that's really where there's going to be differentiation in a competitive mode, is if you can not just build software well, not just build algorithms well, but also use technology, people, and process to make operations really efficient at scale. I think that's where like you build massive businesses in real estate, because obviously we're dealing with physical assets themselves. So I think like any company can do technology and operations well together, will build a big moat.
What are some of the companies you think are worth keeping an eye on then in real estate technology?
I'm going to ask you the same question. So, I see again to this kind of like notion that real estate is a physical asset and you have to operate it from property management to the selling of it to showing of it. The ones that are kind of adjacent to us, I think Clutter is an interesting business because they're kind of taking logistics and operations and trying to build technology on top of that. And I see a lot of these kind of home maintenance companies starting, like Setter. And that's actually an interesting category to go into, which is how do you make kind of the servicing of your home one click? But what are the things that you like?
Yeah, I think there's a couple interesting things happening. I mean, to your point, Clutter, I think, is doing interesting things. There's a company called Mosaic, which is basically a vertically integrated builder. And so they've actually written a programming language called Dog, which allows them to be more efficient in sort of managing construction teams. And so that's a really interesting approach in terms of asking how can you drop the cost of construction and basically create a higher margin business off of something that's traditionally been very labor intensive. So I think that's interesting. And then I think there's just interesting innovation happening in different models of financing, mortgages, et cetera. So Divvy would be an example of that. Cul-de-sac seems to be doing interesting things. So it seems like there's a handful of companies, many actually started by Open Door alumni, which I think is often you can see the density of talent in a company is reflected by the eventual number of startups that are spawned. And there have been some really amazing things that have come out of Open Door alumni at a time. So I think that's something that's worth noting as well in terms of what you guys have accomplished. Maybe we can shift a little bit more to sort of lessons from the role of the CEO. I mean, you've grown the company now from 400 to 1,200 people in a year, which is a really fast pace. Can you share some of the things that worked and didn't work when you were scaling that organization so quickly?
Yeah, lots of things don't work, and I actually think that's okay. And one of the things we try to do at Open Door is really pressure test systems. The only way to do that is to hire aggressively, to push customers through the system, and then you kind of see what breaks. So I think things breaking is okay insofar as you fix things very quickly. I think the things that I wish I could have focused on more is in the beginning of last year, we kind of knew we wanted to scale the staff pretty aggressively, and we had seen customer adoption really rapidly grow. I would have invested more heavily in kind of onboarding, and I think we made underinvestments in internal comms. So the way the company structure is, we have a big office in SF, which is kind of engineering, product, and design, and we have now an engineering hub in LA, but we also have 20 offices that have operators in them, and so the internal comms piece becomes critical as you're onboarding so much. So many people into the system, and they haven't been there since the beginning, so they don't understand with a lot of clarity the mission and the values, and operating principles, and they're remote too. And so, heavy investments in onboarding and internal comms have happened as a result of seeing some of these things start to break. I think the thing that we've done well is really just like ensuring that everyone can receive feedback and building openness in the company. And something that we continue to drive. And actually just simple mechanisms help with that. So all of our one-on-ones kind of end with feedback and things that I liked what you did this week and things that I wish you did better. And if you could just build the muscle for that and do it weekly, and the entire organization is open to feedback, which I think we've done really well.
Yeah, I think you folks have managed that transition really well. I know that, I joined Google at 1,500 and left at 15,000, and Twitter at 90 and left at 1,500. And the first time around, hypergrowth was just this chaotic mess, and everything seemed broken and terrible. And this is a Google, which is now pointed to as one of the best run companies. And so the second time at Twitter, I was like, okay, this is normal. Like everything's going to break, and as long as you maintain raw product market fit, you have time to fix it. So that experience definitely resonates. One of the folks I think one of the things you've all have done well is really focus on how to scale your employee base, how to mentor them. So what do you view as signs of somebody's really going to sort of scale and take it to the next level as a company grows?
Yeah, it's an important question, because I think when you're growing through this chapter, there's a lot of people who joined early on that put their heart and soul into the organization and took a risk, and it required courage to do something like that. And as a company kind of 3X's in staff, they're required to manage more people or even manage managers, and it's just it's a pretty challenging transition. But I think the thing that I find as the number one indicator of someone who can actually keep up is kind of a growth mindset, and along the same lines of receiving feedback really well. And I think if you have a growth mindset, it really widens your aperture for development. And the people that have done really well at Open Door are the ones that are continuously seeking advice, learning. And I also think it's like never too early to get a coach. And so one of the things we've done well is ensuring that the people we do want to invest in get real mentorship on a weekly basis so they can keep up.
Where does that mentorship come from? Is it internal? Is it external? Is it a mix?
Yeah, I mean, we've done it through external folks. And so anyone that we want to really develop into kind of a world-class executive, we find someone to pair with them, and it's typically external. And there's great mentors in the Valley, which has really benefited our team.
What are some of the tips that you think you'd tell a younger version of yourself, or tips that have really you think are helpful to founder CEOs?
Yeah, lots. If you can invent a time machine, I'd love to use that and avoid all the mistakes I made. But the first is really around this notion of debt. I think you kind of incur debt across every function, whether it's technical debt or user experience debt or management debt, comms debt. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that like you're accumulating debt as the company scales and grows and as you're building things. And early on we were hyper focused on product market fit. And actually that still is like mostly the only thing that matters in organizations is ensuring that the product is perfectly matching the customer needs. But you accumulate debt as you grow. And so I would have acknowledged that there's debt and kept an eye on what are the things that are starting to really break and pay down that debt. The second thing I tell myself before starting this company is really just like continue to treat the organization as a portfolio, and it's both a portfolio of talent as well as a portfolio of initiatives. And so, I mean, this is a classic example debate around like innovation versus optimization. At Open Door, we call it running plays versus passing plays, and the best organizations have to have both really good running plays, getting 3 yards at a time, or optimizing 1% every day, as well as kind of big bets and bold bets. And so just ensuring that we continue to have that mix. I think last year at Open Door, we spent a great deal of energy and effort optimizing and just keeping everything together as we scaled. And I think we now need to shift into a mode where we can reinvent the buyer experience. How do we do that really well and do it in a very unique way? And the third thing I would tell myself is to only hire missionaries. I think that's really important. And you see this, you see like a lot of people join in the Series A, and they want to join because they want to be part of a startup, and they want to experience that, the growth, but not really there for the mission or to solve the hard consumer problems. And really, greatness comes late at night when no one's looking, and you're like willing to do the hard work and service of the mission of the customer. And so, in the Valley, there's a lot of this like join at Series A, leave at Series D. I think it's really important to, especially in the early stage, try to hire as many missionaries as possible who really care deeply about the problem. Then I'd say it's sleep more would be the last one.
Yeah, a lot of people don't sleep and exercise enough. So how can you identify people who are very mission-driven? Like, are there specific signs in the interview process? Are there specific questions that you ask them?
Yeah, and actually, we're hiring aggressively still. And so one of the things is how much time do you spend talking about, title, level, reporting structure, org structure, versus impact and the core problems and things to be built to really, build greatness. And so, it's really just like, what is the mindset of the individual? And then, the classic stuff like trying to figure out what motivates them. So if they're joining because they're so excited to solve the hard problems in the space, then they're going to be there for the long haul. Whereas there's a lot of people who care deeply about kind of title, comp, and their career.
Yeah, when I look at your executive layer of the team under you, you've hired some really amazing people, and very experienced. So your CFO, I believe, came out of Amazon, your COO out of Uber. What are some of the companies that you view as sort of inspiration or ones that Open Door can role model itself against?
Yeah, my CFO was at Amazon for 12 years, and we joke that every meeting he has to tell a story about Amazon. And so it is truly an exceptional company, though, and I think it's one of our role models. And they've showed patience, they've done the hard things, and it's a classic study of like eBay versus Amazon, and if you're vertically integrated and really do the hard work, build logistics and operations, can that be a core competitive moat? And I think they've demonstrated that. Uber's a different type of company in that they were very aggressive, and they kind of said, we're going to go very broad very quickly, and aggression paid off for them. And so I think like Amazon is aggressive but very patient, and I think Uber also has elements of that aggression. So the combination of the two has been good for the Open Door.
I know that at Amazon, they were known for things like, you write up a 2 or 3 page document, I think, before meetings, and then people silently read it, and then they have a discussion. Have you adopted any of those practices as part of sort of onboarding your CFO?
Yeah, we tried the memo culture, which is a 6-page memo. It takes a lot of time to write these memos. And it requires people to be really good at writing as opposed to presenting. And so the organization had to shift. We weren't able to get fully there. I think we still do memos before meetings. But we do pre-reads, which helps quite a bit. And that is taken from Amazon, which is instead of having a presentation, just spend the first 10 minutes to read the presentation and then discuss the things that you need to discuss. And so a lot of times meetings are around PowerPoint and presenting the content, but we just take 10 minutes in the beginning. We're going to look at the metrics and the content and then have the discussion as opposed to spending all the time kind of in presentation mode.
Also related to Amazon, are there any pictures you should tell us about that we should know about, or everything is, sorry, it's a bad Bezos joke, so I'll move on. Yeah, too soon. What do you think are other lessons or other companies that, because I think if you look at Amazon, I think too many people over-extrapolate Amazon's business model there. So many startups say that the only thing you should focus on is market share, and you shouldn't care about margin, and you shouldn't care about pricing. And so you see a lot of people who are going for share versus a high margin business. And if you look at many of the most successful companies, Google, Facebook, et cetera, those tend to be very high margin businesses that have enormous operating leverage. How do you think about the trade-off between scale and margin and how that applies to Opendoor?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, we have this debate all the time internally, which is how much energy and effort do we put towards our unit economics versus kind of expansion and growth. And we think about it as constraints, right? So what are you trying to accomplish? And our vision long term is to build a product that everyone uses when they're buying and selling real estate. And that's really, it could take 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, but we want to win the market. So market share does matter a lot, but the constraint is doing it with healthy economics, right? Because it's really easy to win market share by lowering fees or lowering your cost. In any category, it could be e-commerce or travel or whatever. You can win market share by doing it unsustainably. And so we think about it as the goal is to win the market, but the constraint is durable economics. And so in our business in particular, there's high elasticity based on fee. And so really, a lot of our resources go towards lowering the cost of the transaction itself. And if we can do that, again, we think about it as how do we make it frictionless and then eventually either low cost or free, and that's what we're working towards. So the answer is we have to have a constraint there.
And then I know we're running out of time, so last question before we wrap. If you look ahead 5 years and you extrapolate back and say, this is what success means if we make it, what's your sort of 5-year view of what Opendoor should be or should accomplish?
5 years from now?
Yeah, correct.
Ooh.
Because you're about 5 years in now, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be at the 10-year anniversary of the company.
Well, I really do believe in this notion that in almost any category, things should be self-service on demand. Right, so success for me would be we've built a platform that customers can go to or a marketplace that consumers can go to and buy, sell a home that is self-service on demand. So removing all the friction from the transaction. One of the things I care deeply about is this notion of like mobility between cities. I think in the way that Uber and Lyft made it really easy for us to kind of go between neighborhoods in real time, I think Opendoor should strive to make it really, really simple, elegant, and frictionless to move between cities. And so if we can deliver on the product experience of being frictionless, the hope is that people move more often.
Okay, great. Well, thanks so much for the time, and thanks everybody for sticking with us through the darkness and everything else.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about that power outage? Whew! You can't always predict everything, right? Thank you for bearing with us and for your patience and perseverance. Luckily, everything is back live. So before we get started with our next session, I want to tell you something different about Startup Grind that you may not have heard of yet. We have a number of regional conferences throughout the year. They have taken place in Casablanca, in Mexico City, in Barcelona, and in Melbourne. So one of these directors that puts on these conferences is Pablo Lascarain, and we want to have him tell you a little bit about the upcoming conference in Mexico City.
Hi guys, how are you? So what we basically are doing is we're connecting and showcasing the region, Latin America, all the way from South America, Central America, and Mexico. And so if you're interested in getting new businesses or knowing some investors or otherwise, April 25th, we're going to host a conference in Mexico City, so join us.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Pablo.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right. Without further ado, I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker, Ryan Smith of Qualtrics. He co-founded the company with his family back in 2002, and this customer survey software company just sold for $8 billion at the end of 2018 to the German tech giant SAP. Ryan will be interviewed by longtime friend and Halo opponent, our very own Derek Anderson. Please help us give them a warm round of applause.
Okay, am I first or you? Hey, thank you. That font size is pretty big, Derek.
Well, welcome.
Thanks.
Welcome back.
The light's on?
You clap.
I like
Why
it.
are you clapping for? Just the performance? Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. You didn't even say anything.
These are the most comfortable chairs I've ever sat in one of these type. I've done a couple of these.
Yeah, you could probably afford them after your acquisition. At a good
Wow.
price that I will offer you. Every time you come to Startup Grind, or every time I talk to you, it feels like the story changes. It bumps up. So when we heard from you in 2012, it was sort of like Qualtrics is on the way to maybe being a great enterprise company, and you raised much money. Then you came in 2013, and it was like, wow, they are a great enterprise company, and then shift, and then, hey, we've created a category. It's like, started out as surveys, it totally evolved from that into this whole category. Was that on purpose, or?
Oh
did you
yeah,
plan that?
it's like super purpose built. See, now I get off stage and I'm like, okay, I'm going to Startup Grind next year. What's the story I'm going to tell? That's the whole reason. And we line up 2,300 employees and we're like, okay, next year at Startup Grind, we told this story. What's the next one? And it's amazing. It just happens. So we got to think of something really cool for next year, and we'll see. We'll be back here.
Did you line them up again, or? They're kind of busy
Well,
at the
I can't
moment?
do it until after because we got to no. Look, I think it's the world we live in. It's the promise of technology. It's the dream that we all have. We get to go create. And it's such a, I think we're all super fortunate to be working in this time. It would have been horrible if I was born in the wild, wild west, right? That would be horrible.
What role would you have
I'm not
played
very
there?
handy. I'm not good with horses. I haven't spent much time in a saloon. I'm not good. I'm not a good shot. I'm good at this.
You're not much of a drinker.
I'm not much of a drinker. I'm good at tech, and it's great. This is what we like to do, and so I think that the ability to go and set crazy goals and back your way into it is pretty powerful.
So, congratulations! You recently sold. The company was acquired by SAP for $8 billion. It was acquired the week that you plan to go public in one of the most oversubscribed IPOs that there ever was. You had a record year last year with over 500 million in sales, and this was all started in you and your dad's basement with your brother. You and your dad and your brother. As you're sitting here now, was this the end from the beginning that you planned? Is this a story that you wrote when you started off in that basement with a few people?
No, I think no, you would never be like, okay, let's create a software company in Provo, Utah with your dad, your brother in the base. That's the quickest way to not go anywhere, right? And then if you add targeting the academic market to start with power users who are PhDs that have no money, that's a triple whammy, right? So what you have to do is you have to say, hey, reality is a great growth strategy is, here's the story we were telling 3 months ago. What story are we going to be telling? And that's how the story I always had was, we're going to double the business. We're going to double the business. Come hell or high water, we're doubling the business. And we're also going to be cash flow positive, which is a foreign concept out here, right? And so we're we're going to make money, we're going to double the business, and we're not going to raise venture capital, right? I've basically pissed off everyone I know at this point, right? Between those three things. And then we're like, okay, that's the deck that we have to play with. Those are the rules. How do we go do this? And it really comes down to focus and execution and putting the right team in place and developing great product. And that was kind of what we focused on. Like, hey, this is the market we're going after. And then we kept making big bets and happening to be right. We had to get lucky along the way. Right? I mean, you know, we created a whole new category called experience management, where we power the feedback. I mean, our goal is to power the feedback for the entire internet, which is how you measure experiences. And if you look at starting that vision in 2006, I remember calling a prominent airline saying, hey, we want to power all your feedback. And they're like, if our customers are pissed off, they'll just call us. And I was like, whoa, that's not going to scale very well. And now we have, you know, almost every airline that's powering the feedback on Qualtrics. And so if you look at that and all of the learning that has had to happen, even up to going public. I mean, my big goal for 2018 was we were going to go public, and we had been preparing. We had stayed cash flow positive. We wanted to tell the perfect story. I knew the story I wanted to be telling out on the roadshow. I knew it a year and a half ago. And when we went out there, it was exactly what we wanted to tell. And we got the exact response that we wanted to have. You know, and then something that we didn't plan happen. We wanted to take this vision of XM to the whole world. And we'd always kind of had strategic interests along the way. We were kind of the runaway bride where we would never close the deal. And, you know, a lot of people don't know SAP, or, I mean, I would say the competition's done a pretty good job in the US of painting them as a big, slow-moving German company. But when I met Bill McDermott, it was like the exact opposite. I was like, I don't know you, and I know everyone else. So, like, let's walk through this. And for them to be able to line up in 1 week, $8 billion cash, and be able to do a deal, and to be able to say that XSIM and what we're working on is going to be the future in the cloud, and then hearing the story, how they've gone from $11 million in cloud business in 2011 to $5 billion today, just in the cloud between Concur, Ariba, SuccessFactors, and some of those products. It's pretty inspiring. I'm like, hey, let's go. And then I stood up, you know, a month ago at their sales kickoff with 8,500 enterprise sales reps ready to go take Qualtrics to the world. That's pretty cool, right? And that was just the US. And so when we have that type of vision, yeah, it's probably not what I drew up originally, but I think these are the bet the business type decisions that you've got to have as a CEO and an entrepreneur.
I wonder if you could just talk about, okay, so you had this vision for, this is how I want to do the IPO, this is how I want to go out, that makes sense. Like how far in advance do you feel like you need to see in order to stay on the right path? Like in 2005, could you see through the next 18 months or 2 years? Could you see 5 years? Because a lot of times as founders, like we're told, hey, like where's this going to be? How big is this going to be?
Yeah.
It's like, how can I really know where this is going to be in 15
Yeah,
years?
everyone underestimated how big Qualtrics could be. Like even our VCs, I mean, I remember in 2012, bless their hearts, they thought that it was the most they could get to was like a $300 million valuation because of the limited market cap. And no one would have thought that we would have started in the academic market, gone from academic to corporate, selling small deals of like 5 to 15, 30 grand, then go from 60 grand up to selling, you know, $20 million deals last quarter. That evolution. And then to going from surveys to feedback and experience, and going from just research to customer, employee, and putting it all in one. No one would have been able to do that. But what you do is you sit here, I mean, my strategy, and it works different. Some people are able to go longer. Obviously I look at product vision more than 1 year because it takes a lot of time to develop products. But when I look at, I always look at our big bets. We have something called big bets at Qualtrics where I just took the whole company through this, and I actually introduced these to SAP because I said, hey, you know, being a startup and a founder, the world's noisy. You get pulled in a million different directions, especially if you have a really good platform that people want to use. It's really hard to stay focused. And if we can say, come hell or high water, what are the 5 things that we're going to accomplish this year no matter what? So no matter what, we have to do that. So I'll give you a great example. At Qualtrics, we had one that said, hey, we're going to hit 100% of our hiring plan. And we had to hire 960 people on top of a base of 1,300 with probably 50% of them in Provo, Utah, right? That's hard. Plus a diverse group of people. And if you've been to Utah, it's not that diverse. And so we're looking at it going, okay, how do we do this? Oh, by the way, surprise acquisition in Q3, right? But we hit our plan of 970. We beat it. We hit 100 and something % of our plan. And you go back and like, why did that happen? Is because we focused all year long that these were the 5 bets that we were gonna hit that year. We only had 5. All the other noise happened, but we could always bring the company back to those 5 initiatives. And not only that, we had every single employee lining up their personal goals to those 5 initiatives. And one of those was revenue, and you've seen OKRs. One of them was revenue, and nothing was better than having 400 engineers have a revenue target and what they're gonna do to increase that, right? I mean, they come up with stuff that salespeople are never gonna come up with. And then we look at it on a quarterly basis. So with hiring, if we're gonna hire 960 people, I'm thinking a year out, I get to Q1 and we've only hired 70, what happens? Something has to change. We got to Q3 on hiring and we weren't there. It looked like we were gonna miss. And then that's where you get scrappy and you get everyone involved and you start rallying and you do unnatural things. And I think if you look at Qualtrics, it's a series of 17 years of people doing unnatural things. And I think that's where the breakthroughs happen and that's where the magic happens. And so I think if you can structure and pull a big group of people around to go target something that everyone's passionate about and do it in a way, you will do things that you never anticipated you would be able to do.
I know you did all of the early deals at Qualtrics for a very long time. You both were sales and then you ran sales. You know, you talked about in the early days doing $5, $15, $20,000 deal, and then now somebody did a $20 million deal, which that's pretty incredible. And I think
I did an $8 billion deal too.
You personally?
Yeah, I'm still selling, man.
Do you get commission or?
I got a little bit. I got a little bit. I can pick up the couches. No.
So, I mean, again, when you're selling $2,000 deal, $5,000, $10,000 deal, could you even imagine selling the product for $250,000 or $500,000?
It's the same motion, but I mean, I think there's this element that, like in the old world, you could have a bad product and a good sales team, and it worked, or you could have a good product and a bad sales team, and it worked. In today's world, you have to be good at both. And there's not one company that's come out. It's just a matter of when you're gonna have to develop that muscle. And so I see a lot of founders are like, hey, we got everything going, the product's ready. I just gotta look for someone to go take it to market. And it's like, no one's gonna take it. Someone's not gonna come in on a white horse, you load the product, and all of a sudden it's gonna take off. Like, that's not gonna happen. And so you've got to be able to develop in the DNA, like my whole executive team, I want them out selling. I don't care what your background is. I don't care who you are. Everyone is selling. And if you can't sell, how do you expect other people to be able to sell? We're all salespeople. We're all trying to get or impart something from someone else at some point, right? Dan Pink wrote this book, is like, to sell is being human. And we did a big Qualtrics study to start it off, and it's true. It's like, it doesn't mean we need to be greasy salespeople with our frequent flyer stuff. Like, that's not what we're doing. Like, we need to be thoughtful that you have to be able to communicate your value and your story and not build something that you expect someone else to do it. Yeah. And so I think this is where luck comes in as well, is because you can't fake multi-million dollar deals. You have to have value for the customer. I think a lot of startups come out and they're like, okay, we've got this great product and I'm gonna go sell it. And my first question is, where's the budget coming from? Well, I never thought about that. Well, why? It should be the first thing you're thinking about. Well, it's just a good product, so someone should buy it. Well, I'm your buyer. I run Qualtrics. I have my budget. Who's paying for this? It's not all just discretionary money tree that I can go grab and give it to people. Like, what are you replacing? What's the old way of doing it? Everything can't be net new. Oh, you didn't know you had this problem, but here it is. Like, you've got to replace the old if you're going to scale. You've got to be able to say, hey, look, you're using these 13 things and you're outsourcing this, and this is what it's costing you. Here's the new, and this is why you should buy it, and here's how you're going to get a return. And they'll be like, yeah, $5 million sounds like a great deal if that's what we're going to save. And better, you've got to be able to prove it to them and then scale.
Right.
Because what you want is your customers to keep building and keep buying more. And so that helps with how you develop product and then how you go to market.
Well, and in the earliest days, right, it's so exciting. Who doesn't love building a product, like, and being creative and coming up with new ideas, right? But, you know, we've got all these investors and you know, that are here on our stages talking about, hey, this is what I look for and this and this and this. The reality is you didn't take investment for over 10 years and you built a $50 million revenue business before you even did that.
Yeah, that's not, they look for cash.
But so that's what I'm saying is, like, they're saying, hey, I want a person that does this, but the reality is, if you just sell, if you just do what you just told everyone to do, the other stuff will figure itself out, right?
Every single one of these investors, and these are all my buddies, are looking at the marijuana startups going, oh, I really want to go into this, but I can't. Why? Because they make so much money. But my LPs are like children's hospitals. This doesn't work, right? Investors care about cash. Like, if you make cash, you will always have a seat at the table. So let's just demystify everything that's out there. Show up to an investor, show them you're making $20 million cash. You won't have a problem getting meetings. You won't have a problem. You'll be like, okay, come over to my place and this is how we're gonna do this. So whatever product you have, anytime you walk in where you're making money, you'll never want. When it comes to bootstrapping, I think the couple of things is we were a $50 million run rate business and we hadn't done one marketing meeting. So I hadn't done one press release. I hadn't done one interview.
But you had the perfect name, the company, Qualtrics. I mean,
oh yeah, everyone knows what that means, right? And so we had it out there, but we had cash. Like, we were kicking off. I mean, in Q4 2011, we had $9 million in sales, kicking off $5 million in cash.
Wow.
And we rolled into Silicon Valley, and they're like, hey, I'm taking you to Sand Hill Road. I was like, what's that? What's going on there? What do they do? Are they going to make me operate out here? And I was like, I literally woke up in the Rosewood Hotel in like cold sweats because I thought that I was going to have to move my whole family out here, which I love. But I was like, no, I want to operate in Utah, which I love more. And but the thing is, and then we raised the largest Series A since 2008. So picture this, largest Series A round of $70 million in 2012 since 2008. GitHub came out a month later, raised it $100 million, and then all hell broke loose, right? After that, the first article was written about us with a 4-page article in Forbes. I think I was on CNBC 13 times. Like, I think if I look at the last 6 years, when we IPO'd, there were 300 media articles written about us, and they were all good. We didn't have one bad article. It was all like, wow, this is what we've been waiting for. It's everything's out there. We do a deal with SAP. The deal closes on Sunday. It all goes to the wire in Germany. The first thing we do is get out and meet with investors on a phone call that night. So Bill and I are up at Sundance in Utah. We've got a Polycom in a cabin, and we're on the phone with all of these investors, And the first call, there's a group of investors. All right.
All the SAP's public investors.
Just everyone.
Yeah.
The whole investment community on a Sunday night. And we're like, hey, we'll take questions now. First question. Hey, Bill, you said you weren't going to buy anyone. Not only did you buy someone, you spent $8 billion on a company we've never heard of. I'm like, what the heck? Like, I can't do more to get my name out there. And then second question, yeah, we've never heard of Qualtrics. And so I just got to the point where I'm like, all of these startups are trying to raise rounds so people hear about them. And, you know, we were on every unit. Yeah, it's the only way to get press. And I'm like, it doesn't do anything for you. Because you get to the point where you have 300 articles, you're going public, you sell, and the first thing you get is, I've never heard of you anyways. So just focus on creating a good business and just don't worry about it. Because no one's going to read the press anyways.
How many people here have used Qualtrics? Raise your hand. Or know what, or are a user or not? So I see about.
See, you never even heard of us. No, I'm just kidding. There's a lot of people.
What percentage of people in the room do you think have actually used Qualtrics and just didn't know?
I think we probably touched every single person in the room at some point where they've either given feedback or done something, or it's coming to their inbox, or they're on a website and they're filling out a form and they don't realize it's us or a product. I mean, we power 10,000 brands, and they're all the enterprise brands that are doing that, whether it's thumbs up, thumbs down, or a text message. I mean, the world really runs, you know, feedback on our systems.
Yeah.
Or within academia. How many of you use this in college? Quite a few, yeah. So it's great.
I mean, another thing that you've done is you used Utah as this, you've talked about a little bit, but you've used it as like an advantage. You know, you could sit back and say, wow, you know, you can't get talent there, you know, tech talent, you know, you're not near funding, you know, what the big companies aren't going to take you seriously because, you know, you're not on one of the coasts in the United States or some big international city. But you sort of like turned that story on its head and used it as, hey, here's what we have that we have advantages for. I wonder, you got people, I mean, there's a group of 50 people here from Pakistan. Just to give one example, there's people from all over the world here. What you would tell people is they're trying to craft their own stories. How can I, you know, what do I look at? How do I take what things people perceive as a disadvantage and turn them into advantages for our story and our company?
Yeah, I think Utah's a phenomenal place. I was born in Oregon, and my father was an academic, and we moved from University of Oregon, where he taught, to BYU, where I went to school. It's where Derek and I met, playing Halo in our dorm rooms. But if I
do you want to add how good I was, or any sort of?
No, I won't give him your screen name either. You're but it's stuck with him. The one thing, sorry. Wasn't on purpose, but
do you also want to add that I asked you while we played Halo one night about the startup you're working on? Do you not want to bring that up?
I think that's your story. That's your story to tell. You didn't think it was very interesting.
We're sitting there playing video games, and I heard Ryan's working on a startup which I was interested in. I said, "Wow, cool, Ryan! Like, what's this new startup you're working on?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a survey product for colleges." And I was like, "Cool, bro." That was it. I'd ask him the question for like 7 years.
I'm going to be an accountant. I'm going to be an accountant. You're going to be working on that. All right, whatever. No, Derek's done just fine. Right.
There it went.
Yeah.
Could have been a co-founder.
But yeah, that's the way. Wow. A lot of people can say that. You wouldn't have. We wouldn't.
My bad, Eric. I love you.
Okay, but look, I think Utah's a special place. I mean, I don't think anyone has the exclusive on smart people, wouldn't you say? How many people are from the Bay Area? All right, more people have used Qualtrics than that. Think about that, right? So all of you are here, but you come from somewhere. And if you actually think about that, we want to invest and we want to make a difference and we want to make a legacy the same way I look back now and I'm like, whoa, we not only did this, but we did it in Utah and I did it with my family, right? Like if you could do it, wouldn't you want to do it with your dad and your brother? If you could make it work, And I think it was part of the success of Qualtrics because at the end of the day, I was able to iterate to levels with my brother that most co-founders could never iterate to. We were able to go, our pain threshold is so high with each other, right? So normally when I'm going through a problem with someone, and I see your brother Brant right there, you two would be phenomenal co-founders because you could go so deep with each other and you gotta love him in the morning, right? Jared had to love me when he woke up in the morning so we could hash it out and all the other employees are like, oh my gosh, are we gonna have a job tomorrow? And we're like right back at it the next day, but all the innovation happened in the iteration 13 or 14 or 15. Where most people, the pain threshold, they just give up because it's so awkward after the third innovation. Well, okay, I'll just concede. And it's like, no, like we're having a standoff. I mean, we had a standoff for 4 years about raising venture capital. And guess what happened? Our valuation went up 100 million a year, right? So when you don't know what to do, just hold. And that was the thing. And so if you look at Utah, we've been able to do that same thing in Utah. And we had more IPOs. I mean, we would have been the third major IPO in enterprise software with Pluralsight and Domo last year than New York City. I mean, how is that possible? You know, if you look at, I mean, Pluralsight's a $4 billion company. Look at us. We have Vivint next door to us. So it was $3 billion companies, Ancestry.com, Vivint, and ourselves on one street in Provo, Utah. I mean, that's the promise of the internet that we're creating. And we just had a conference called Silicon Slopes that we created. We had 23,000 people at Silicon Slopes, the second week of the Sundance Film Festival. And it's really cool. And you're seeing the same thing in Austin. You're seeing the same thing. I saw the Dublin, the IDA out there. We did that same thing in Dublin. And so if you've got smart people, the only thing you're missing is success, because success breeds success. And what we've missed in Utah is we've missed the success since WordPerfect, since Omniture, since Novell. And now you're seeing this ecosystem that I saw when I went to Dublin for the first time, because I saw that there was LinkedIn, there was Twitter, there was Microsoft, there was Google. I'm like, wait, if they can all be successful here, you know, I'm at least half as smart as them. Like, we should be able to do something, right? And then it worked out. And so I think these ecosystems do it, but there's also one other factor is you've got to have a talent hub, which you have in the university systems. So if I were to say, hey, where are the next ones? It's going to be Raleigh. You know, it's no surprise that Austin's what it is. So if you look at the factories, and by the way, pull Stanford out 30 years ago out of the Bay Area, and I don't think Silicon Valley becomes what it is. And so that's what makes it. And there's a lot of places that aren't harnessing that educational system the way that people have, and we've done a great job in Utah, given where we've all come out of.
I'd like to close by just talking to you a little bit about getting acquired, because sometimes we hear people like, look, just build a great product, get some customers, raise your venture capital, and then shouldn't Google or Adobe or SAP just automatically buy me? Talk to us a little bit about this. Like, how do I get my company? Isn't that just going to happen? Like, or
yeah, I mean, there's 300 unicorns right now, and I think they're all just going to be bought, right? I mean, no, it doesn't happen that way. I mean, you get to a size where people just can't buy you. I have a lot of friends who are $15 to $20 billion, and who's going to buy them? They got to pay a premium on top of that, right? You know, Bill McDermott just came out on the earnings call and said, I'm not buying anyone until the Qualtrics debt is fully paid back. Adobe just bought Marketo. They're not buying anyone, right? And so I think the answer is everyone should just plan on building a company that you're going to keep forever and you're going to go public with. I mean, there's just no other option. There's no upside in thinking you're going to get acquired for you or the team. There's no upside. So build something that you're going to hold on to forever, that you're going to sleep in that bed every single night, that you're going to keep, figure out how to monetize it, that your only exit and way to get money out is you got to do it the hard way where you actually make it, and good things will happen to you. And that's exactly what our strategy was. I literally in my head thought that the only way that we're going to be able to monetize Qualtrics is to go public for our employee base. The only time we're never going to get acquired. And we kept our head down, and sure enough, a knock came at the door that was like, hey, we love what you're working on. We see the momentum in the marketplace. We see how this is accretive. Oh, wow, you haven't cut any corners. So we're not buying something that none of us anticipated. And I'm super excited about it. I mean, every CEO in the country just got a box today in the Fortune 500 that is like this box that you open up. I just shared it on Twitter, but it's a X and O SAP Qualtrics thing. It's actually, I saw one that was kind of like with Taylor Swift's tour that she did. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. We should do something like that. And we did it, right? And so they all got this box introducing Qualtrics and SAP to every CEO in the Fortune 500. How cool is that? That's like what we all want to do. And maybe they'll know who we are.
Finally.
Finally.
The other thing you just said was you need to plan to run this company forever. And, you're an overnight success, which just happened to take 17 years.
Yeah.
And as a founder, we see these companies, we read about them every day. Company, gets started, gets bought after 9 months, gets bought after 2 years, as a founder, how long really should I mean, forever seems like a really long time, especially when I'm really tired and working in my basement or my garage and, debt's piling up or whatever. How long really should I plan to be running this company? Like, what's realistic for me to actually do?
Yeah, like whatever you think would be a long time, just double it. And I think that's a good strategy. And if that makes you sick to your stomach and like, oh, well, one of the benefits of being a founder is you get to determine and write your own playbook. Think about that. As a founder and entrepreneurs, you get to decide what the story looks like. And if you think about running your business or the grind, and this is why I love it's called startup grind, because it is a grind, it's freaking work. Work isn't fun. That's why it's called work, right? And if you want to go have fun, don't go to work, right? There's a million things I'd rather do than work. Work's what we do, and it's going to be a grind. And the longer you go, it's going to be more of a grind. And I think Seth Godin says that you just got to learn to dance with it, right? And that's the beauty of this story. And if you don't like the story that's being written, change it. I'll never forget when I was with my father and we were in the basement and I was complaining because my competitors had raised $40 million. They bought up the entire market around me. And I was like in his office and I was screaming at him. I was like, change the website. We've got to go. We've got to do this. We've got to do this. And he's this academic who's like working on everything and a scientist. And he just finally got pissed. And I've never seen him get mad like this. And he turned around and he's like, who is stopping you? And I was like, whoa. Actually, he's right. I'm stopping myself. I'm blocking myself. My frustration is that I don't know how to go do it. And at that point, I realized there is nothing that is blocking me. And if you feel blocked, it's because you need to learn more and you're blocking yourself as an entrepreneur because there's nothing, absolutely nothing stopping you. So if you're not having fun or it's too much of a grind or it gives you a heartburn to think about going for a long time, fix it, right? So that's my thought, and that's the strategy we had. This isn't fun. We'll go into a new market, do something different, and this is why it's important that you don't set the stage around you where, whether it's through taking bad investment early on or stuff like that make it so you can't fix the fun and you're just in this little box where you can't move. So anyways, that was kind of like an emotional rant right there, man.
Ryan Smith, CEO, co-founder of Qualtrics. Thank you.
All right. We'll see you.
Hey. So I've been talking about this for the last couple of days. Well, actually only to you for the last couple of days, but I've been talking about this for about the last 4 or 5 months when we've been preparing for Global Conference. Really, really, really exciting to announce the startup of the year. you'll remember me talking about the fact that there are two programs. So we have the grind program and the growth program. And we're going to announce each of them separately. Firstly, though, because, you know, our team, our startup program team within here at Startup Grind, has been working tirelessly for months and months on end, speaking to companies across the world. We've spent literally hundreds, if not thousands of hours on calls to startups from, you know, we've got 34 countries, startup from 34 countries here. So you can imagine we probably went 50 or 60 countries across the world to find the companies that we've got here. And I just want to make sure that I thank my team and bring them on stage. So Naman, Imogen, Jamila, do you want to come on as well? Everyone give them a massive round of applause. So this is the team that is behind the selection of all of the companies that you have hopefully seen in the tents over the last couple of days. You know, there are 219 of them over the 2 days. It's been a really, really long, tough journey to sort of down select to where we are. There's been many stages for people to get through. So, you know, even the exhibitors here today, there are 200 of probably 3,500 companies. And to make the selections through the calls that we had with each of the companies, it was really looking into, you know, the quality of the product, the stage of the product as well, learning about how they'd iterated as they tested the market, how the traction was running in the market, the size of the market, obviously you know, any funding, or if they didn't take funding, why and how have they grown without that funding, even if they're a bootstrap business. And then obviously the experience of the founding team. You know, many of the entrepreneurs here today are serial entrepreneurs. So, you know, if they've had a previous exit, maybe more. You've heard the one-stage pitch, the 1-minute pitches. Many of them have indeed had those. So it's been a really, really difficult process to even get to the companies here today. Just quickly, I think, is Derek coming on as well? Yeah. I want to welcome Derek on as well, because I think Derek's going to be the one who actually announces the prize. Thank you, Derek. Wanted to get us all on. So we've got the 200 companies here. We've also got the Accelerate companies, of course, the top 60. And I think what really separated the ones that we chose, the two companies that we chose, they both exhibited really, really strong traction. They had a lot of revenue coming in. They exhibited a lot of investor interest, a strong investor interest pre-conference, and obviously at the conference as well, where we were doing the office hours. And you know, the founders of both companies or the founding team of both companies had a lot of previous experience of working in fast-growing companies, exiting those companies as well. And we basically had to. It came down to that. You know, it was a very, very, very tough decision. Awesome. So if we could just go to the next slide, I want to talk about what these companies win, because that is obviously one of the most important things, especially to the companies themselves. And we'll start with the Grind Startup of the Year. So 2 programs, Grind Startup of the Year. Next slide, please. So as you know, we are the largest global community of entrepreneurs, and you know, we have a huge amount of assets and resources that we can use to help these startups grow, accelerate their growth, learn all the things that they need to learn, and hopefully become the startups that they want to, or maybe even the corporates they want to become. So you'll see here that the benefits they receive are focused on mainly exposure. So it's featuring them in our Medium article, our very widespread reach on Medium and Twitter. We're going to feature a story on their journey to actually winning Grind Startup of the Year. And of course, they're going to be allowed to benefit from our wide-reaching community. So we've got 600 cities across the world that have a Startup Grind chapter. And they're going to be able to, based on their growth and their strategy and their plans, pick 2 of those chapters and actually partner with those chapters and incorporate that into their growth plans. Finally, we got Derek along here. The final one, which you probably can't see, is a one-to-one mentorship meeting with our Startup Grind founder and CEO. I don't know if that's,
big deal.
Yeah.
Basically, everything I've ever done has failed. So I'd be happy to give you advice, and hopefully you can have a similar outcome.
Awesome. So hopefully.
It's a big deal. You're welcome.
You're really underselling yourself here, Derek. Come on.
You're welcome. You won. One-on-one time with me. Maybe they can give me advice. Could we do that? Could I turn it? Yeah, maybe this whole thing's a ruse just so I can get better advice from someone that's smart. It's like, actually, they think they're getting mentorship from me, but I will be mentored by them.
It
How
could
about
be a
that?
peer mentoring session.
Maybe they can get me
Peer
out of the
mentoring.
rut.
Okay, great. On that note. No, so, thank you very much to all the exhibitors. I'm going to hand over to Derek now to make the announcement of the Grind Startup of the Year.
Our 2019 Grind Startup of the Year is 8base. 8base. Well done. Are you here? Come here.
Come up on stage. Through there. Yeah.
People put so much effort into this, both on that side and also on the Startup Grind side, and interviewing literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people, talking to thousands of different companies. And as I walked through the tent today with a couple of investors, there was so many amazing companies. Come right here in the middle. Come on out here. Well done. Congratulations. Well deserved. Somebody taking a photo here? Are we taking a photo?
Let's take a
Everybody
picture.
jump in.
We got Dino here. Guys, get in on the picture.
All right, thanks. 8base, well done. You guys can leave.
Thank you very much.
That's it. We'll do the mentorship later. It's going to be big.
So, on to the Growth Startup of the Year. So you remember there's the two programs. Only 10 companies this year on the Growth platform, so it was actually even more competitive.
10% chance.
10% chance, to be fair. But even to get to this, super hard. So if we could go to the next slide, I'll just talk about the differences between the next slide, please. So you'll see here on the left-hand side,
More
they get
mentorship.
everything on the sorry?
I said more mentorship.
Even more mentorship from Derek.
I'm going to get a lot out of
Even
that
more
one.
peer mentorship.
Because this is actually the more accelerated company, so actually, in theory, I should get better advice from them.
Okay,
Than
we can do that.
Than 8base.
We can do that. But also, we've got extended social media coverage for these companies, of course, to increase their exposure. Again, using our community across the world, we've got the ability for them to choose 5 Startup Grind City chapters that they want to partner with to help them accelerate their growth. And finally, we'd love to invite them to take part in a speaking slot on the breakout stage at Global 2020 next year, which is our 10-year anniversary. So super excited to announce that. I'm going to hand over to Derek to do it.
Can I just, before I do, can we give a big round of applause for this team that does this whole program? Because they have to take a lot of crap from me, and they do an amazing job. So thank you to all of you. Our 2019 Growth Startup of the Year is IOTAS. Well done. And you get the music.
They're coming. Trust us. Welcome, IOTAS. Congratulations, guys.
Tell everyone what IOTAS does.
Sure. So IOTAS is an IoT as a service company that's servicing the multifamily home industry right now, working on big projects with real estate portfolios from JP Morgan, BlackRock, Prudential, and others. And thank you for this conference, and thank you for picking us as Startup of the Year.
Great, thank you. Wonderful. Let's jump in. We got a photo. Dino?
Got Dino now, he's clear there.
Great. Come on in.
Does that every year.
Perfect, thank you. 8base, somebody send somebody up real quick. Run up here, fast, just right down here, because I missed you. Thank you all so much, congratulations. Come here, 8base, hustle, man, run, like you're gonna get a deal. Come here, hustle. This is your one-on-one. We're going to start the one-on-one mentorship right now. Right here, have a seat. Come here, right here. Tell everybody real quick, thank you. Tell everybody what 8Base does.
So 8Base is a low-code development platform, which is horrible terminology for software to build software. So we help businesses and developers around the world accelerate software development efforts and then make the running of that software an afterthought. We're addressing a huge global need called digital transformation, which is estimated to be about $2 trillion a year in spending for the next few years. That's us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
everyone.
much.
Congratulations. Hey, you guys. Thanks so much for being here. At the end of day 2, this is a great way to finish the day. For those that weren't in here yesterday when we had Lorraine from Google, I will just repeat this and we'll practice this one time. We have this tradition we've been doing at StartGrind for almost 10 years, and that's when a speaker comes, all of these speakers are giving their time and their energy to us to help educate us and help us and help us see the future that they're building. And so we like to show appreciation for that and just get out of your chairs and get excited and scream and get loud. And I know it's the end of the day, but this is the closer. This is our final talk. We saved the best for last. So because I trust you, we're just gonna roll with it. We're not gonna do a practice, but I need everybody up. I need everybody give it the last energy you've got. We've got 2 amazing, absolutely amazing people. Greg Brockman, the co-founder and CTO of OpenAI, who's going to be interviewed by Reid Hoffman, the co-founder of LinkedIn and partner at Greylock. Let's give a big, massive final Startup Grind welcome for Reid and Greg. Let me see it.
Hey, thank you.
That is great energy for the end of a day, or at least the end of this session. So let's kick it off, because I think the subject's super important. OpenAI, Why did you help found it? What's the mission? What's the way that people should understand OpenAI?
All right, well, just to tell you a little about my personal story. So I first got excited about AI when I read Alan Turing's 1950 paper on the Turing test, right? And I was used to programming as something where you think really hard about a domain, you understand it, you write it down in this obscure way that we call a program. And then suddenly anyone can get the benefit of it. And I always thought that was amazing. And then you read this paper, and instead, Alan Turing says, we're not going to program an answer to this. We're going to learn an answer. And the idea that the machine itself could figure out how to solve a problem that I could not even describe how to begin to approach, that for me was just the most mind-blowing thing ever. So I got very excited. I went to my professors. I said, hey, can I do some NLP research? They said, sure. And they pointed me at some parsed tree, probabilistic grammars. And I was looking at that. I was like, this is just not going to scale. This is not how we're going to solve this. And I was very sad. And so I decided to work on practical things like building startups. And I spent the next decade trying to do that. I was at Stripe for 5 years. And when I was leaving, looking around, for me,
I think that's about when we first met.
That's right. Yep. Top of the list was AI. It was a question for me. It's always been clear that the most important problem that I could hope to contribute to is artificial intelligence and really building machines that are able to do materially useful things in the world and do things that humans cannot and help us, achieve new heights. It's just a question of when. And this was about 2015, and 3 years into the deep learning revolution, things were starting to work. The default for me would have been start an AI company, try to get some cash flow, and then maybe 5 years later contribute back to general intelligence development. And I was talking to Sam Altman, and he said, why not just go right for the general intelligence development? Like, it feels like we're on this exponential curve, and it's hard to know where that's going to top out. And so that's where we started, right? I think that we brought together a group of people who thought very similarly to me in that story that I just told, where I think that for a lot of the people who were at OpenAI and were there at the founding, that general intelligence has just been the most important problem that they can imagine contributing towards. And it was the right time to come together and to actually have a serious effort to build it and make sure that it went well.
And so what is that what is the founding mission? Like, if people were trying to understand what is the the moonshot of OpenAI, and what is the things that they should watch for from it? What are the things that they should anticipate the work will be heading in the direction of? What would you tell them?
So the mission of OpenAI is to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. And when we say artificial general intelligence, we're talking about machines that can outperform humans at most economically valuable work, which is a very, very high bar. I think that, again, it comes down to, if you can actually build a system like that, it's clearly going to be transformational. And that there's a question of when and exactly how fast that happens. But I think that making sure that goes well is clearly crucial, right? And you think about technologies that have come to market over the past couple decades, it's pretty clear that getting those right is hard, even when you have a long time to figure it out. I feel like today, we're just starting to see some of the implications of choices that were made very early on in the internet. With general intelligence, I think things can go even faster. And so we really have to make sure we get these things right ahead of time. And so the main thing that we work on is actually development. We actually are trying to build these systems. We're trying to push forward the state of the art. And we've made a number of breakthroughs in different areas. But we also work on safety. And so that's making sure that you build powerful AI systems, that they actually do what the designers intend. But there's also this other hard problem, which is, well, what should be the values of these systems and how should they affect society? And we have a policy team whose job it is to work with governments and other stakeholders and try to shape answers to those questions.
And how should people understand the open part of OpenAI? What does open mean in this context?
Yeah, so this is, I think, a misconception, right? I think that you see OpenAI and you think, great, it's an open source project. And sadly, I don't think that being an open source project to AGI is the best way to benefit the world. We've actually published a document called the OpenAI Charter, where we document exactly how we think about what we want to release and how we want to benefit. And one point there is that due to safety and security concerns, that we're going to have to decrease traditional publication in the future. And the thing that really matters to us, that is core and invariant, is that mission, that we want to make sure that general intelligence benefits everyone. And that is baked very deeply into our structure and our ethos.
Yep. And so sketch a little bit the research program. I mean, probably people are fairly familiar with, you get a lot of compute, you get a simulated world, you get self-playing agents. You have an early state on set of games. But how does that research program look like as kind of like, this is the vector in which AGI might get constructed? And then what's the theory of intelligence that correlates with that research program?
So I think that the way that I always like to think about this is starting with the AI that we all know and love. So for the past 7 years now, deep learning has really come on the scene. Deep learning is not a new thing, right? It's been around for 60 years. And it's just now that it's really starting to work. And at the core, what's going on is that we're starting to have massive computational power, that we have an algorithm of a deep neural network, which is massively scalable, right? That one thing that we found is just a pattern that just holds across domain after domain, is if you scale up a neural network with appropriate data, you tune the architecture in the right way, it will work better. And then there's a third thing, which is the availability of data. Now, the thing is that these building blocks of AI are starting to change in a very interesting way. One is data. And so to your point, so if you're doing reinforcement learning, you have a simulator, you have a game, like for example, Dota, where we've had some breakthroughs. You're suddenly spending computational power to generate your data, right? The agent is actually playing against itself, is generating data that it can then learn from, that you're learning from your own experience in the same way that a human bumbles around the world and sees things and learns from that experience. Now, that's actually starting to work very well. I think there are a number of groups that have really amazing reinforcement learning breakthroughs, and it's actually been very interesting to see 2013 is the first time that you started to see exciting things with DeepMind's DeepQ learning, and 2016 or so was AlphaGo, and 2018 we have Dota and now StarCraft, and I think that we're really starting to reach the point where if you have a simulator, you can solve that problem in a very meaningful way. But there's something else that humans do that none of that addresses, which is we somehow just look at the world, you look at a baby who just really just experiences and somehow is able to extract meaning from that. And you're somehow able to take all this past experience and apply it to a new problem. That's not something that describes the AI systems that we're used to. But we're starting to see signs of life with AI technology doing this. And so we'll actually be releasing some results soon on doing this in language. And this is something that actually we and a number of other groups have had nascent results on, and we're starting to see that same sort of exponential progress, where you just train a model to predict the next word in text. And it's able to start learning to generate text that is materially surprising. And actually, you're able to use that past experience to solve normal tasks like classification or question answering that normally you would think you just need a big data set of questions and answers for. And so I think that we're starting to see a shift in terms of the story, right? That people used to say deep learning, it's just pattern recognition. You just have question, answer. I learned to answer new questions like that. But we're starting to see that's not quite true. It's also taking action in the world, and it's also looking at the world and extracting structure and information.
Characterize a little bit about how both the Dota result and the StarCraft results were progress on this, kind of like, what does it look like? Because, obviously a relatively untutored person says, oh, computer, AI stuff with learning algorithms, playing computer games. Okay, right. Yep. There's been some intelligence programmed in these games before. What is the actual, like, from someone who's not up close and personal, what's the thing that goes, that's a really interesting set of results?
Yep, so I think it's all about distance from the real world. If you look at something like chess, it used to be that people said, hey, if we solve chess, we've solved intelligence. What else is there? It turns out quite a lot. It turns out that you could solve chess just by looking through more positions than a human possibly could. And you look at something like Go, which people said, okay, this is the new milestone. We can't just look through all the positions. And suddenly you mixed in a neural network, which is basically an artificial intuition, with looking through more positions than a human could. Those two things together could solve the problem. But you still have an issue with transferring this to the real world. In the real world, I can't look through positions. What does it even mean, right? I can't run this talk that we're doing 100,000 times and pick the best one of those. And so you need to somehow have an artificial intuition that can perform at the same level as the best humans in some domain. And what's going on in these competitive esports games is it's exactly that. You have these very long games that you have to do planning, that you have to be able to manage all these different units. You have different time scales you have to plan at. And that you have humans that dedicate their lives to these games, right? That we think of them. I think that in some ways esports gets a bad rap, but that if you actually look at these players, that they're actually professionals, right? That they live in houses together year round, training to become as good as possible. And so if you can exceed their capabilities there, you've learned something meaningful.
And we'll get to the exponential curve in a second, both on the hardware and the other things, because this is obviously one of the things that's super interesting with the AGI thing. But what does this architecture of iteratively better games, what does that mean for how you think about what human competencies and human cognitive capabilities are, and why that's an interesting research program for that?
So I think that one thing that's great about games is that human designers have put in a lot of effort to make sure that they're actually challenging, right? That they do exhibit different skills. They're very interpretable, right? That you can look at behavior in a game and you can see, okay, this is what a human would do here, and you can see it's learned this, it hasn't learned that. It's one thing that's also nice is that it's a lot of system one thinking, right? That the system two thinking, I think, is another piece that we're missing right now, and that it might be that our current methods...
You should probably give the Kahneman
system
one, system two,
yes,
since
exactly.
maybe not everyone knows that.
Yeah, so you might remember from your college psychology textbook, you've got system one thinking is kind of reflexes, right? It's the instincts and kind of the emotional lizard brain, and system two is the deep thought, right? Is kind of what you do when you're thinking very hard about a problem. And I think that what we have right now, by analogy, looks a lot like almost an insect, right? That you have, if you think about our Dota agent, it's been trained in the simulation for many, many thousands of years, right? It's hyper optimized for this one environment, and it can actually respond to things that are totally alien to it in that world, right? You have a human come in and play. It's the first time it's ever seen a human, right? It's spent millennia playing against other bots. Who knows what those bots do? They definitely don't do what humans do. And somehow it's able to respond and able to operate well in that environment. But it's never going to teach you calculus, right? And I think that's one gap that we need to overcome.
And how much, what should we, as we look at the game playing, what should we look at as the future of kind of mixed human and agent in terms of how the humans and agents can play together? I mean, that was one of the things that we were working on the Dota environment. And
that's right. Yeah, I think that we'll actually have some interesting things to show there. And I think that, at the end of the day, AI is not about beating humans, right? It's really about enhancing what humans can do. And so I think that one thing that's very exciting is starting to see not just how can we outplay, but how can we actually make something that's materially different, where you have a collaboration between humans and AI. And I think this is actually a very untapped area, but we're starting to reach the point now where the systems are so competent that they actually have meaningful value to add to the human experience.
And so now let's go back to the AGI kind of exponential curve. What's driving the exponents?
Yes.
What leads to the, okay, so we're at insects maybe now, but we are actually in fact trying to get to human level. What are the drivers of that exponentiation?
Yep. So one core driver that I think was very surprising to us to discover just how fast it's growing is computational power. So we published a study sometime last year where we just looked at the top at the most computationally intensive results from the past 6 years. And what we found is that there was more than 10x growth in that computation each year, right? And it wasn't that this was a planned thing. It wasn't that people even knew about it. We published this and everyone was surprised, including the people who had contributed to those results. But it's just the emergent phenomenon of all of the money that's pouring in, all these people wiring together systems, people building faster chips and wiring them together in bigger systems. You look at devices like Google's TPUs, we track about 47 different hardware startups that all have a unique approach. And what's going on, at a hardware level, at a silicon level, is that we've kind of, we're not quite, but we've more or less run out of juice on Moore's law. It's kind of hard to fit more transistors on there when you're talking on the nanoscale. But what we haven't tapped out is parallelism. And it turns out that neural networks, just like the thing up here, are massively parallelizable. And so, yeah, you can just wire together all these chips and you're going to get benefit.
So is the 10x increase in compute scale that you're talking about is actually not, more transistors on the chips, but actually, in fact, a better ability to get a bunch of the chips working together in a parallel scale?
That's right. So it's kind of the product of a few different phenomena. And one of these is wiring together massive systems. It used to be that in 2012, that you can actually, if you look at the history, that there was a group at Google who started out trying to train neural networks on 16,000 CPU cores and were blown out of the water by 2 grad students on 2 GPUs. Which is, it's a wonderful David and Goliath story, but I don't think it'll ever happen again. Because you look in 2014, people figured out how to use 8 GPUs in a single server, and then starting in 2017, I believe, is when we had a linear scaling up to 1,024 GPUs. And that's about $1 million worth of hardware right there. And people are continuing to scale further and further.
So one exponentiation is compute, which is through the parallelization, which works very naturally with parallel distributed processing, neural networks. What are the other areas that make the exponential curve?
So one that I think is often very undersung in these conversations is actually algorithmic progress, and it's a very subtle thing. Because on the one hand, deep learning, you can almost think of as one algorithm, right? It was in the late 1950s that Rosenblatt released his perceptron, and we're basically just playing with advanced perceptrons right now. But at the same time, there are fundamental advances that people make. And often these fundamental advances, they're one-line changes to the existing code, right? Figuring out which line it is, that's the hard part.
I mean, it's kind of more of a general entrepreneurial audience, but is there a specific line you could call out that would show that illustration?
Well, so one good example is how people learn to scale to the 1,000 GPUs is basically changing one constant in the code. It's as you grow the number of GPUs, you're growing the amount of data you're processing at one time, and that you just had to take, you just had to make sure that your learning rates, the amount that you learn from each step, was growing proportional to that.
Interesting. So now we're on an exponential curve, and there's at least 2 broadly disparate camps that react to this curve. One says, oh my gosh, we're going to be able to solve all these amazing, interesting problems. And the other one goes, oh my God, the robots are coming for us. Where are you on this? And how do you think people should think about this spectrum between these 2 positions?
So I tend to think of myself as right in the middle. That I think that right now, we have a lot of optionality as to how these technologies play out, right? I think that actually one thing is very disempowering as a technologist is to look at the history of technological invention and realize how almost predetermined it feels. You look at the telephone, 2 people on one day trying to patent it, right? How does that happen? What does that mean, right? And I think kind of what it means is that everyone's building on the shoulders of the same giants. You can never hope to invent something that no one else will, right? If Einstein hadn't been born, I think we would still have all the advances that we have. Maybe there would have been a time delay, and maybe the best you could hope for is that time delay. But I don't think that's true either. I think that the true impact you can have as the creator of a technology is setting the initial conditions under which it's born. You look at the internet, right? There were lots of competitors, but the system that won ended up having its values be something that are reflected in the systems that we're using today. And of course, I think with the internet, somehow those values don't always end up translating into what the designer intended. And I think that's really crucial too. And so the way that I think about it is that by building these systems and by being on that cutting edge, you can see the implications before they've actually hit the world. And then you really get to choose, right? Not just as one company, but I think as a world, we get to choose how are these technologies going to affect our lives. So I think that we can't hope to be in a world where AI progress stops, and I don't think we should want that. I think there's so many benefits that we can get. But at the same time, I don't think that we should just go and deploy and see what happens later.
So one of the things that's been happening in the last few years, starting with China, which did an AI initiative, and now the last couple of days, the White House announced an AI initiative. How do you see the nation states playing into this? What do you see as kind of how within the philanthropic mission that OpenAI has, which is say, let's make sure this technology is for the benefit of humanity, is openly available, isn't just limited within commercial silos, et cetera. How do you see the nation states of both what the White House is doing and also what China's doing?
Well, one thing I thought was really interesting in the executive order that came out on Monday was it was basically five different points, and one of those points was about international cooperation, and I think that is actually a very encouraging sign, right? That at the end of the day, nations around the world are going to be deploying these technologies, and that you think about if you think about safety standards, right? That around the world, there are lots of different car manufacturers, but everyone has seatbelts, right? And everyone wants there to be standardization on how to build a safe car, and that's technology that you should be sharing, you should be coordinating on. And so I think that in this kind of core, most important question of how do we make sure that these systems are built in a way that is safe and that does what the operator intends, I think that is actually something that everyone's very aligned on. And so the question is just, can you get people into the room? And I think that what we're starting to see is at least there's appetite for it. It's still a high bar to really see it turn into something concrete, but I actually feel more optimism than I did, say, a year ago. And I think that the question of, you look at who's investing, and it's not just those countries, right? It's, France has a $1.8 billion effort, South Korea has a $1 billion effort, and a number of others. And I think that people are starting to realize that AI is here in a lot of ways, and it's going to be affecting people. I think that the question remains for AGI, how people will start thinking about that, and how we can make sure that as these technologies go on that ramp, that we aren't caught unaware and are actually able to make sure that they benefit.
It's probably worth, for the benefit of the audience and everyone else, to describe a little bit more in depth the OpenAI safety effort. Because part of the reason, of course, you say, look, we're a public trust. We're trying to build this for the interest of all humanity, and like the U.S. government, but other governments as well. And so there's a natural place for trust and safety as a repository. So say a little bit more about the OpenAI efforts on this.
Yep, and so I think that you can kind of class both safety and policy efforts into that bucket. On the safety side, we think of that as technical safety, and so that's really solving technological problems for, well, you think about today's AI systems and the problems that they have in terms of fairness, transparency, bias, those are really important. You think about what's going to be coming down the pipes in terms of you have a really smart system that's empowered with controlling a power grid or controlling the whole city or an entire nation's economy in some way. And you want to make sure that that's actually doing things in a way that you like. We already have highly autonomous systems that do things that we don't really think are good for society, sometimes called corporations, right? Imagine a company whose job it is to just maximize profits. Yeah. That's not really something we should trust, right? I think
trust within certain boundaries. There's some things you
That's right. I think that you can trust that, right? But I think that it's important that you set up the system in a way that eliminates the screw cases, or that people that you trust are overseeing it. And I think that is how we think about the technical safety side, which is how do we actually make sure that these autonomous systems are not going to go off the rails and do things that we didn't intend. And it turns out, I think a lot of people have thought about this problem and gotten very depressed. Because if you think about it, how are you supposed to write down what humans want? Right? Can you write down what you want?
No.
I think that that is an intractable problem. And so then people say, well, building aligned AGI systems is an intractable problem. But the thing that misses is that we're already building systems that can do things that we can't really describe the process for. For example, recognizing a cat or a dog in an image. Can't write down the rules for that either.
Or even speaking and communicating with each other.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And so we are starting to see, and we have results that we published on this, that you can actually have systems that can learn human preferences by looking at data. And I think that this gives us a lot of optimism for, if you build systems with the right ethos, with the right safety-first mindset, that you can get all the power, and you can also get the associated responsibility or accountability.
So how do you think this is going to play out in the China circumstance? Obviously, this White House, has kind of said a lot of confrontational things with China. China has its own AI initiative. What do you think the right way to think about this kind of, because we would prefer, of course, a global pro-human perspective. What's the right way that we should think about this, the way that OpenAI is thinking about this?
So the term that we like to use is coordinated competition. I think that it's clear that there will be competition across different countries and different companies, but again, there's this core that I think that we can all cooperate on. And that's really safety, right? Making sure these systems are built in a way that is not going to be destructive to the world. It's kind of hard to object to that. Yeah. And I think that it's really important for us. One thing that we say in our charter that we're very concerned about is late stage AGI development turning into an arms race, right? If you are moving as fast as you can towards a transformative technology, the first thing that's going to go is safety. And I think that the winner being whoever can build the most unsafe system doesn't sound like a recipe for success. And so I think it's really important that right now, before you're in that world where everyone can feel the stakes, that you're actually extending the olive branch, that you're actually building those relationships and building that trust. Now, I want to be clear that I feel it's important to be a realist on these topics, and it's important that the way that we extend that olive branch is a way that feels both honest, but also is kind of prepared for all possibilities. But I think that the core of it really is that as long as we're in this world where we can keep saying safety, 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 that there's real hope for coordination.
So let's talk a little bit about the relationship between AGI and the narrow intelligence applications, right? Because there's like autonomous vehicles, there's stuff in precision medicine, there's all of these different machine learning applications that are going after these major industry transformations. How do you see the relationship between kind of the AGI moonshot up this exponential curve and all of these specific machine learning applications?
So I think that there's a OpenAI micro view and an industry macro view. So as a startup, as a small company, we're about 100 people, which is very, very small compared to other people in this space. It's hard to work on more than one thing, right? You really got to pick. And for us, we see that exponential curve. And we think it's very, very important that we stay on that cutting edge. And so all of the choices that we make in terms of what to prioritize are really about that, about staying focused and not peeling off into applications, which is a really painful thing. It's easy to say that, but when you have some new breakthrough and you're like, I can see all the things this can be used for and not pursue that, it's painful. You feel it inside.
Well, especially as an entrepreneur, startup.
No question. And I think that there is also the macro view here, which is that even if your goal was just to try to productize and make the best company out of AI, I think that one sad truth about today's AI technology, and I apologize to anyone in the audience who this applies to, but I think it is not a good way of building a standalone business. I think that it is a good enhancer to a business, right? If you want to do something that will say, you want to do something in customer service, you still have to build a big customer base, you have to do all the enterprise sales, and then you can have your automated customer service agent. But the bulk of that work is still going to be what it's always been in terms of building startups. The contrast is if you're a big company, this stuff is great, right? You already have this giant user base, and you make your photo search 10% better. You're just going to start attracting more users, and you're going to see huge amounts of value coming from it right away. So the way that I think about today's AI technologies, it's very high leverage, but in very small doses, and very, very scalable. And I think that's really what defines it. And so what that means is that I think that actually the optimal strategy, if your goal, which is not our goal, but if your goal was just to pursue profit, would be to stay on that exponential and to just keep going until you reach technologies that are actually valuable on their own right.
How many AGI, there's tons of AI and ML projects, applications all over. How many AGI projects do you track?
There's very, very few, right? I think that AGI projects, first of all, you have to be willing to take on some real uncertainty. Right? I think that it's a problem that I think many smart people buy into as being a very important problem. Question of timeline, question of how do you get there, question of how can you really affect it, and it requires pretty massive resources, right? That you need these massive computational machines, that you need to be able to have very, very rare talent. One positive thing is that we find that it's actually really easy to take people who are great software engineers, turn them into great machine learning researchers in a number of months. So that's one problem that's gotten better. But the result is that there's really only say two, maybe three real AGI efforts that are out there right now.
So say you're looking forward 5 years, and say the progress on the exponential curve continues. What do you think you'd say, this is the thing we knew we were going to get right and we got right? And say the exponential curve wasn't going the way you thought. What would you think the principal thing would be that you didn't get right?
I think that the core really comes down to, it's the three things of data, compute, algorithms, and I think that computation, we see that continuing for the next 5 years on the basis of today's compute technology, right? You don't need smaller transistors, you don't need quantum, you don't need optical. You can just wire together more machines and move to smaller precision and do a couple other hardware tricks, and you'll get more flops. And so I think that if things go as we expect, it will be that as we continue to scale the hardware, we're able to make use of it. You know, it's one thing to have lots of flops, it's another to actually turn that into a smart machine. So, you know, I think that maybe that's what we are as AI researchers. We're compilers from flops to systems that can actually be smart. And I think that there's also risk there, right? That it is the case that history has shown that we scale up these models and we're able to find ways of using those flops, but it might turn out that these problems are harder than we think. It might turn out that we need not 10 breakthroughs, but we need 100 breakthroughs. It might turn out that that whatever is going on inside of our heads, you know, which is running on basically a petaflop machine, is some super hyper optimized process that has evolved over billions of years, and it turns out that you need to run a substantial amount of that kind of evolutionary history in order to replicate it.
So a lot of the AGI vision is a theory of constructing abundance, because it's, you know, you can have robots that can do a bunch of different things, manufacturing, you might be able to solve problems that you couldn't otherwise solve, whether it's fusion or other things. It's all part of the utopian vision. What do you think in an AGI successful world is scarce?
Yeah, so I think that's a really interesting question. You know, one slight detour is I think that it's actually very hard. Like, I think that a lot of how we picture technologies comes from science fiction. I think that's just always been true. And I think that for AGI, there's actually very few positive stories out there. One that I think is there is Banks's culture series. And there it talks about a post-scarcity world, and turns out that people still have problems, right? That if you're a human and you want to find meaning, turns out that this is a thing that by its very nature requires effort. And so I think that it will always be the case that for us to find meaning is going to be an effort. And I think that, again, it's almost self-fulfilling. There's no way that it could possibly be other. I think that, you know, ideally we're in a world where everyone has enough food and has personal health, and that we're able to move past the world where you need to struggle in order to survive. I think that's really crucial. And once you're there, then I think the question of, do you want to be an artist? Do you want to go and see Jupiter? That all of those become possibilities.
Yep, and actually, one of the things that I've actually persuaded some folks to do is help pull together a small working group for utopian science fiction, because I actually think we're lacking it. If you look at all the movies, Ex Machina, et cetera, it's all AI as dangerous other versus, you know, part of the things is actually there's a bunch of interesting opportunities here. And by the way, Ian Banks, like Player of Games, if you're interested in the culture, would be I think the one I would recommend starting.
That's right,
yep. What, if there was a science fiction plot that you would want for AGI showing the utopic possibilities, what would it be?
So I think I'd start modeling after her, which I think actually does a good job of, you have a system who's just trying to help, who's there to benefit humans, and I think that the problem with these plots is you always need the tension, right? You always need the negative side, and I think that actually rolling through the deployment and figuring out how do you actually get to a world, not just a country or a company or a set of people who have these technologies baked into their lives, I think that should be a pretty core part of it.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, well, as you can tell, OpenAI is on a hugely ambitious AGI moonshot project, which is part of the reason why I've been proud to be there from the beginning, helping and backing, is for the benefit of humanity. So let's thanks Greg, and thank you.
Thank you, Reed.
We can do better than that. Show some love.
Woo! What an amazing day.
How about my two MCs for the event here? Amazing, huh? All right. Well, we hope you guys learned a lot. We hope you met some new people. We hope you didn't get too mad about the power going out.
You know, that's the thing about Startup Grind. The rain can't stop us, the power outage can't stop us, and nothing can stop you guys. Nothing about this conference would be the same without you. Woo!
Now, I'm sure you've all had an incredible past 2 days. And we have this annual tradition at Startup Grind where we kind of go around the room real quick and kind of get some of the learnings of the day. So Dice and I, we're going to jump on down.
All right, real quick.
Real quick.
Who can shout something out? What you got?
Okay,
What'd
shouting?
you learn?
Let's go.
No, don't leave. I'm going to, ma'am, in the jacket that's walking on the gray jacket, what you doing, ma'am? Ma'am. You know we're talking about you. Tell us, what did you learn? You must learn something. Nothing? Nothing? What, dude, in the backpack with the gray jacket. Yeah, you, with the black backpack. Yes. Who is it? Yeah, you didn't learn anything? What did you learn, man?
A lot.
Woo! Did you learn
make
to
any
leave
friends?
before the speakers are done? What did you learn? Give us one thing. What did you learn? Okay.
All right.
Thank
Who's
you.
got next?
That was perfect.
Who's
All
got
right, you
next? We got
10
mics now. Who got next?
This guy.
I'm a little worried about that kind of enthusiasm. What you got? Go ahead. 10 seconds. She's got it. Just 10 seconds. Go.
I'm from Toronto, Canada, and there's nothing better than hearing about what's happening in the world face to face, right in the center of the universe.
Face-to-face community.
Love that.
We like that.
All right, come
Okay,
on. Let's
great,
get someone from
perfect.
this side.
What else we got?
Someone from
Hurry,
this side.
quick.
Who got?
Stand up. Raise your hand. What you got?
Raise your
Yes.
hand. My side is a bit shy.
What you got?
Derek, we were born in the right time. Agreed. Better than Cowboys, right?
Better than Cowboys. We were born at the best time possible in the history of humankind. Exactly right. Great point. Who else we got? Yes.
All right, here we go.
I learned that if you're doing a startup, your first few hires are some of the most important.
Love that. That's a great one.
Good call. Good call. What have you got, Melissa?
Sleep more and take really good care of yourself.
Yes.
Best
I agree.
practices.
What else?
All right, we got one this side. Here we go.
Hey, so I wrote down, build a product, sell, improve what you sold.
Love that. Succinct. Excellent. Thanks, Levi.
From Pakistan, what you got?
Think big and focus.
We got one back here, Derek.
Build awesome product. Don't chase funding. Build it on revenue.
All right, we got one this side too. Here we go.
Make money.
I realized that we need more women founders and CEOs.
That's it. Round of applause for that one. We love that one.
And on that, build a space for yourself and go start a VC fund.
We got one right here.
I learned that some will love your idea, some won't. Who cares? Move on.
Love that.
Hey, I like
All
it.
right.
Yes. What'd you learn, Mary?
I learned that if you have a unicorn, you get to speak on that stage.
That's right. If you do have a unicorn, you do get to speak on the stage. We had Arlen Hamilton who spoke. Did you hear her talk? She said 3 years ago she was sitting up in the rafters right by that dude in the red shirt up there. Looks like you're from Portugal. From Portugal? Where are you from? Yeah, Portugal.
We got one
She was
back
sitting
here.
up there 3 years ago, and now she's on stage, and her face is in the marquee outside. Pretty amazing. Go ahead.
Derek, something we learned at StoryCap is, despite we didn't have any money for our booth, we just,
How many people saw this sign walking around and remember it? Good marketing. All right, we'll give you some
Tried it
marketing.
out.
Good job. Well done.
All right, who
I
made
didn't
some
read
friends?
it, but I saw
Anybody make any friends? New friends? Because that's one of our values, making new friends.
Right here, Candace.
All right, if you made a new friend.
Anybody else? Yes, go ahead.
You got your hands up?
Yeah.
Stand up. On it.
Okay. I think they are waiting for this first.
Go Broncos.
Hi.
Ask for help.
I'm learning to meet a lot of people and not just in your comfort zone. Like when you have your group and you just play with your group, just go outside, go alone, and just meet the people and have a friend.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Get out
All
of your
right,
comfort
we'll
zone.
take a couple more.
Well
Got
said.
one over here.
All right, relationship over transactions, man.
Relationships for
Over
sure over
transactions.
transactions.
Love that one.
Stand up. I can't see it.
This is my first time here at Startup Grind. I'm just so happy to see so many nationalities here,
Love that.
and being entrepreneur in startups, it's all around the globe. It's not just happening here in San Francisco. I've seen people from Africa, from Europe,
Nice.
all over. I personally myself, I come from South America, so I'm just so happy to see what's going on right now.
We love Latin
Nice,
America.
Love that.
Hey, look, the great thing is we do this conference once a year. Next year is our 10-year anniversary of the first Startup Grind event. You got to come back. It's going to be amazing. We already started planning it. We start planning it in about 30 seconds when I finish. And Carly's like, no, we're not doing that. But the other thing is we literally host this event every month across the world with 600 chapters. If we don't have one in your city, we'd like to go to startupgrind.com/start and join our community if you share our values. But if you don't want to do that or you can't, that's okay too. Just join the community locally. Keep going, don't give up, help people, and we'll see you in a year.
Yeah, so the party doesn't stop. We've got a happy hour immediately after this in the lobby, thanks to our sponsor, DCMN. So go out of the lobby, make a few more friends, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Yeah, thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for